Headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And our top story is that we see that the Emir of Qatar is here in the national capital, and in a special gesture, Prime Minister Modi received him at the airport. We have a lot lined up for you. It's going to be a very important story we're tracking here on Republic TV. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Gainesh Kumar has been named as a new Chief Election Commissioner. He will replace Rajiv Kumar, who will demit office today. Congress has raised objections to the selection of a new Chief Election Commissioner, while the law governing appointments to the position is being challenged in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is expected to hear Ranveer Alabadia's petition regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him in connection with India's got latent controversy. A third-year Nepali student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly committed suicide. Two Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University.
People invited by CDKN, and she is that point of time working in CDKN network in Pakistan. So obviously all those recommendations, whom to call, whom to not call, has to come from lead Pakistan. And at that point of time, Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi was working in lead Pakistan.
SMC Himanta Sarma speaks exclusively to Arnab Goswami over Gaurav Gogoi's alleged Pakistan link. Himanta claims Gaurav Gogoi's wife helped Pakistan army officers to visit India. And Prime Minister Modi, in a rare gesture of hospitality, went to the Delhi airport to welcome the Emir of Qatar, who is on a two-day visit to Delhi. And viewers, as we are live this morning, the big story we are tracking right now is also what is happening in the India's got latent controversy case. And Supreme Court will be hearing the pleas which have been filed by Ranveer Alabadia. The Supreme Court to hear controversial YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia's plea linked to the FIRs filed against him for allegedly making obscene remarks on Samir Raina's show, India's Got Latent. A bench of Justices Surya Kant and N. Koteshwar Singh will hear this petition today. So that is what we see right now, the big update that we're tracking for you on Republic TV. And remember, viewers, that this is coming in as the controversy over India's Got Latent has really stirred up a lot of updates, and a lot of updates are coming in, especially with all the legal recourse that these YouTubers are taking, especially Ranveer Alabadia. I want to go across to my colleague Sandeep, who's joining us. Sandeep, Ranveer Alabadia has been named in FIRs filed by Maharashtra Cyber Department, Guwahati Police, Jaipur Police in India's Got Latent controversy case. And when can we expect the Supreme Court to go ahead and hear the pleas? Ranveer Alabadia has gone ahead and now reached out to the Apex Court.
Definitely Ranveer Alabadia is making his maximum efforts to make sure that he gets an opportunity and in fact more time not to appear before the state agencies, but ultimately there are multiple FIRs that has been in fact registered against not only Ranveer Alabadia but also against Samay Raina, Ashish Chanchlani, Apurva Mukhija, as well as Jaspreet Singh, who are seen in the controversial India's Got Latent show. And in fact, Ranveer Allabadia has been summoned by Maharashtra Cyber Cell for 24th of February. And Samay Raina, the organizer of this very India's Got Latent show, he has been asked to appear before the Cyber Cell today. Remember, the Cyber Cell has registered an FIR and have summoned more than 40 people in this very case. And now in the same sequence, they have summoned Samay Raina and Ranveer Allabadia. Meanwhile, the Cyber Cell has also warned if at all they skip the summon, they have full rights to take any coercive action against Allabadia and Samay Raina. Definitely, if at all Samay Raina and Allabadia skips the summon, Maharashtra Cyber Cell is in full plan to take a strict action against the people who are not appearing before the agents.
That is right. Hold on for a second because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. And this is regarding Samay Raina, who's also been asked to appear before the Maharashtra Cyber Cell. Sandeep, this after fresh summons were issued to him and Allabadia. Now, Allabadia has been asked to appear later on around February 24th. But Samay Raina has to appear today. That is the date. Today is the deadline. And I want to go back to my colleague joining us right now, back to our colleague Sandeep, who's joining us. And Sandeep, Samay Raina's lawyer has been in touch with these investigation agencies, and they have said that Samay Raina is not in town, he's out of town. But today is the day he has to appear before the Maharashtra Cyber Cell.
Right. As you rightly mentioned, the lawyers are in touch with the Cyber Cell, but ultimately they had requested more time before the Cyber Cell. But it seems that it will be not that possible for Raina to attend the hearing because attend the inquiry or the investigation to record his statement because he had two shows, that is yesterday and again tomorrow he has another show. So for the same reason, the lawyers had sought more time, but rather the Cyber Cell had asked Samay Raina to appear before the agency today. It will be crucial to see whether Samay Raina attends the investigation or not, whether he comes for to record the statement before the agency or not. Meanwhile, the agency has already clarified that the people who are being seen in this very India's Got Latent video does not come before the agency, then a strict action will be taken against them. There are high chances that they could be picked up or they could, a few can be detained by the Cyber Cell in this case.
That is right. I'll come back to you, Sandeep, because of course we'll be tracking these developments coming in the entire day on the India's Got Latent case. I want to also take our viewers through this report where we highlight all those developments coming in as we go ahead and track India's Got Latent controversy, what's been happening so far, what is the investigation agencies looking for, the summons which have been sent to these controversial YouTubers, and the other details as this controversy is getting bigger and bigger by the day.
The Supreme Court is all set to hear the plea filed by YouTuber Ranveer Allabadia. Allabadia moved the top court last week asking for FIRs filed against him across various states to be quashed. He also sought anticipatory bail to ward off arrest from the Guwahati police. A bench of justice comprising Surya Kant and Justice N. Koteswar Singh will hear the case. Ranveer Allabadia has been summoned by the National Commission for Women and may also face a parliamentary panel. Meanwhile, the show host Samay Raina has been asked to be present in person by the Maharashtra Cyber Cell to record his statement. This comes after the Cyber Cell rejected Raina's demand to record his statement over a video call over his claims of not being in the country. This comes in connection with the obscene remarks made by Ranbir Alabadia on Samay Raina's show, India's Got Latent.
Let's move ahead right now in a very rare gesture. We saw that Prime Minister Modi has received the Emir of Qatar in the national capital, and it's a very important two-day visit of the Emir of Qatar, where he will meet Prime Minister Modi, hold bilateral talks, and also meet President Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Take a look at this report for more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport. In a rare gesture, Prime Minister Modi went to the airport to receive the Emir and his delegation personally, who is on a two-day state visit to India till the 18th of February. The two leaders were seen holding hands and sharing a warm embrace as Prime Minister Modi greeted him. Later in the day, External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar also met with the Emir. The Emir, who is visiting India for the second time after a decade, will be accorded with a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan tomorrow, where he is also set to meet President Draupadi Murmu. From security to trade, the Emir of Qatar will be holding bilateral talks with Prime Minister Modi over a range of issues. India and Qatar have long held cordial ties, deep-rooted in mutual trust and respect, with Qatar having one of the largest expatriate Indian communities.
The Indian Alliance is back on its Kumbh insulting tirade, with this time the SP chief Akhilesh Yadav calling Mahakumbh a waste of people's money and time. His results, all these insults you see are coming after the RJD chief also made a controversial comment and called the Mahakumbh as a meaningless event. The BJP was swift to hit back at the SP chief by urging him to refrain from demeaning the Sanatan Dharma. Watch a report to know more on this.
Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has stoked a fresh row on the ongoing Mahakumbh by dismissing the event as a waste of money and time. But Akhilesh Yadav did not just stop there. He went on to politicize the Mahakumbh as a BJP ploy devised to mint money.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये साबित करना चाहती है कि ये कुंभ उन्हीं ने शुरू कराया है। इससे पहले कुंभ ही नहीं होता था। कुंभ का नाम महाकुंभ कर देना, महा आयोजन के लिए 10,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा पैसा खर्च करना और डबल इंजन की सरकार सबको निमंत्रण देना। कुंभ की परंपरा ये कभी नहीं है कि निमंत्रण दिया जाए, लेकिन ये निमंत्रण देते थे।
Akhilesh further stepped up his attack on Kumbh, alleging that the lack of facilities is preventing people from attending the event. He even accused the BJP of not disclosing the actual toll of the stampede that took place earlier in January.
आपने जब बुलाया है लोगों को तो आपने इंतजाम करना चाहिए था। ये गलती सरकार की है और सरकार की नाकामी है। सरकार अपनी नाकामी छिपा रही है, इसीलिए विपक्ष पे आरोप लगा रही है। हम लोग सकारात्मक राजनीति कर रहे हैं। हमारे प्रेस के लोग अगर कोई खबर चलाते हैं वो जानकारी सरकार को दे रहे हैं कि ये व्यवस्था आपको सुधारनी है और सुधारने की जरूरत है।
On the same day, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath had lauded the sheer scale at which the Mahakumbh was running, highlighting that over 53 crore people took a dip at the Triveni Sangam.
जो अब तक दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक आयोजन बन चुका है। अब तक 53 करोड़ श्रद्धालु जन मां गंगा, मां यमुना और मां सरस्वती की त्रिवेणी में आस्था की पावन डुबकी लगा चुके हैं। कल्पना करिए, ये भारत की पोटेंशियल है और यही भारत की आस्था को अगर सम्मान दिया गया होता तो भारत की ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करता है।
The BJP was swift to call out Akhilesh's allegations. The party hit back on the SP chief by asking him to refrain from demeaning the Mahakumbh and stop spreading false allegations. This is not the first time Akhilesh Yadav has mocked Mahakumbh.
प्रयागराज में जितने भी रास्ते हैं आने जाने के सब पे जाम है। पहली बार ऐसा देखने को मिल रहा है कि प्रयागराज के लोग हाउस अरेस्ट हो गए हैं। वो ना बाहर जा सकते हैं, ना कोई उनके पास मिलने आ सकता है। सच्चाई तो ये है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कुंभ में आग लगा दी।
सर, दिल्ली इलेक्शन
कुंभ की ही आग लगा दी। जो करोड़ों के स्नान की गिनती कर सकते हैं, वो मरने वाले लोगों की लाशों की गिनती क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं? उन्हें सरकार नहीं खोज रही है, ना गिनती बता रही है। लोग 40-40 किलोमीटर, 25-25 किलोमीटर चल करके भटक रहे हैं, लेकिन ये सरकार कोई सूचना नहीं दे रही है। तमाम लोग वो लोग हैं जो बिना स्नान के चले गए, तो इसकी जिम्मेदारी किसकी है? और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने 100 करोड़ लोगों के इंतजाम किया था। आप तो कह रहे थे कि हर चीज को हम मैप कर लेंगे, अब कह रहे हैं साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है। जैसे अधिकारी जो साजिश और षड्यंत्र कान में बोल रहे हैं, इनको टर्मिनेट कर देना चाहिए भारत सरकार को।
And the SP chief is not the only one. Earlier this week, Indi leader and RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav also called Mahakumbh useless.
कुंभ में सर जिस तरह से भीड़ बढ़ रही है,
अरे सब कुंभ का क्या कोई मतलब है? फालतू है कुंभ।
Will Indi's Sanatan insult now backfire?
And viewers, getting you some more updates coming in. A massive rush for the Mahakumbh was observed at the Patna railway station a day after a stampede at New Delhi railway station resulted in 18 people losing their lives. The devotee at the Patna station struggled to board despite waiting on the platform for 6 hours. Watch this report for more.
After the tragic stampede at New Delhi railway station that claimed 18 lives, the East Central Railway on Monday announced that it is strictly enforcing the prohibition on entry into stations across Bihar for Mahakumbh. However, an unprecedented rush of Mahakumbh Mela-bound passengers at the Patna junction continued. Thousands of pilgrims started descending on the platforms with long queues forming at the ticket counters. RPF personnel struggled to contain the situation owing to sheer volume of passengers.
राजेंद्र नगर, पटना जंक्शन और दानापुर जंक्शन पर इन 3 जगह पर ज़्यादा भीड़ हो रही है और उसी के निरीक्षण के लिए हम लोग यहाँ आए हैं। जो प्रतिनियुक्त मजिस्ट्रेट हैं, पुलिस पदाधिकारी हैं, पुलिस बल है, वो सब लोग मुस्तैद हैं कि नहीं हैं। और दूसरा, रेलवे से, जीआरपी से, आरपीएफ से जो लोग हैं उनके साथ भी एक बेहतर समन्वय इन प्रतिनियुक्त पदाधिकारियों का रहे। उसी को लेकर के हम और एसएसपी साहब अभी पटना जंक्शन का, रेलवे जंक्शन का निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं और 4 और 5 नंबर प्लेटफार्म पर भीड़ थोड़ी अधिक है, बाकी तो अभी स्थिति ठीक है, सामान्य लग रही है।
Meanwhile, the railway department has advised passengers to plan their journeys accordingly. The Railways has also urged those with non-urgent travel to avoid Patna Junction during the peak hours. The situation is expected to ease once the Mahakumbh Mela concludes. But for now, passengers at the Patna Junction are left to navigate the challenge of travelling amid unprecedented crowds.
We're getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. An explosion has been reported outside the house of a policeman in Gurdaspur. The CCTV footage of this explosion has now recently emerged. The blast took place in the Raimal village located near Dera Baba Nanak. And this is in Gurdaspur. The incident occurred close to a police officer's house. It was a low-intensity explosion. And fortunately, viewers, there have been no casualties from what we understand so far. Just taking you through once more the details that we have received on the story is that the explosion was reported outside a cop's house in Gurdaspur. And we'll try to also put that CCTV footage out. Okay, that is a CCTV footage of the explosion, which has also recently emerged. There are some pictures there showing you the explosion which had taken place in Gurdaspur, captured on camera. And this is a blast near the cop's house. Let's go straight across to my colleague joining us. Lalit is joining us live. Lalit, it looks like a very low-intensity explosion according to the details that we have so far. If you could take our viewers through what the investigation will look like.
This whole incident took place yesterday night in the Gurdaspur area. Exactly, if we talk about, it's the Raimal village in the Dera Baba Nanak Batala. And as per the inputs, it has been a low intensity blast. But police is looking after all possible angles, whether it's an act of rivalry or some organization is being involved in that. In the couple of months, from the past 2 months in Punjab, there has been 10 blasts which have been witnessed in the police post. So this is for the first time that the blasts have taken place outside the cop's house. So police is looking after all possible angles. But yes, it was a low intensity blast. No one was harmed in this blast. But yes, now the security has been beefed up. Police looking after all possible angles to track.
I'm coming back. Yes, Lalit, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. An FSL team has arrived at the residence of the SCOP. An FSL team has arrived a short while back, and this is coming in after Lalit is also getting into the details. Explosion has been reported outside the house of a policeman in Gurdaspur. FSL team arrives at the site. Yes, Lalit, take our viewers through those details.
Whole blast took place as it was at night when this blast took place. No one was harmed, but yes, now police looking after all possible angles, whether it was the act of a gangster or a terrorist involved. As from the past 2 months in Punjab, especially in the Amritsar Gurdaspur area, there has been 10 blasts outside the police post. So in that, there has been number of arrests also in 2 to 3 bomb blasts which took place. But yes, in this, it was for the first time that the blast has taken place outside the cop's residence. So looking into this now, the FSL team has also arrived there. They are checking after what was the material being used for the bomb. So all those investigation is being done. And looking after all possible angles, was it the act of a gangster or a terrorist involved, or was it a personal rivalry? Back to the
Yes, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on that, Lalit. We're getting some reactions coming in of the police as well as the FSL team has already arrived. The probe is underway. Let's go ahead and play out that reaction.
ਵਜੇ ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਥਾਣੇ ਕੋਟਲੀ ਸੂਰਤ ਮੱਲੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਕਿ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਆਈ ਆ ਰਾਇਮਲ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਖਦੇਵ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉੱਥੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਟੀਮ ਪਹੁੰਚੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਏਰੀਏ ਦਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਦਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲਿਆ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਕੁਝ ਸ਼ੀਸ਼ੇ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਟੁੱਟੇ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹਦੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਸੰਬੰਧੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ FSL ਟੀਮਾਂ ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਨੇ, ਜੋ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੋਰੈਂਸਿਕ ਤੇ ਸਾਇੰਟਿਫਿਕ ਜਾਂਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਊਗਾ ਉਸ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਅਗਲੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਅਮਲ 'ਚ ਲਿਆਂਦੀ ਜਾਊਗੀ।
Let's move ahead right now to the national capital and Delhi, where remember that BJP had got a thumping win. Continuing suspense though continues over the next Delhi chief minister, but that suspense will end soon. The BJP will hold its legislature party meeting on Feb 19th and is likely to reveal its chief minister face. That is right. The crucial meeting, which was originally scheduled tomorrow, has now been deferred to Thursday. We get you this report for all the latest on the shaping of the next Delhi government.
The BJP is set to lift the cloud of suspense over the next chief minister in Delhi soon. According to top party sources, the BJP is likely to reach a consensus on the chief ministerial phase at its legislature party meeting. The meeting was originally scheduled for Tuesday, but now it has been deferred. Republic further learned from sources that the oath-taking ceremony is likely to be held on February 20th, the day after the legislature party meeting. Top sources told Republic that the venue for the grand oath-taking has now been shifted to the Ram Leela Maidan. The swearing-in was initially planned at the Talkatora Stadium. Marking an end to the Aam Aadmi Party's 10-year rule in the capital, the BJP won a clear mandate in the Delhi Assembly elections by securing 48 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party suffered a major loss of face in the polls as party supremo Arvind Kejriwal and former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia lost from New Delhi and Jangpura. While the new government is still in the works, the BJP has already moved to keep one of its key campaign promises. Work is already underway to cleanse the Yamuna, which pitted the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in a vicious showdown going into the polls. With the capital set to go under BJP rule again after 27 long years, the focus has already shifted to delivering on its guarantees and promises to the people.
All right, getting you some more updates coming in, viewers, as we're live this morning. US President Trump outlines a new trade policy focused on fairness and reciprocity. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
The gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will, if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Everyone who's now listening to us, President Trump and I are working in full cooperation and coordination between us. We have a common strategy, and we can't always share the details of this strategy with the public, including when the gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Israel is determined to achieve all the war objectives we set after the horrific attack on October 7th, the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. We will eliminate Hamas's military capability and its political rule in Gaza. We will bring all our hostages home, and we will ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. The unequivocal support of the United States on Gaza will help us achieve these objectives faster and set us on a path for a different future. We also discussed the situation in Syria after the collapse of Assad's regime, a collapse that was made possible by Israel's weakening of Iran's terror axis, especially the weakening of Hezbollah and the removal of Nasrallah. For over a decade before October 7th, Israel acted to prevent Iran from developing new terror fronts against us in Syria, right opposite the Golan Heights and deeper in Syria. And we conducted hundreds of airstrikes, perhaps 1,000, in order to prevent it, and we did. Now, if any other force in Syria today believes that Israel will permit other hostile forces to use Syria as a base of operations against us, they are gravely mistaken. Israel will act to prevent any threat from emerging.
Of headlines, US President Donald Trump unveils trade policy with reciprocal tariffs for fairness. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky to skip peace talks with Russia mediated by US and the UAE. Syrian security forces in Syria arrest 3 men in connection with genocide that took place in Damascus. Plane with 80 on board flips down upside at the Toronto airport, 18 injured. Villa this morning, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Getting some updates for you. US President Trump outlined a new trade policy focused on fairness and reciprocity and said that the US would implement reciprocal tariffs, charging other countries the same tariffs they impose on American goods. Trump emphasized that this approach would address unfair trade practices, including non-monetary barriers, subsidies and VAT systems, while encouraging foreign countries to either reduce or eliminate tariffs against the US. So that's the big update coming in right now. Tariffs. You know that this has been a big story that we've been tracking here in terms of Trump and the tariffs that he has been imposing on countries. And in the latest coming in, there are fresh round of tariffs which have also now been imposed. So big update coming in right now. He has now announced those reciprocal tariffs that he has been talking about. And as we keep getting you more updates, let's tell you that this is coming in as Donald Trump has spoken about the reciprocal taxes and tariffs. This is coming in as Donald Trump's reciprocal tariffs have been imposed in multiple countries. And Donald Trump has said that these tariffs are there to address unfair trade practices. All right, we move ahead right now, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in right now. Where Delta Airlines plane crashed at Toronto's Pearson airport, 18 people, including a child, are unfortunately said to be injured in the crash, according to the Peel Regional Paramedic Services. Now, 3 of those are said to be in critical condition. Delta Airlines says in a statement that the aircraft had around 76 passengers and 4 crew on board at the time of the accident. Multiple people have sustained injuries after a plane crash at Canada's Toronto Pearson International Airport. So this is what we see right now, viewers. A Delta flight which took off from Minneapolis about 11:47 a.m. Had flipped on its back on a snowy runway. And according to the latest update we're getting for our viewers, we can tell you that this is coming in after we're coming to know that many people have been injured seriously. Some of them are critically injured. Fortunately, there have been no details yet of any fatalities in this plane crash which has occurred. And this is in Toronto. We move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting you more updates, getting you some more back-to-back updates here and more world stories that we are tracking. In a rare event at North Korean state media released footage of dictator Kim Jong-un, who was inaugurating a housing project in the capital city to mark the birth anniversary of his father, Kim Jong. as well. Now we see that the day is also reserved as a state holiday in the country, termed as a Day of the Shining Star. Watch our report to more know on this and what is happening in North Korea.
A major celebratory day in North Korea. Kim Jong-un marked the birth anniversary of his father, Kim Jong-il. Referred as the Day of the Shining Star, Kim Jong visited Kumsusan Palace of the Sun in Pyongyang to pay homage to his father. Kim Jong also attended a groundbreaking ceremony for new apartment construction in Pyongyang to mark the day. Watch the visuals released by the North Korean state media. Initiated in the suburbs of the capital city, the project is part of a push to build 50,000 new apartments within the next 5 years.
올해 1만 세대 건설 사업으로서 당 대회 이후 강력하게 실행되어 온 평양시 5만 세대 살림집 건설이 마침내 완결 단계에 들어서게 됩니다.
The project is said to be called the Hwasong District, and already a lot of new apartment blocks have been put up in the previous phases of the high-speed construction. While the feasibility of the project has been questioned by analysts for the sanction-ridden and poverty-stricken country, state media KCNA reported the news a day later after the event happened.
And viewers, getting you some more updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Let's move ahead to those details where Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky on Monday said that Kiev was not informed of upcoming talks between Russia and the United States, adding that Ukraine would not recognize agreements made without its participation. Take a look at this report for more.
As the US and Russia have confirmed that their top delegations will meet in Saudi Arabia to negotiate peace talks to end Russia-Ukraine war, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced that Ukraine will not participate in the talks with US officials and Russia.
Україна не братиме, Україна про це нічого не знала, а Україна розцінює будь-які переговори про Україну без України як які не мають результату, і ми не можемо визнавати будь-які речі або будь-які домовленості про нас без нас. І ми не будемо такі домовленості визнавати. Напевно, там є двосторонній трек України, і вони мають на це, я маю на увазі Сполучені Штати, мають на це право, якщо у них є двосторонні питання, і якщо чесно, вони і до цього про це говорили, тільки тепер стали публічно говорити.
Meanwhile, the Kremlin said that top Russian officials will hold talks with US counterparts on restoring ties, negotiating a peaceful settlement to the war. The talks follow last week's telephone call between Trump and Putin to begin peace negotiations to end Russia-Ukraine conflict. Zelensky said he would travel to Turkey on Monday and to Saudi Arabia on Wednesday. But that his trip to the Arab nations was unrelated to planned US-Russia talks.
Updates coming in. Viewers, where Syrian security forces in Syria arrested 3 men in connection with the genocide that took place in Damascus after the country's 13-year civil war began. In the massacre, about 500 people lost their lives, making it one of the deadly ones in Syria. Here's a report. Take a look.
Security forces in Syria arrested 3 people involved in the execution of hundreds of civilians in Damascus after the country's 13-year civil war began. Dozens of police and security trucks lined the streets of Tadamon, a Damascus suburb, where they carried out the arrests in the same streets that once bore witness to mass executions. Masked rifle-wielding men moved through hollowed-out buildings, remnants of a war that turned the district into a front line between government forces and opposition fighters.
نحن بعد المتابعة وإيقاف أحد الأشخاص توقيف أحد الأشخاص المتورطين بمجزرة التضامن. وبعد التحقيقات الأولية تم الاعتراف على عدة أشخاص ما زالوا متواجدين في حي التضامن. قمنا صباح اليوم بتحريك الدوريات واعتقال الأشخاص المشتبه بهم لإحالتهم إلى التحقيق.
The brutality unfolded when members of Syria's notorious military intelligence led a line of about 40 blindfolded prisoners with their hands tied behind their backs and shot them into an abandoned building in Talamon. After executing them one after the other, they would blow up buildings over their heads, crossing all boundaries of mercy.
بداية قام بالاعتراف على عدة مجازر بأوقات متفرقة في حي التضامن، حيث كانوا يحضرون الموقوفين على حواجز الأمن والأفرع الأمنية وجرهم إلى أماكن في حي التضامن، ثم القيام بتصفيتهم ميدانيا، وبعد هذا يقومون بتفجير الأبنية فوق رؤوسهم.
About 500 people were killed in batches, marking one of the deadly massacres of Syria.
حسب الأقوال الحالية أنهم قاموا بإعدام أكثر من 500 شخص، ولكن على دفعات وليس بمجزرة واحدة يعني، ولكن تم تسريب مقطع فيديو واحد لمجزرة هي إحدى المجازر التي فقط تم تسريبها يعني.
Since Assad's ouster, Syrian security forces have been tracking down and arresting remnants of the former government and military across the country.
Viewers, the UAE kicked off with an international weapons exhibition in its capital Abu Dhabi, where both Russia and Ukraine displayed their prowess. President Zelensky's meet with the leaders of UAE. It remains to be seen if a deal can be negotiated between Russia and Ukraine, as the location remains crucial for peace talks. Take a look at this report for more.
The United Arab Emirates kicked off an international weapons fair in capital Abu Dhabi with the participation of 1,800 experts and specialists in the military industry. In the exhibition, both Russia and Ukraine displayed their show of strength with arms and drone put on show. Ukrainian Foreign Minister praised the quality of their arms and drones, which they tested at the battlefield despite being at war. He even announced launching of new disruptive products in the markets focused on advanced technology as the war continues.
Our capacity now, we could produce 4 million drones per year despite the war. And you see, we have such an asset, such an advantage that we could test these drones or our products immediately at the battlefield. So that's why they are really of the high quality. So I'm really proud as a minister of the country which is in war to visit, you see, exposition of Ukrainian producers. They are really great, and it is our contribution in world stability and transatlantic security.
The exhibition comes at a time when momentum for peace talks to end Moscow's war is also growing. Zelensky met with the leader of the United Arab Emirates, while Trump last week had a phone call with Putin where they discussed on meeting each other to discuss way out of the conflict. UAE remains a crucial site for peace talks as large population of Russian and Ukrainian expatriates flooded the country since the war began, and Emirates work on prisoner exchanges in the past. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is also leading a delegation to Saudi Arabia this week for direct talks with Russia over the war. With all efforts going on to end the war, can a deal be brokered in UAE, being a crucial site for peace talks?
Much more coming up, viewers, ahead of the Champions Trophy 2025. Pakistan resorts to cheap tactics. We'll tell you more after a short break. Stay tuned.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
5:35 पर मुझे ऐसा आवाज़ हुआ कि जैसे किसी ने कोई पूरी बिल्डिंग जोर से हिल गई हो। जब मैं उठ करके बेड पर बैठा तो मैंने देखा कि ऊपर का पंखा हिल रहा था और मुझे फिर मैं कमरे से बाहर आया। मैंने देखा कि झूमर जो बाहर वाला हॉल वाला झूमर था वो हिल रहा था।
ऐसे हिला के निकल गया वो, ऐसे हिला के निकल गया। अब पता नहीं ट्रेमर्स तो रहते हैं ना जब 5 बजे उल्टी कितना बचा है? कितना बचा है?
Getting some back-to-back updates coming in. The Pakistan Cricket Board has made the big decision of not to showcase the Indian flag at Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium in the lead-up to the ICC Champions 2025. Traditionally, flags of all participating nations are displayed at host venues before major international tournaments. However, reports indicate that the PCB has opted against including India's flag at the stadium. Pakistan's cheap tactics ahead of the Champions Trophy 2025. And we're getting you these back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we are coming to know that according to the reports that we have for our viewers, is that the Pakistan Cricket Board has made the decision not to showcase the Indian flag at Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium in the lead-up to the ICC Champions Trophy. And the flag of all participating nations are displayed at the host venues before major international tournaments. Let's have a look at this report on what has happened so far.
The Pakistan Cricket Board have chosen to not display the Indian flag in Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium ahead of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. There are 8 teams participating in the upcoming Champions Trophy 2025, including the Indian cricket team. Hence, it was expected that their flag, like the flag of the other 7 countries, would be on display.
But this is the case not just in the Gaddafi Stadium, but even at the National Stadium in Karachi, the Indian flag was nowhere to be seen. This is just the latest issue that has cropped up in the build-up to the marquee ICC event. The tournament was shifted to the hybrid model on India's insistence, as the BCCI did not want to send the Indian players to the nation over security concerns. Pakistan's continuous delays in getting the stadiums ready for the event and the subsequent cancellation of the opening ceremony also did not help their public image. And even on the cricket field, there have been a number of issues that have shown the spotlight on Pakistan's poor preparations. Firstly, New Zealand cricketer Rachin Ravindra suffered a nasty head injury while attempting a catch during an ODI Tri-Series game against Pakistan in Lahore. Many felt the stadium's faulty floodlights played a part in the injury, as Ravindra seemed unaware of the ball's trajectory before he was struck on the head. Then a video went viral where a number of fans were seen looking to illegally enter the National Stadium in Karachi, which is a serious breach of security. To then make things worse, another incident took place at Karachi that saw a man arrested for trying to enter the stadium using a fake accreditation card. He was posing as a media person and had fake ICC and PCB accreditation cards. He has been arrested and is being questioned at the area police station to find out where he got the fake cards made and why he was using them, an official told PTI. There was also speculation over whether or not Indian captain Rohit Sharma would travel to Pakistan for the opening ceremony and the captain's photo op, but both events were subsequently called off. An opening ceremony was never announced either by the ICC or the PCB, a source close to the developments was quoted as saying in media reports. The onus is now on the Pakistan Cricket Board to deliver a well-managed ICC tournament to become an emerging spot for such events in the future. The tournament will get underway on February 19 when Pakistan face New Zealand, but the controversies in the build-up have been never-ending for the hosts and should lead to major questions being raised for such events even being held in Pakistan in the future.
Some more updates coming in right now, viewers. We will be live and this morning. And coming up next, SBI relaxed the rules for investment advisors and research analysts. We'll tell you more after a very, very short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers.
बहुत तेज भूकंप आया था। ये लग रहा था कि नीचे जो मेट्रो चलती शायद मेट्रो आपस में टकरा गई। मेरे तो पैर कपने लगे थे, ये सब कपने लगा, काउंटर भी हिलने लगा था।
जमीन से हिल गई थी, मतलब ये काउंटर वाउंटर सब हिल रहा था। एकदम दो सेकंड का हो गया एकदम से। हमारे सामने कस्टमर भी खड़े थे, वो भी लेडीज वगैरह वो भी चिल्लाने लगी थी।
तगड़ा झटका था। हमें ऐसा लगा जैसे ट्रेन चल रही हो ना, धरती ऐसे हिल रही बहुत तेज, धड़ाधड़ धड़ाधड़, मतलब कि जैसे कुछ धरती फटने वाली है। बहुत तगड़ा झटका था।
इससे पहले इतना तगड़ा झटका महसूस किया गया कभी आपने?
ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, आज पहली बार ऐसी 4:30 5:30 बजे करीब की बात है। बहुत तेज ऐसी पूरी बिल्डिंग हिली, पूरा घर हिल गई। ऐसा लग रहा है घर से बाहर निकलो।
सर अभी भूकंप आया था तो किस तरीके से आप लोगों को लगा और कितना डर लगा?
डर काफी हॉरेबल था और वो काफी देर तक झटके आने लगे। अभी मैं सोते हुए एकदम से उठा, एकदम की तरफ भागा और देखा बहुत तेज झटका खा रहा है।
आज से पहले कभी इतना को महसूस
नहीं, कभी महसूस ही नहीं हुआ। एकदम से लगा कि पता नहीं क्या हो गया, एकदम सोते आंख खुल गई, भाग छूटा एकदम बाहर की तरफ।
सर भूकंप आया है, सेंटर गाजियाबाद बता जा रहा है, कितना तेज झटका?
बहुत तेज झटका महसूस हुआ। अभी दूध लेने गए थे तो उस कुर्सी में बैठे हुए थे, पूरी तरीके से हिली कुर्सी और एकदम झटके से खड़े भी हुए हम लोग, लेकिन था बहुत कम टाइम का।
लेकिन पहली बार इतना तेज झटका महसूस हुआ आप लोगों को?
बिल्कुल हुआ, तो पहली बार हुआ है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। बहुत ज्यादा तेज झटका था और कुर्सियां बिल्कुल हिल गई थी।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
From Asia's largest news headquarters
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV live this morning, this Tuesday, 8 a.m. with me, Kriti Mehta. Now, Prime Minister Modi received the Emir of Qatar in a rare gesture at the Delhi airport, and the two are expected to hold key bilateral today in the national capital. We'll bring you more details on that and a lot of stories from business, sports, entertainment, and across the world in this 1 hour bulletin. Let's take a quick check of the headlines first. Gyaneshwar Kumar has been named as the new Chief Election Commissioner. He will replace Rajiv Kumar, who will demit office today. Congress has raised objections to the selection of a new Chief Election Commissioner, while the law governing appointments to the position is being challenged in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is expected to hear Ranveer Alabadia's petition regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him in different states in connection to India's got latent. A third-year Nepalese student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly committed suicide. Two Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma speaks exclusively to Arnab Goswami over Gaurav Gogoi's alleged Pakistan links. Himanta claims Gaurav Gogoi's wife helped Pakistan army officers to visit India.
CDKN, and she is that point of time working in CDKN network in Pakistan. So obviously all those recommendations, whom to call, whom to not call, has to come from lead Pakistan. And at that point of time, Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi was working in lead Pakistan.
Prime Minister Modi, in a rare gesture of hospitality, went to the Delhi airport to welcome Emir of Qatar, who is on a two-day visit to Delhi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is with us tonight, and this story has really picked up Mr. Sharma over the last 2 or 3 days, and you're really on an offensive on this. Now, people are saying you're going personal on Gaurav Gogoi on this, that if his wife has Pakistan connections, that if his wife, who's a British national, has Pakistan connections, what is wrong with it?
Arnab, when you ask me that question, I think you have also said the answer. If a wife of a Indian lawmaker married in 2013 and has not taken the citizenship of this country even after 12 years of marriage, I think this is a moral question the Honorable MP need to be answered. But as far as I am concerned, I have specific information, and I'll go one step forward. As a Chief Minister of Assam, with fullest sense of responsibility, I want to tell you that Srimati Elizabeth Colburn Gogoi, a British national, has worked in an organization called Lead Pakistan. During the period from 2011 to 2014, you have also said that Mr. Gogoi is a son of a very strong Congress Chief Minister, facilitated visits of various Pakistani nationals to India. She has visited, you know how for a Pakistani people to get a visa. But during that period when Congress was in power in Delhi, even an anti-Indian person under whose Elizabeth Gogoi has worked in an organization called Lead Pakistan, Ali Tokir Sheikh, has also visited India, and subsequently during the CA agitation and aftermath, if you see his tweets, in every tweets, most of the tweets he tagged Elizabeth, and also he used to spoke a lot about Gaurav Gogoi. My pointed question is that why you have keep on visiting between Pakistan and India during the period 2011 to 2014 when you are specifically working in an organization called Lead Pakistan. Your posting was in Pakistan, but taking advantage with your relation with Sri Gaurav Gogoi, you started visiting India frequently. After your marriage, you have not taken Indian citizenship, but you are staying in India. But now it is revealed that Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi has also worked under a senator called Tom O'Daly of USA, who is known for pro-Pakistani stand in the Senate of Pakistan during that point of time.
One minute, she worked with a Pakistani senator, you're saying?
No, Senator Tom O'Daly is an American senator,
okay,
but he is one who had advocated for restoration of funding to Pakistan after Laden controversy, and all these are on records. Gaurav Gogoi's foundation, he started an NGO. It has received money from George Soros during that period 2014. 2015, Gaurav Gogoi visited American embassy without permission or knowledge of Ministry of External Affairs, and after coming out of Pakistan embassy, he has not debriefed the Ministry of External Affairs too. Immediately after his visit, he raised certain very sensitive question. You know that 26/11 has happened through the coastal road. Mr. Gaurav Gogoi goes and asks question to the Defense Minister of India, how many radar you have installed in the coastal roads? Now you tell me, for a MP who is representing Assam, and we are a landlocked state, why we need the radar which we have installed post 26/11?
Are you saying he was asking these questions to benefit Pakistan?
I mean, if you read everything in context, that his wife relationship with Ali Tokir Sheikh, the way he received money from George Soros, the way he visited India, Pakistan embassy without knowledge of Indian government, or perhaps not within even knowledge of Congress party, because I have not seen Congress party owning up that visits, and subsequently you ask about radar in the coastal road, knowing the 26/11 incident, you go and asking how many uranium in which state you have deposits, a lot of sensitive questions, and then denying. You have not said till now, even after 3 days, whether your wife has worked in an organization called Lead Pakistan, whether your wife has facilitated visits of various Pakistani important cities, important visit, including a top-level military officers to India. All these things now on records, but you are not coming forward to clarify the positions. We are dealing with national security. We want to save Mr. Gaurav Gogoi. I sincerely believe that he is in the trap of a big gang who is using him. He is a brother of mine. I want to save him from a big disaster. You can imagine I'll come out with more sensitive revelation how during 2011 to 2014, you know that time UPA was in power in both Delhi and Guwahati, how much time she has visited various sensitive locations of our country, how she has visited frequently between Pakistan and India. All these things need answer, and particularly when there is evidence with me that Sri Gaurav Gogoi has received fund from the Soros Foundation. Then when Mrs. Elizabeth Gogoi works in an organization called CDKN, if you research, that organization has set up two more institutes called Lead Pakistan and Lead India. And then if you goes to that organization, the people who are working in that organization, they are talking less about climates. They are talking about Citizenship Amendment Act in Assam. They are talking about the expel of Gaurav Gogoi from parliament. They are talking about two-nation theory. They are talking about Muslim being harassed in India. In nothing climates, everything about anti-Indian statement. So I think Sri Gaurav Gogoi need to explain. He need to ask question to his wife. And if you have not taken Indian citizenship so far, how you can involve yourself in the election campaign in Assam? So all these questions Gaurav Gogoi asks to answer for the interest of the national security. And he has also taken youth, 50 youths to Pakistan embassy. For why? You all know Abdul Basir, and you all know, have you taken these people to radicalize? Or you want to create a Pakistan-friendly youth in our ecosystem? So all these things he need to answer one by one. Today, Assam government has formed a SIT. We will question Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi. We will question Gaurav Gogoi. And I am sure that Sri Gaurav Gogoi and Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi will face SIT of Assam and answer many questions which we have.
Are you going to call Gaurav Gogoi's wife for questioning and him also for questioning?
I think I will not put the word question. I will seek the government of Assam, the SIT will seek her cooperation, because till now our FIR is against Ali Tokir Sheikh. We have not made her a name accused because we believe that both Mr. and Mrs. Gogoi will cooperate with Assam police. They will disclose their travel itinerary to Pakistan, because being a British citizen, we can only track whenever she visited from Port of India. Now, but we cannot track if she has visited
Mr. Sharma,
from UK and all.
Mr. Sharma,
so we need her best cooperation.
Yes. What was her role? She's a British citizen.
The person has been invited by the CDKN networks, and even Ali Tokir Sheikh, who is frequently, you can see his tweets, he was also invited in that CDK network.
This is sensational. This is sensational.
And in that CDK network, still today, Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi is working. So who is facilitating? And there was lot of visits during that point of time of Mrs. Gogoi, something between Islamabad and New Delhi. So all these questions I am not accusing. These are matter of facts. We have solid information about those facts. So we have to ask her. If he said that, no, brother, all these things because of my climate activity, nothing to do with political, I am fine. But only then you will ask that why the person who is involved in the climate activity also raised anti-India question, anti-India tweets, and all the time tag Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi.
Yeah. One more point. You have said that people invited by her have visited sensitive locations.
I will rather say that people invited by CDKN, and she is at that point of time working in CDKN network in Pakistan. So obviously all those recommendations, whom to call, whom to not call, has to come from Lead Pakistan, and at that point of time, Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi was working in Lead Pakistan.
And they visited sensitive locations, like what kind of sensitive locations?
I have some information about those people who they have gone, they have not gone. We have to find out details. But we have information that Srimati Gogoi has shunted between Islamabad and New Delhi at those point of time. Normally, you do not get visa to visits frequently between Pakistan and India. At that point of time, how establishment has facilitated such frequent coming and going, all this has to be answered.
You have directed the police to register a case against Pakistani national Ali Taqir Sheikh for his activities. Is he an ISI agent, as has been suggested by some reports?
No, Ali Taqir Sheikh is working very closely with Pakistani establishment. He is if you Google him, he is a very important person in Pakistan in the guise of climate action. But if you go through his tweets timeline, you will see all the anti-India narrative, very, very vicious anti-India narrative. So my question is that Srimati Gogoi has worked under Ali Taqir. And Ali Taqir has in various occasions, at least one occasion I know, that tweets tagged Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi even after Srimati Gogoi shifted her location from Pakistan to India. So, and there was no rebuttal from Srimati Gogoi that please do not tag me in all these things because we have to work only for climates, not for political things. So those questions raise a genuine suspicion on our mind about Ali Taqir, and that all these things can be only revealed to only we will be able to tell you more if Srimati Gogoi cooperates with police. Because we have not made her accused, but certainly we want her to be witness. We want to strengthen the case against Ali Taqir, and we want best possible cooperation from Srimati Elizabeth.
So you are not ruling out questioning Gaurav Gogoi or SIT questioning Elizabeth?
You see, Gaurav is a brother, and I do not want to see immediately. I think that he might be in a grip because otherwise the way he has today answered that it is customary for member of parliament to visit different embassy. You are not visiting Singapore embassy. You are not visiting Bhutanese embassy. You are visiting Pakistan embassy. The more Gaurav Gogoi wants to give us a generalized kind of statement that it is customary for MP to visit Pakistan MP, have a Pakistan embassy. Has Rahul Gandhi visited Pakistan embassy ever? Is it a customary for Congress to visit Pakistan embassy?
Okay.
I think all these questions he needs to answer. And why you have taken young Indian youths who are, you should imbibe the spirit of nationalism. When at that point of time you remember, prior to that visit, civilians were killed in Jammu Kashmir at the behest of Pakistan. No prudent member of parliament will take 50 youths.
You have said, actually, Mr. Himantada, now too many calls are lined up. You know, the problem with getting you on air is everybody across the country wants to talk to you about this. This whole entire news report is not limited to Assam right now. It's a national controversy.
Yes.
Are you suggesting she's a Pakistan agent?
No, look, I am nobody to suggest. It is for inquiry, but yes, the person under whom she worked, he is a hardcore anti-India person. So now you have worked on the guise of a climate action. But if that guy is a climate action activist, then why he is commenting on Assam? Why he is commenting on India? And in a very provocative way, and then tagging you. So we want to know about that Taqir Sheikh from Srimati Elizabeth Gogoi.
When are you calling her?
Also, we want to know the reason of her frequent visits during those periods. And also, of course, there are some other information, but I don't want to go personally.
What other information? You have more information about her activities?
Which citizenship she wants to have, which religion she wants to continue.
Which citizenship does she want to have? She's a British citizen.
Those are her personal matters. We don't want to go to that. We are strictly confined into the national security. We want to know if she or he doesn't give answer.
Congress is threatening to file defamation, sue you and your government.
I'll be most happy if he goes for a defamation. then I will have right to file a counter affidavit. Then a neutral and judicious view will be taken by judiciary. So I am not saying anything which is not on record.
Okay, put the question on it.
Today, if he is not answering before Republic why he has gone to Pakistan embassy, at least he will reply that before a court of law. That is why when Mr. Jairam Ramesh says that legal action will be taken, when Gaurav Gogoi said he will file a defamation, I think this is what I want to happen in next.
Okay, keep in mind, he is very smart. He says, I'm not after Gaurav Gogoi. I think he's a brother, but the poor fellow is a victim. We'll try and get Gaurav Gogoi, and maybe one day we'll get both of them together. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for joining us tonight. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen.
And with that, viewers, we slip into a very quick break. Stay tuned. Coming up with some international news after the break. Delta Airlines plane crashes at Toronto's Pearson Airport. 18 people injured.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
जैसा कि हमें डायरेक्शन हाईएस्ट लेवल से मिला है, यमुना को हम 3 साल में साफ करेंगे। 2027 से पहले साफ करने की कोशिश करेंगे। उसमें कोई भी लैक्सिटी नहीं होगी और ना ही कोई टाइमलाइन ब्रीच होगा। 3 साल के अंदर अंदर यमुना को हम साफ करेंगे। हमें 3-4 काम करने होंगे इसके लिए। एक तो जो आप अभी देख रहे हैं 7 बड़ी मशीनें लगी हुई हैं, जो यमुना में जितना भी सॉलिड वेस्ट है, कचरा हो गया, सामान हो गए, पूजा सामग्रियां हो गई, वीड्स निकल आए हैं, जंगल निकल आए हैं, जलकुंभियां हैं, उनको निकाल रही हैं, बाहर कर रही हैं। ये कुछ हफ्ते और महीने तक चलेगा ये काम। पैरेलली जो है हमारे सारे STP जो रुके पड़े थे या किसी वजह से वो अच्छे ढंग से काम नहीं कर रहे थे, उनको रिबूट करके और जितने भी नए STP हैं उनको 2026 के अंत तक कंप्लीट करने का हमारा टारगेट है। साथ ही साथ जो इंडस्ट्रियल एफ्लुएंट यमुना में बढ़ के आता है, उसको रोकने के लिए ठोस कदम उठाए जाएंगे। दिल्ली पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड, इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट और MCD मिलकर काम करेंगे। और जहां भी इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट्स ने ये नहीं लगाए हैं और उसके साथ केमिकल्स वो नालियों में फेंक रहे हैं जो अल्टीमेटली बह के यमुना में आ रहा है, उसको रोकने की उचित प्रबंध किए जाएंगे। अन्यथा उस इंडस्ट्री को बंद होना पड़ेगा। जहां भी इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट हैं उनके CETP ठीक ढंग से काम करें, उसको भी सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा। तो कई ठोस कदम उठाए जाएंगे।
Very good morning, viewers, and welcome back to Republic TV Live this morning. Now we're getting in a breaking news coming in from Toronto, where a Delta Airlines plane has crash landed at the Pearson Airport. Now 18 people, including a child, are said to be injured in the crash. 3 of these people are in a critical condition. Now the Delta Airlines, in a statement, has said that the aircraft had 76
passengers and 4 crew members on board. Multiple people have sustained injuries after the plane crash. Let's go across to Shivangi, my colleague, who's joining us live from the newsroom here in Republic. Shivangi, a very good morning to you. What reasons are being suspected behind the crash landing of the Delta Airlines plane? Is it because of the weather, or are more reasons being cited?
That is right. First let's take our viewers to the latest coming in. The latest news that we have for our viewers is that all 80 aboard the Delta flight have survived after the jet has flipped upon arrival in Toronto. And these are the pictures that you're getting for our viewers on your screen about how that the plane looked like. Absolutely, flipped. Passengers say that the passengers were hanging like bats when that plane had flipped. Now, let's talk a little bit more about exactly what is happening right now. The CEO of the Greater Toronto Airports has said that we are grateful that there was no loss of life and there were very, very less minor injuries. That's what we're coming to know. And we're also coming to know that there was definitely a lot of snow that time, even though the probe will continue in this case. But you can see those pictures coming in as well, where there's a lot of snow on the ground. Snow was being blown by winds gusting to 40 miles per hour when the flight from Minneapolis carrying 76 passengers and 4 crew attempted to land on a dry runway at around 2:15 p.m. Authorities said the cause of the crash should remain under investigation. Handing it back to you, Kriti, we will be tracking the story very closely.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Shivangi, for joining us with those details. For now, viewers, the visuals of the crash of the Delta Airlines plane are on your screens. With that, we slip into a very quick break. And the US President Donald Trump has announced a reciprocal tariffs. We bring you more details on that. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Director, the taste of success.
US President Donald Trump unveils a trade policy with reciprocal tariffs for fairness. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky to skip peace talks with Russia mediated by the US in UAE. Syrian security forces in Syria arrest 3 men in connection with genocide that took place in Damascus. Plane with 80 on board flips upside down at Toronto airport, 18 injured. And viewers, we're now cutting across to breaking news coming in from the United States, where President Donald Trump has outlined a new trade policy focused on fairness and reciprocity. And he said that the US would implement reciprocal tariffs, charging other countries the same tariffs that they impose on American goods. Trump emphasized that this approach would address unfair trade practices, including non-monetary barriers, subsidies and VAT systems, while encouraging foreign countries to either reduce or eliminate tariffs against the US. And with that, viewers, we now move on. In a rare event, North Korean state media released a footage of dictator Kim Jong-un, who was inaugurating a housing project in the capital city to mark the birth anniversary of his father, Kim Jong-il. The day is also reserved as a state holiday in the country, termed as the Day of the Shining Star. Watch our report to know more.
A major celebratory day in North Korea. Kim Jong-un marked the birth anniversary of his father, Kim Jong-il. Referred as the Day of the Shining Star, Kim Jong visited Kumsusan Palace of the Sun in Pyongyang to pay homage to his father. Kim Jong also attended a groundbreaking ceremony for new apartment construction in Pyongyang to mark the day. Watch the visuals released by the North Korean state media. Initiated in the suburbs of the capital city, the project is part of a push to build 50,000 new apartments within the next 5 years.
올해의 1만 세대 건설 사업으로서 당 대회 이후 강력하게 실행되어 온 평양시 5만 세대 살림집 건설이 마침내 완결 단계에 들어서게 됩니다.
The project is said to be called the Hwasong District, and already a lot of new apartment blocks have been put up in the previous phases of the high-speed construction. While the feasibility of the project has been questioned by analysts for the sanction-ridden and poverty-stricken country, state media KCNA reported the news a day later after the event happened.
And the next report was Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky on Monday said that Kyiv was not informed of upcoming talks between Russia and the US, adding that Ukraine would not recognize any agreement made without its participation. Here's the report.
As the US and Russia have confirmed that their top delegations will meet in Saudi Arabia to negotiate peace talks to end Russia-Ukraine war, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced that Ukraine will not participate in the talks with US officials and Russia.
Україна не братиме, Україна про це нічого не знала, а Україна розцінює будь-які переговори про Україну без України як які не мають результату, і ми не можемо визнавати будь-які речі або будь-які домовленості про нас без нас. І ми не будемо такі домовленості визнавати. Напевно, там є двосторонній трек України, і вони мають на це, я маю на увазі Сполучені Штати, мають на це право, якщо у них є двосторонні питання, і якщо чесно, вони і до цього про це говорили, тільки тепер стали публічно говорити.
Meanwhile, the Kremlin said that top Russian officials will hold talks with US counterparts on restoring ties, negotiating a peaceful settlement to the war. The talks follow last week's telephone call between Trump and Putin to begin peace negotiations to end Russia-Ukraine conflict. Zelensky said he would travel to Turkey on Monday and to Saudi Arabia on Wednesday. But that his trip to the Arab nations was unrelated to planned US-Russia talks.
Up next was the United Arab Emirates kicked off an international weapons exhibition in its capital Abu Dhabi, where both Russia and Ukraine displayed their prowess. With Zelensky's meet with the leader of the UAE, it remains to be seen if a deal can be negotiated between Russia and Ukraine, as the location remains crucial for peace talks. Take a look.
The United Arab Emirates kicked off an international weapons fair in capital Abu Dhabi with the participation of 1,800 experts and specialists in the military industry. In the exhibition, both Russia and Ukraine displayed their show of strength with arms and drone put on show. Ukrainian Foreign Minister praised the quality of their arms and drones, which they tested at the battlefield despite being at war. He even announced launching of new disruptive products in the markets focused on advanced technology as the war continues.
Our capacity now, we could produce 4 million drones per year, despite the war. And you see, we have such an asset, such an advantage, that we could test these drones or our products immediately at the battlefield. So that's why they are really of the high quality. So I'm really proud as a minister of the country which is in war to visit, you see, exposition of Ukrainian producers. They are really great, and it is our contribution in world stability and transatlantic security.
The exhibition comes at a time when momentum for peace talks to end Moscow's war is also growing. Zelensky met with the leader of the United Arab Emirates, while Trump last week had a phone call with Putin where they discussed on meeting each other to discuss way out of the conflict. UAE remains a crucial site for peace talks as large population of Russian and Ukrainian expatriates flooded the country since the war began, and Emirates work on prisoner exchanges in the past. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is also leading a delegation to Saudi Arabia this week for direct talks with Russia over the war. With all efforts going on to end the war, can a deal be brokered in UAE, being a crucial site for peace talks?
And our next report on this show is on Syrian security forces that arrested 3 men in connection with the genocide that took place in Damascus after country's 13-year civil war began. In the massacre, about 500 people lost their lives, making it one of the deadliest in Syria. Take a look.
Security forces in Syria arrested 3 people involved in the execution of hundreds of civilians in Damascus after the country's 13-year civil war began. Dozens of police and security trucks lined the streets of Tadamon, a Damascus suburb, where they carried out the arrests in the same streets that once bore witness to mass executions. Masked rifle-wielding men moved through hollowed-out buildings, remnants of a war that turned the district into a front line between government forces and opposition fighters.
نحن بعد المتابعة وإيقاف توقيف أحد الأشخاص المتورطين بمجزرة التضامن، وبعد التحقيقات الأولية تم الاعتراف على عدة أشخاص ما زالوا متواجدين في حي التضامن. قمنا صباح اليوم بتحريك الدوريات واعتقال الأشخاص المشتبه بهم لإحالتهم إلى التحقيق.
The brutality unfolded when members of Syria's notorious military intelligence led a line of about 40 blindfolded prisoners with their hands tied behind their backs and shot them into an abandoned building in Talamon. After executing them one after the other, they would blow up buildings over their heads, crossing all boundaries of mercy.
بداية قام بالاعتراف على عدة مجازر بأوقات متفرقة في حي التضامن، حيث كانوا يحضرون الموقوفين على حواجز الأمن والأفرع الأمنية وجرهم إلى أماكن في حي التضامن ثم القيام بتصفيتهم ميدانيا وبعد هذا يقومون بتفجير الأبنية فوق رؤوسهم.
About 500 people were killed in batches, marking one of the deadly massacres of Syria.
حسب الأقوال الحالية أنهم قاموا بإعدام أكثر من 500 شخص ولكن على دفعات وليس بمجزرة واحدة يعني، ولكن تم تسريب مقطع فيديو واحد لمجزرة هي إحدى المجازر التي فقط تم تسريبها يعني.
Since Assad's ouster, Syrian security forces have been tracking down and arresting remnants of the former government and military across the country.
Alright viewers, let's take a quick check of some stories from the business world. On Monday, the SEBI relaxed the rules for investment advisors and research analysts. Henceforth, they can confirm the most important terms and conditions with existing clients via email instead of needing a physical agreement. The MITC for IAs, developed by the Industry Standards Forum with inputs from SEBI and the Investment Advisor Administration and Supervisory Body, includes rules on advisory fee, risk profiling and restrictions on guaranteed returns. The National Payments Corporation of India has made important changes to the FASTag system, which came into effect on Monday. The changes include easy toll transactions, curb fraud and enhanced traffic movement at toll booths across the country, with tighter restrictions on blacklisted and low-balance FASTags. Vehicle owners must keep themselves updated to avoid any penalties and halts in their journey. Warren Buffett's multinational company Berkshire Hathaway has been reducing its stake and bets on Bank of America in the last final months, while also keeping a stake in Apple intact. While his stake in Apple is currently intact, there had been a reduction earlier. The conglomerate, headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska, cut its stake in Bank of America to 8.9% in the fourth quarter after selling 117.5 million shares. A regulatory filing on Friday showed. Now, the executives of the bank and its stakeholders have waited for months for the update after Berkshire's prior sales left it with less than 10% and freed it from a requirement to disclose transactions. Zomato on Monday introduced Nugget, an AI-powered no-code customer support platform that promises to make handling customer queries efficient. In his post, Goel said that Nugget is designed to make scaling support easy for businesses of all sizes. Having been developed over 3 years as an internal tool, it now powers over 15 million support interactions per month across Zomato, Blinkit and Hyperpure. SBI Mutual Fund, in collaboration with Paytm and State Bank of India, has launched a micro-systematic investment plan starting from 250 rupees under the Jan Nivesh SIP scheme. Speaking at the launch, the Securities and Exchange Board of India's chairperson Madhavi Puri Butch said that small ticket investments remain an anomaly for global peers as foreign investors struggle to grasp how a 250 rupees or $3 monthly SIP can be viable. And taking a quick commercial break now, viewers, ahead of Champions Trophy 2025, Pakistan resorts to cheap tactics. We will tell you more on that after this break. Stay tuned.
استهداف سيارة. سيارة استهداف سيارة.
Welcome back, viewers. Now let's tell you that the Pakistan Cricket Board has made the decision not to showcase the Indian flag at Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium in the lead up to the ICC Champions Trophy. Traditionally, flags of all participating nations are displayed at host venues before major international tournaments. However, reports indicate that PCB has opted against including India's flag at the stadium. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
The Pakistan Cricket Board have chosen to not display the Indian flag in Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium ahead of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. There are 8 teams participating in the upcoming Champions Trophy 2025, including the Indian cricket team. Hence, it was expected that their flag, like the flag of the other 7 countries, would be on display. But this is the case not just in the Gaddafi Stadium, but even at the National Stadium in Karachi, the Indian flag was nowhere to be seen. This is just the latest issue that has cropped up in the build-up to the marquee ICC event. The tournament was shifted to the hybrid model on India's insistence, as the BCCI did not want to send the Indian players to the nation over security concerns. Pakistan's continuous delays in getting the stadiums ready for the event and the subsequent cancellation of the opening ceremony also did not help their public image. And even on the cricket field, there have been a number of issues that have shown the spotlight on Pakistan's poor preparations. Firstly, New Zealand cricketer Rachin Ravindra suffered a nasty head injury while attempting a catch during an ODI Tri-Series game against Pakistan in Lahore. Many felt the stadium's faulty floodlights played a part in the injury, as Ravindra seemed unaware of the ball's trajectory before he was struck on the head. Then a video went viral where a number of fans were seen looking to illegally enter the National Stadium in Karachi, which is a serious breach of security. To then make things worse, another incident took place at Karachi that saw a man arrested for trying to enter the stadium using a fake accreditation card. He was posing as a media person and had fake ICC and PCB accreditation cards. He has been arrested and is being questioned at the area police station to find out where he got the fake cards made and why he was using them, an official told PTI. There was also speculation over whether or not Indian captain Rohit Sharma would travel to Pakistan for the opening ceremony and the captain's photo op, but both events were subsequently called off. An opening ceremony was never announced either by the ICC or the PCB, a source close to the developments was quoted as saying in media reports. The onus is now on the Pakistan Cricket Board to deliver a well-managed ICC tournament to become an emerging spot for such events in the future. The tournament will get underway on February 19 when Pakistan face New Zealand, but the controversies in the build-up have been never-ending for the hosts and should lead to major questions being raised for such events even being held in Pakistan in the future.
The fifth edition of the Khelo India Winter Games, which was set to be held in Gulmarg from February 22 to 25, has been postponed due to inadequate snowfall. An official said that a fresh assessment will be conducted once snow conditions improve and a revised schedule will be announced accordingly. Former Bangladesh opener Imrul Kayes reckons the absence of Jasprit Bumrah will provide his team an opportunity to put India's pace attack under pressure when the two teams open their Champions Trophy campaign on February 20. Neeta Ambani, the owner of the Mumbai Indians franchisee, recalls the story of how two lanky and thin boys, brothers Hardik and Krunal Pandya, first came to MI camp over a decade ago. She also recalled how the Pandya brothers survived on Maggi for 3 years.
Much more coming up. Supreme Court to hear controversial YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia's pleas against FIRs today. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Pakistan Cricket Board have chosen to not display the Indian flag in Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium ahead of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. There are 8 teams participating in the upcoming Champions Trophy 2025, including the Indian cricket team. Hence, it was expected that their flag, like the flag of the other 7 countries, would be on display. But this is the case not just in the Gaddafi Stadium, but even at the National Stadium in Karachi, the Indian flag was nowhere to be seen. This is just the latest issue that has cropped up in the build-up to the marquee ICC event. The tournament was shifted to the hybrid model on India's insistence, as the BCCI did not want to send the Indian players to the nation over security concerns. Pakistan's continuous delays in getting the stadiums ready for the event and the subsequent cancellation of the opening ceremony also did not help their public image. And even on the cricket field, there have been a number of issues that have shown the spotlight on Pakistan's poor preparations. Firstly, New Zealand cricketer Rachin Ravindra suffered a nasty head injury while attempting a catch during an ODI Tri-Series game against Pakistan in Lahore. Many felt the stadium's faulty floodlights played a part in the injury, as Ravindra seemed unaware of the ball's trajectory before he was struck on the head. Then a video went viral where a number of fans were seen looking to illegally enter the National Stadium in Karachi, which is a serious breach of security. To then make things worse, another incident took place at Karachi that saw a man arrested for trying to enter the stadium using a fake accreditation card. He was posing as a media person and had fake ICC and PCB accreditation cards. He has been arrested and is being questioned at the area police station to find out where he got the fake cards made and why he was using them, an official told PTI. There was also speculation over whether or not Indian captain Rohit Sharma would travel to Pakistan for the opening ceremony and the captain's photo op, but both events were subsequently called off. An opening ceremony was never announced either by the ICC or the PCB, a source close to the developments was quoted as saying in media reports. The onus is now on the Pakistan Cricket Board to deliver a well-managed ICC tournament to become an emerging spot for such events in the future. The tournament will get underway on February 19 when Pakistan face New Zealand, but the controversies in the build-up have been never-ending for the hosts and should lead to major questions being raised for such events even being held in Pakistan in the future.
A big shout out to all young Indians. You have the opportunity to be a part of the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. All you have to do is send us a pitch deck with less than 5 minutes and upload it on summit.republicworld.com or simply scan the barcode on your screen and follow the steps. This year, there are 9 categories you can choose from, ranging from digital economy to artificial intelligence, and the best ideas will be chosen and showcased in front of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who has agreed to be the chief guest at the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. So go ahead and send us that pitch deck.
The gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will, if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Everyone who's now listening to us, President Trump and I are working in full cooperation and coordination between us. We have a common strategy, and we can't always share the details of this strategy with the public, including when the gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Israel is determined to achieve all the war objectives we set after the horrific attack on October 7th, the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. We will eliminate Hamas's military capability and its political rule in Gaza. We will bring all our hostages home, and we will ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. The unequivocal support of the United States on Gaza will help us achieve these objectives faster and set us on a path for a different future.
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 5. Inclusive Nation Building. If you're under 30 and have a transformative idea to foster unity, drive social cohesion, or reimagine policy for an equitable future, this is your platform. Present your impact-driven idea, and you may earn the opportunity to showcase it before the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Application checklist, statement of purpose, an abstract, pitch deck, video or presentation. Application deadline is the 28th of February, the Republic Plenary Summit on the 6th of March. Visit www.summit.republicworld.com or scan to pitch.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story, Supreme Court will hear controversial YouTuber Ranveer Labadia's plea against the FIRs filed against him today. That's sort of a top story. That is the India's got latent controversy that we are tracking very closely here. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. A third-year Nepalese student and a private engineering student, Odisha, allegedly committed suicide. 2 Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. Ganesh Kumar has been named as the new Chief Election Commissioner. He will replace Rajiv Kumar, who will demit office today. Congress has raised objections to the selection of the new Chief Election Commissioner, while the law governing appointments to the position is being challenged in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is expected to hear Ranveer Labadia's petition regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him in connection with India's got latent controversy. Delta Airlines plane crashes at Toronto's Pearson Airport. 18 people, including a child, are said to be injured in that crash. Viewers, we are live and breaking, getting you the big update coming in right now. Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar, the senior of the 2 election commissioners after Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, will now succeed him. Now, as the next Chief Election Commissioner, he would be in charge of elections in 5 states. Opposition ruled Bengal, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and NDA ruled Bihar and Assam. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi opposes the appointment and filed a dissent note. So this is the big update coming in right now, viewers. New CEC has been appointed, viewers, and in connection to that, Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, took part in that meeting and urged the government to delay the appointment until Supreme Court comes to conclusion on the petitions that are challenging the appointment or process of the new CEC. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in right now here on Republic TV. And this is coming in after Ganesh Kumar is appointed the new CEC after panel with Prime Minister Modi and even Rahul Gandhi met. Ganesh Kumar, who is a 1988 batch IAS officer who retired as a secretary of the Ministry of Cooperation before being appointed as election commissioner. Last year was appointed as India's next chief election commissioner by President Draupadi Murmu in a late night announcement. And we'll go across to my colleague Akil. Akil, let's go ahead and take our viewers to latest coming in, because Rahul Gandhi's opposed this appointment after the new CEC was appointed. Late last night, we got that big news coming in. If you could take our viewers through the latest details and how we can expect the story to develop further.
Well, Shivangi, if you see what has happened, that Ganesh Kumar has been appointed as new CEC. Earlier, what we have seen that the petition has been filed in connection with the matter in the Supreme Court, and that petition is going to be heard on February 19th. So what has happened that 2 days back, because if you see Rajiv Kumar, who was a previous CEC, his term expired on February 17th, and then what we have seen that the panel which basically selects the CEC, earlier it used to be Chief Justice of India used to be the part of that panel, but a law has been amended, and in that once the law has been amended, the CJI, Chief Justice of India, has been removed from that panel. For that, a petition has been filed in that regard. So at this point in time, a new CEC has been finalized, and Ganesh Kumar is going to be the next CEC. So at this point in time, Congress has raised objection in this, because earlier what we have seen that Rahul Gandhi has further said that the process is a very rigmarole process in that regard. And K.C. Venugopal, who is General Secretary in the Congress, has posted on X saying this goes against the spirit of our Constitution and what has been reiterated by the Supreme Court in many cases for the electoral process of to have sanctity, the CEC must be an impartial stakeholder. This is what KC Venugopal, senior Congress leader, has tweeted in this regard. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Akhil, I'll come back to you. New CEC appointed. We're expecting much more developments on that front. But I have to go ahead right now, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. One more big story that we are tracking here today is what is happening after tensions have erupted on the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology campus in Odisha after a third-year student from Nepal was found dead in her hostel room. B.Tech student died by suicide. A family claims that she was being blackmailed by another student of the university. Police have arrested the accused. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Police, I repeat, the big update in the story is the police have arrested the accused. Now this story has really it's making the headlines right now. And I'll just take our viewers through the background. A Nepali student allegedly died by suicide in a hostel, leading to tensions inside the private institution. And this is coming in after there were a lot of protests from the campus. A Nepalese student was studying at KIIT in Odisha, allegedly died by suicide in a hostel room. And the suicide has sparked tensions on campus. Many Nepalese students were reportedly asked to leave from the hostel by the KIIT authorities. But the latest coming in, the prime suspect has been arrested in this case. The picture of it on the left hand of your screen. Let's go and play out the reactions.
मैं इस बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन हमें जो रिपोर्ट दी गई है वो जो छात्रा है उनकी कजिन ने ही दिया है और हमारी रिपोर्ट में उनके लिए उसके सुसाइड के लिए एक जिम्मेदार एक लड़के को बताया गया और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ओपन है। इसमें जो भी तथ्य आएगा, जो भी आदमी दोषी होगा, एक अभियुक्त के खिलाफ आया, उसको राउंड अप किया गया। अगर कोई भी आदमी दोषी पाया जाता है तो उसके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर स्थिति क्या है अभी?
शांति है।
तो पुलिस तैनात किया गया है?
पुलिस कल थी, आज भी पुलिस है वहाँ पर।
One of our third-year B.Tech student from Nepal, she attempted suicide yesterday, and immediately when we informed, we sent her to medical, and then we informed the police, and police is doing the investigation and all those things. And all her few friends, Nepali friends, when they listen, they do some agitations, and then the university authorities inform them, and university authority discussed with them. After discussion, it's normalized, and they also understand the situation, and then they have gone back to their home.
And this thing was supposed to be the last thing to happen to government of Odisha. The law and order situation of the state is deteriorating since last 4 months. And now the incident you are talking about, which has happened, is very sad. That an international student, a student from Nepal, who was staying in Bhubaneswar, she committed suicide. Now it has to be seen by the police and investigated why she committed suicide, or was it something else?
देखिए, वो जो गर्ल स्टूडेंट है उसका सुसाइड होने के बाद तुरंत ही हमने उसको अरेस्ट करवाया। जो एक्यूज्ड है उसको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया और गर्ल स्टूडेंट का जो भी अपनी निजी सामान है, लैपटॉप से लेकर नोटबुक तक और मोबाइल से लेकर और दूसरा सामान को पुलिस सीज करके उसके ऊपर इंक्वायरी कर रहा है। और जितने भी ये जो यूनिवर्सिटी वाले जो साइन डाई का नोटिस किए थे सिर्फ नेपाली बच्चों के लिए, ये सही नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट इंटरवीन करके उसको हम रिटर्न किए हैं। उसके बाद यूनिवर्सिटी एक अपील किया है, जो बच्चे बाहर हैं, जो बच्चे कैंपस के बाहर हैं, उन लोगों को अपील किए हैं और रिटर्न आने के लिए। और गवर्नमेंट भी रेगुलर इस मामले पर कॉलेज अथॉरिटी, यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी के साथ बात कर रहा है।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Riyanka is joining us live on the story. Riyanka, you know, there has been a big update in the story where we see that the prime accused has now been gone ahead and has been arrested by the police. But we also can tell our viewers, Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli had also intervened, expressing concerns, a lot of tensions on that campus at KIIT. Take our viewers through the latest coming in.
Well, Shivangi, a very, very unfortunate incident took place in KIIT, a very famous institute which is in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, where a Nepali student, in fact, had committed suicide on the 16th, that is Sunday night. And this is coming in after alleged harassment from a male friend of hers who has now been nabbed by the police in Odisha. And in fact, he was produced in the court as well. After that, the court has given him a judicial custody, sent him to a judicial custody. On the other hand, what we saw that there was massive protest that broke out in KIIT yesterday, where a number of students were constantly demanding for justice. In fact, latest that came in yesterday as well, where the students, the Nepali students in the KIT University were asked to leave the premises. And after there was a lot of uproar from several student unions, the KIIT had issued another notification appealing those Nepali students that they had once during the day asked to leave the university, appealing them to come back to the university. So there was a lot of contradiction that was seen from the side of Kalinga Institute. On the other hand, what we will be expecting today is the post-mortem of the student who had committed suicide. Her parents from Nepal have already reached Bhubaneswar, is what we are getting to know. And the post-mortem is supposed to happen at AIIMS, Odisha at around 11:30 am. So that is the latest update we are getting. On the other hand, the protests had continued for a very, very long time. In fact, we had seen the staff of KIIT, few of the staff who were involved in harassing the Nepali students, asking them to leave. Those two staffers have also been expelled from the university after massive uproar. So a lot of development, a lot of heat, which is undergoing in one of the top universities in Odisha. So we'll have to wait and see what happens next. For now, what we can understand today that the post-mortem will be happening at around 11:30 am at AIIMS, Odisha.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. Riyanka, I'll be coming back to you as we track this story. We're going to move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more updates that we are tracking. In a rare gesture of friendliness, PM Modi received the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, from the New Delhi airport personally. And now the Emir, who is on a 2-day state visit to India, is set to hold a bilateral meet with PM Modi and meet President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Watch our report to know more on this.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, at New Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport. In a rare gesture, Prime Minister Modi went to the airport to receive the Emir and his delegation personally, who is on a 2-day state visit to India till the 18th of February. The two leaders were seen holding hands and sharing a warm embrace as Prime Minister Modi greeted him. Later in the day, External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar also met with the Emir. The Emir, who is visiting India for the second time after a decade, will be accorded with a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan tomorrow, where he is also set to meet President Draupadi Murmu. From security to trade, the Emir of Qatar will be holding bilateral talks with Prime Minister Modi over a range of issues. India and Qatar have long held cordial ties, deep-rooted in mutual trust and respect, with Qatar having one of the largest expatriate Indian communities.
We're getting some big breaking updates coming in, viewers. Security forces have successfully recovered an improvised explosive device. This happened in Shopian, Zainapura, Shopian, and the device suspected to be a pressure cooker bomb was discovered during a routine surveillance by a joint team of the Central Reserve Police Force and the Army's Rashtriya Rifles. Upon identifying the suspicious device, traffic in the area was halted and a bomb disposal squad was called in to safely defuse the IED. Officials confirmed that the device was successfully neutralized without any harm to the public. So we are coming to know that it was a pressure cooker fitted IED which has been recovered, and the bomb disposal squad has been called in. This is the update coming in all the way from Shopia, viewers. And according to what we have come to know about this, this was a IED which was discovered in Shopia, and is suspected to be a pressure cooker bomb, was discovered during a routine surveillance by a joint team of the Central Reserve Police Force and the Army's Rashtriya Rifles. All right, getting some more breaking updates coming in, viewers. And according to the big update, another suspicious object, I repeat, one more suspicious object has been found in Pulwama, and it is also suspected to be an IED. It has been spotted in Pulwama, South Kashmir's Pulwama district. So back-to-back updates coming in. Two suspicious objects found back-to-back. One in Shopia, second one in Pulwama, and the suspicious object is very likely to be an IED. Now, these are pictures also coming in from earlier today from Pulwama, as a suspicious object has been found this time in Pulwama, which could be an IED. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us, Zina, joining us live here on Republic. And Zina, two back-to-back suspicious objects have been found. One, we told our viewers, was in Shopia, a pressure cooker bomb, apparently, according to what it looks like. And the second one in Pulwama, once again, suspected to be an IED. Please take our viewers through the latest coming in.
See, these are the two suspected objects that have been found in the South Kashmir zone. In fact, one comes from the Zanpora Shopian, again known for the encounters and the anti-terror operation, and the another is some 20 to 30 kilometers from Shopian, where it is Pulwama. This is the Tral, Noida area, where the suspected objects have been recovered, and we see the joint forces have rushed to the place, to the spot where it has been found, and if at all it is an IED, it will be destroyed. You can say that if at all it is an IED, a major tragedy once again has been averted by the joint forces, because this is a patrolling party that was on the patrol since morning, and they are out usually with their different kind of modern equipment to search and scan the area and to scan those roads that are usually used for the traffic movement. And the object today was found, one in the Shopian and another in the Pulwama, for which the forces have been rushed, although at both the places the objects have not been destroyed as yet. But yes, as we see that winter is shedding its leaves from the wings now, and we are approaching towards the spring, and the security agencies have already given an alert about the kind of activities, the anti-terror activities that will pick up again in the Kashmir Valley. Whether that will pick up or not, that the time will only tell. But we see that the synergy in the forces that had been back-to-back meetings recently. One was chaired by the Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi, and then LG Manoj Sinha also chaired one of the meetings in the Kashmir, and then in Jammu, then there was a meeting with the BSF chief in Delhi or with the Home Minister. So all these things, that tells you that the forces, the joint forces that work on the ground in the Jammu and Kashmir are alert, and whenever any kind of the object or the explosive material is found that can cause a damage to the public or to the forces, immediately the area is seized, and whatever the object or the explosive is found, that is destroyed. So this is an indication where you see that the terrorists try to disrupt the ground in the valley, where they carry these kind of activities to gain also the attention of the security forces, to give an indication that their movement is very much there in the ground. We have seen in the past also the kind of anti-terror operations that have been carried in the South Kashmir, whether it was in Anantnag or in Kulgam, or the one that recently took place in Srinagar after a long time, tells you the story of the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley, and also the terrorists that were neutralized in the valley, particularly in recently we have seen in the Kulgam, where a retired TS soldier was killed along with his family, was injured in the Kulgam. All this is coming at a time when the forces are bracing for the upcoming spring preparations to deal with the anti-terror operations in the Kashmir Valley.
All right, thank you for getting those details. Zinat, I will be coming back to you as we keep getting the latest on the story. Two suspicious objects found, one in Pulwama and one, viewers, in Shopia. Taking a short break, but do not go anywhere, viewers. We are live and breaking. Much more coming up on the other side. We put a focus on the India's Got Latent controversy. Supreme Court is going to be hearing the pleas of Ranveer and Abadia regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him in connection with India's got latent controversy. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
The gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will, if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Everyone who's now listening to us, President Trump and I are working in full cooperation and coordination between us. We have a common strategy, and we can't always share the details of this strategy with the public, including when the gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Israel is determined to achieve all the war objectives we set after the horrific attack on October 7th, the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. We will eliminate Hamas's military capability and its political rule in Gaza. We will bring all our hostages home, and we will ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. The unequivocal support of the United States on Gaza will help us achieve these objectives faster and set us on a path for a different future. We also discussed the situation in Syria after the collapse of Assad's regime, a collapse that was made possible by Israel's weakening of Iran's terror axis, especially the weakening of Hezbollah and the removal of Nasrallah. For over a decade before October 7th, Israel acted to prevent Iran from developing new terror fronts against us in Syria, right opposite the Golan Heights and deeper in Syria. And we conducted hundreds of airstrikes, perhaps 1,000.
A major controversy has erupted over this US aid's funding to Indian NGOs after it was revealed that key entities received foreign aid have been redacted from public records. Watch our report for more.
Republic has accessed exclusive US aid files that show over rupees 300 crore was disbursed to Indian NGOs, with one single entity receiving 107 crores under the category of democratic participation. In a move that has raised eyebrows, US aid has now redacted or censored key details from its online data, fueling speculation over transparency. A significant portion of the rupees 300 crore funding was sent in 2020, raising questions over the timing and intent behind these transactions.
This entire thing till just a few years ago was run entirely by USAID. They decided the surveys, they decided the analysis, and they basically, on the basis of what their survey and analysis was, a lot of the policies were made. Now, you know that I'm actually a financial markets economist, so I actually didn't even know all of this till thanks to COVID, I began to look into health data, and I was shocked that, when I discovered that our entire health data collecting system is run by a foreign agency and they are doing whatever they want. So this is how I came to it. And so as a result of some of the noise that I made and the late Vivek Debroy also made, so finally we have gotten rid of US aid from NHS, and the latest round that is currently being done is being done by the Indian government.
The panic move by USAID to hide recipient details has triggered demands for a closer investigation into foreign funding of NGOs operating in India. As questions mount, will USAID come clean on why it chose to redact these entities? The mystery continues to deepen, and Republic continues to track all the latest developments.
So coming up, viewers, a third-year Nepalese student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly committed suicide. 2 Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
बज के 35 मिनट पर मुझे ऐसा आवाज़ हुआ कि जैसे किसी ने कोई पूरी बिल्डिंग जोर से हिल गई हो। जब मैं उठ करके बेड पर बैठा तो मैंने देखा कि ऊपर का पंखा हिल रहा था और मुझे फिर मैं कमरे से बाहर आया। मैंने देखा कि झूमर जो बाहर वाला हॉल वाला झूमर था वो हिल रहा था।
ऐसे हिला के निकल गया वो, ऐसे हिला के निकल गया। हमारे ट्रेमर्स तो रहते हैं ना जब 5 बजे उल्टी की कितना बचा है? कितना बचा है?
coming in. A third-year Nepalese student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly committed suicide. 2 Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. Ganesh Kumar has been named as a new Chief Election Commissioner. He will replace Rajiv Kumar, who will demit office today. Congress has raised objections to the selection of the new Chief Election Commissioner, while the law governing appointments to the position is being challenged in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is expected to hear Amir Alabadia's petition regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him in connection with India's got latent controversy. Delta Airlines plane crashes at Toronto's Pearson Airport. 18 people, including a child, are said to be injured in the crash. Viewers, we'll now be breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Tensions erupted on the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology campus in Odisha after a third-year student from Nepal was found dead in a hostel room. And we're getting some more updates coming in right now on this. Where the B.Tech student died by suicide, her family claims that she was being blackmailed by another student of the university. Police have now, I repeat, police have now arrested the accused, the prime accused in this case already. So this is a big update that we have got for our viewers on Republic TV here. On the left hand of your screen, you can see this is the accused who has now been the prime suspect who has now been arrested. And the right hand of your screen shows the tensions, the protests at the KIIT campus, which has been happening for a while now. Now this is the prime accused who has been arrested, and this prime accused is the male friend of the victim was arrested. And we're also coming to know that the court is sending the prime suspect Advik Srivastava to judicial custody. So this is the big update coming in right now. A couple of new updates on the story. Now, remember that tensions have escalated. Tensions and chaos erupted at Odisha's KIIT University after a student was found dead in the hostel. This happened on Sunday evening. Right now, as the probe continues, there is preliminary information suggesting that she died by suicide. The deceased has been identified as a third-year B.Tech student from Nepal. I want to go ahead and play out the reactions we're getting on the story.
मैं इस बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन हमें जो रिपोर्ट दी गई है वो जो छात्रा है उनकी कजिन ने ही दिया है, और हमारी रिपोर्ट में उनके लिए उसके सुसाइड के लिए एक जिम्मेदार एक लड़के को बताया गया। और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ओपन है, इसमें जो भी तथ्य आएगा, जो भी आदमी दोषी होगा, एक अभियुक्त के खिलाफ आया, उसको राउंड अप किया गया। अगर कोई भी आदमी दोषी पाया जाता है तो उसके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर स्थिति क्या है अभी?
शांति है।
तो पुलिस तैनात किया गया है?
पुलिस कल थी, आज भी पुलिस है वहाँ पर।
One of our third-year B.Tech student from Nepal, she attempted suicide yesterday, and immediately when we informed, we sent her to medical, and then we informed the police, and police is doing the investigation and all those things. And all her few friends, Nepali friends, when they listen, they do some agitations, and then the university authorities informed them, and university authority discussed with them. After discussion, it's normalized, and they also understand the situation, and then they have gone back to their home.
And this thing was supposed to be the last thing to happen to government of Odisha. The law and order situation of the state is deteriorating since last 4 months. And now the incident you are talking about, which has happened, is very sad. That an international student, a student from Nepal, who was staying in Bhubaneswar, she committed suicide. Now it has to be seen by the police and investigated why she committed suicide. or was it something else?
देखिए वो जो गर्ल स्टूडेंट है उसका सुसाइड होने के बाद तुरंत ही हमने उसको अरेस्ट करवाया। जो एक्यूज्ड है उसको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया और गर्ल स्टूडेंट का जो भी अपनी निजी सामान है, लैपटॉप से लेकर नोटबुक तक और मोबाइल से लेकर और दूसरा सामान को पुलिस सीज करके उसके ऊपर इंक्वायरी कर रहा है। और जितने भी ये जो यूनिवर्सिटी वाले जो साइन डाई का नोटिस किए थे सिर्फ नेपाली बच्चों के लिए, ये सही नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट इंटरवीन करके उसको हम रिटर्न किए हैं। उसके बाद यूनिवर्सिटी एक अपील किया है, जो बच्चे बाहर हैं, जो बच्चे कैंपस के बाहर हैं, उन लोगों को अपील किए हैं और रिटर्न आने के लिए। और गवर्नमेंट भी रेगुलर इस मामले पर कॉलेज अथॉरिटी, यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी के साथ बात कर रहा है।
This thing was supposed to be the last thing to happen to government of Odisha. The law and order situation of the state is deteriorating since last 4 months. And now the incident you are talking about, which has happened, is very sad that an international student, a student from Nepal, who was staying in Bhubaneswar, she committed suicide. Now it has to be seen by the police and investigated why she committed suicide. Or was it something else?
All right, let's go straight across to Archana, OTV reporter joining us live from KIIT University, and she is at the university where we have seen so much of tension, chaos erupting. Archana, what is happening in the university right now? We saw a lot of protests since Sunday. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in.
Actually, the following unfortunate death of a Nepali student at KIIT University, Bhubaneswar. Today is the postmortem and the body will be conducted on the future mortuary. As per the sources, the postmortem will be conducted at the All India AIMS Bhubaneswar as soon as the student's family arrives. It is expected to be conducted between 9 to 10. The incident believed to be a suicide occurred within one of the campus hostels on Sunday afternoon. The news has got a palpable sense of unrest amongst the students of the university. Educated police forces have been reportedly deployed at the university campus to ensure the peace and continue the investigation into the tragic incident. And meanwhile, 2 security guards have been reportedly detained following allegations of assaulting students at KIIT campus. University police detained the security guards following under allegation by the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Pearson, like the ABVP. And the incident, which reportedly the KIIT campus, gained the significant attention after a video depreciating alteration went viral to the various social media platforms. And despite the video evidence, the identifies of the security guards involved to remain unconfirmed.
Right, Archana, OTV reporter Archana joining us there, and she's at the KIIT campus where we saw a lot of tension. She's saying that police has been deployed, some security has been deployed as well. Archana, I will be coming back to you as you track the story. We'll move ahead right now to some of the other updates we're getting right over here. The Supreme Court to hear controversial YouTube Ranveer Alabadia's plea linked to the FIRs filed against him for allegedly making obscene remarks on Samir Raina's show. India's got laid. A bench of Justices Surya Kant and N. Koteshwar Singh will hear the petition today. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And this is coming in as the Supreme Court is all set to hear the controversial YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia's plea. This is going to happen very, very soon. Viewers, today itself challenging the FIRs against him over alleged offensive comments made during a YouTube show. And like we told you that there are more updates coming in. The Alabadia's lawyer had requested urgent hearing and urgent listing of the matter. And Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna noted that the bench had been assigned and the case would be heard very soon. I want to go across to my colleague joining us right now, Riyanka, who's tracking the story extremely closely. And Riyanka, you know, as Ranveer Alabadia is set to appear before the investigation agencies, he had knocked the doors of the Apex Court wanting his plea to be heard, and he wants the FIRs against him to be quashed. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in, and when will this hearing begin?
Well, the Supreme Court is all set to be taking up the matter of Ranveer Allahabadiya today, and this will be, of course, taken up by the bench of Justice Suryakant, as well as what we're getting to know, Justice Koteshwar Singh. Now, this is a very important bench that is all set to take up this matter after, there was an early listing shot by Abhinav Chandrachud, the son of former CJI DY Chandrachud, and he had sought an early listing of this case within 2 to 3 days earlier, to which Justice Sanjeev Khanna had in fact given out a green signal and said that this matter will be taken up. So today is the day when the bench will be taking up this matter. Now, Ranveer Allahabadiya had in fact sought in the clubbing of the multiple FIRs against him, and then those will be heard today. In fact, on the other hand, we have also seen that there have been several summons that have been sent to the YouTubers who were part of the India Got Latent show earlier for this very controversy of obscene remarks and controversial statements that were derogatory statements that were made. In fact, due to several death threats and other safety concerns, that the YouTubers had in fact reached out to the NCW and sought a fresh date after 3 weeks. So when it comes to the NCW hearing, when it comes to the all these people, including Ranveer Allahabadiya, Samay Raina, all of them will be in fact appearing before the NCW on the 6th of March, as it is new date given. But on the other hand, all eyes will be on the apex court today when the hearing will be taken up. We still do not know at what time will it come up, but we have to wait and see how, because there is a change in schedule that keeps happening. There are number of there item numbers are given in the Supreme Court, but it depends on when this case comes up. So we will be keeping a very, very close eye on those developments from the court.
All right. We're getting some more updates coming in right now, and this is regarding Samay Raina. Riyanka, I'll come back to you on the story in a short while from now, but Samay Raina also has been asked to appear today before the Maharashtra Cyber Cell. This after fresh summons were issued to him and Allahabadiya, but the latter has been summoned on Feb 24th. So what we see right now, Samay Raina has to appear today before the Maharashtra Cyber Cell, and Ranveer Allahabadiya has to appear on February 24th. So these are the two dates which are coming in right now, viewers. And this is coming in as we are tracking the story very closely. India's got late in controversy, and the investigation which is continuing is right now happening as we speak, and we're reporting every minute of the investigation into this controversy and this case. All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now. The cash-strapped Karnataka government continues to face blowbacks over its toll promises. Now, the beneficiaries of the Griha Lakshmi scheme have not even received funds for the last 3 months, and the Deputy Chief Minister has admitted to it, saying that the money will be very soon disbursed. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And remember that this is not the first time that we have seen such a development. We already see that fares are being hiked, bus fares are being hiked, and many other developments are coming in. This time, we are seeing that the beneficiaries of the Griha Lakshmi scheme have not received funds for the last 3 months. Let's go ahead and play out what the Deputy Chief Minister had to say on this.
ಮೂರು ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಗೃಹಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯದು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ಮಾತಂತೆ ನಿಲ್ತೀವಿ. ನೀವೇ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಗೃಹಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯದು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ಮಾತಂತೆ ನಿಲ್ತೀವಿ. ನೀವೇ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಗೃಹಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯದು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ಮಾತಂತೆ ನಿಲ್ತೀವಿ. ನೀವೇ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಗೃಹಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅನ್ನಭಾಗ್ಯದು ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ಮಾತಂತೆ ನಿಲ್ತೀವಿ.
All right, let's go ahead right now, viewers, because Karnataka CM has also been caught unaware on this. He said he has no idea about the stall payments to beneficiaries under the guarantee scheme. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV, viewers. And this is on the Griha Lakshmi payments. And this time we're getting this reaction coming in from the CM, Siddaramaiah, saying that I have no idea about the stall payments to beneficiaries under the guarantee scheme.
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಿಲ್ಸೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಪಾವತಿ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಿಲ್ಸೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಪಾವತಿ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೂಡಲೇ
All right, let's go across to my colleague joining us, Abhishek, joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, you know, what we see right now are back-to-back updates coming in. Already a lot of controversy over pricey bus fares and other such developments. This time, we're coming to know that there are some big accusations against the Karnataka government that for 3 months, the beneficiaries of the Graha Lakshmi scheme have not got their funds. If you could take our viewers who latest coming in, and what is the BJP saying on this? The BJP has also made a statement on this issue.
Shivanya, primary note, Congress rose into power in the state of Karnataka after they claimed that they would be helping the people of Karnataka with the guarantee schemes. However, since the day of the inception of the guarantee schemes, the payments to the citizens have been delayed for over the last 2 years. When speaking about this issue, DCM DK Shivkumar accepts the payment towards Annabhagya and Griha Lakshmi haven't been made from the past 3 to 5 months due to various reasons, and the reasons are not being unearthed or they are not ready to give out the reasons to the people of Karnataka. On the other hand, K.H. Muniappa, the Food and Civil Supplies Minister, says that the payment will be made as soon as possible. On another hand, the CM of Karnataka, CM Siddaramaiah, says he has no clue about why the payment held for the last 3 months, and he hasn't given any valid reason as to why the payments haven't been made. However, all the 3 ministers says the payments will continue, the schemes will continue until the Congress stays in power in the state of Karnataka. On the contrary note, BJP is accusing the Congress government of not having enough funds to take care of the citizens, and it is only for the reason they are continuing the guarantee schemes even if they do not have the money.
All right, okay, I'll come back to you, Abhishek. Thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we keep tracking all these developments coming in from Karnataka. Time for a short break, viewers, but do not go anywhere. We'll put our focus back on the big international story that we are tracking for you here, where Delta Airlines plane crashed at Toronto's Pearson airport, flipped over. 18 people are said to be injured in the crash.
बहुत तेज भूकंप आया था। ये लग रहा था कि नीचे जो मेट्रो चलती शायद मेट्रो आपस में टकरा गई। मेरे तो पैर कपने लगे थे, ये सब कपने लगा था, काउंटर भी हिलने लगा था।
जमीन से हिल गए थे, मतलब ये काउंटर वाउंटर सब हिल रहा था। एकदम 2 सेकंड का होगा एकदम से। ये हमारे सामने कस्टमर भी खड़े थे, वो भी लेडीज वगैरह वो भी चिल्लाने लगी थी।
तगड़ा झटका था। हमें ऐसा लगा जैसे ट्रेन चल रही हो ना, धरती ऐसे हिल रही बहुत तेज, धड़ाधड़, मतलब कि जैसे कुछ धरती फटने वाली है। बहुत तगड़ा झटका था।
इससे पहले इतना तगड़ा झटका महसूस किया गया कभी आपने?
ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, आज पहली बार ऐसी 4:30 साढ़े 5 बजे करीब की बात है। बहुत तेज ऐसी पूरी बिल्डिंग हिली, पूरा घर हिल गई। ऐसा लग रहा है घर से बाहर निकलो।
सर, अभी भूकंप आया था तो किस तरीके से आप लोगों को लगा और कितना डर लगा?
डर काफी हॉरेबल था और काफी देर तक झटके आने लगे। अभी मैं सोते हुए एकदम से उठा, एकदम बाहर की तरफ भागा और देखा बहुत तेज झटका था।
आज से पहले कभी इतना महसूस
नहीं, कभी महसूस ही नहीं हुआ एकदम से,
लगा कि पता नहीं क्या हो गया, एकदम सोते आंख खुल गई, बाघ छोटा एकदम बाहर की तरफ।
सर भूकंप आया है, सेंटर गाजियाबाद ही बताया जा रहा है, कितना तेज झटका?
बहुत तेज झटका महसूस हुआ। अभी दूध लेने गए थे तो उस कुर्सी में बैठे हुए थे, पूरी तरीके से हिली थी कुर्सियां और एकदम झटके से खड़े भी हुए हम लोग, लेकिन था बहुत कम टाइम का।
लेकिन पहली बार इतना तेज झटका महसूस हुआ आप लोगों को?
बिल्कुल हुआ, तो पहली बार हुआ है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। बहुत ज्यादा तेज झटका था और कुर्सियां बिल्कुल हिल गई थी।
Good morning, viewers. The Congress has slammed the appointment of Gyanesh Kumar as the new Chief Election Commissioner, saying the decision was taken in a haste to avoid Supreme Court scrutiny. We bring you more details live and breaking at 10 a.m. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
जैसा कि हमें डायरेक्शन हाईएस्ट लेवल से मिला है, यमुना को हम 3 साल में साफ करेंगे। 2027 से पहले साफ करने की कोशिश करेंगे। उसमें कोई भी लैक्सिटी नहीं होगी और ना ही कोई टाइमलाइन ब्रीच होगा। 3 साल के अंदर अंदर यमुना को हम साफ करेंगे। हमें 3-4 काम करने होंगे इसके लिए। एक तो जो आप अभी देख रहे हैं 7 बड़ी मशीनें लगी हुई हैं, जो यमुना में जितना भी सॉलिड वेस्ट है, कचरा हो गया, लकड़ी के सामान हो गए, पूजा सामग्रियां हो गई, वीड्स निकल आए हैं, जंगल निकल आए हैं, जलकुंभियां हैं, उनको निकाल रही हैं, बाहर कर रही हैं। ये कुछ हफ्ते और महीने तक चलेगा ये काम। पैरेलली जो है हमारे सारे एसटीपी जो रुके पड़े थे या किसी वजह से वो अच्छे ढंग से काम नहीं कर रहे थे, उनको रिबूट करके और जितने भी नए एसटीपी हैं उनको 2026 के अंत तक कंप्लीट करने का हमारा टारगेट है। साथ ही साथ जो इंडस्ट्रियल एफ्लुएंट यमुना में बढ़ के आता है, उसको रोकने के लिए ठोस कदम उठाए जाएंगे। दिल्ली पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड, इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट और एमसीडी मिलकर काम करेंगे। और जहां भी इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट्स ने ये नहीं लगाए हैं और उसके साथ केमिकल्स वो नालियों में फेंक रहे हैं, जो अल्टीमेटली बह के यमुना में आ रहा है, उसको रोकने की उचित प्रबंध किए जाएंगे। अन्यथा उस इंडस्ट्री को बंद होना पड़ेगा। जहां भी इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट हैं उनके सीईटीपी ठीक ढंग से काम करें, उसको भी सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा। तो कई ठोस कदम उठाए जाएंगे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A third-year Nepalese student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly commits suicide. Two Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. Ganesh Kumar, named as the new Chief Election Commissioner, will replace Rajiv Kumar, who will demit office today. Congress raises objections to the selection of the new CEC while the law governing appointments to the position is being challenged in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is expected to hear Ranveer Alabadia's petition regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him over the latent row. Delta Airlines plane crashes at Toronto's Pearson airport. 18 people, including a child, said to be injured. Alright viewers, are cutting across to a breaking news now coming in. The Congress has opposed the appointment of the new Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar. The Congress said that the decision was taken hastily and it shows the government is keen on circumventing Supreme Court scrutiny and getting the appointment done before a clear order kicks in. Now, Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal said that the decision was a hasty midnight move. The government has notified the appointment of the new CEC. Remember viewers, this is coming after Rahul Gandhi, who attended the meeting, sent in a dissent note in writing and then left the meeting midway. Let's go across to Madhurima, my colleague, who's now joining us on the phone to get us more details on this. Madhurima, very good morning to you. Now, the Congress is crying foul over the appointment of the new Chief Election Commissioner, whose appointment, in fact, is historic given that he was appointed under the new appointment law. But Rahul Gandhi and the Congress, of course, cry foul. Take us through their dissent notes.
Well, yes, Kriti, the Congress party is indeed crying foul over the appointment of Mr. Gyanesh Kumar. What needs to be seen here is that the Congress is highlighting that there is a case pending in the Supreme Court, is sub judice, and the Supreme Court hearing the matter whether the participation of judiciary in this entire election of the Chief Election Commissioner should be there or not. And the Congress wants that till the time a verdict on that particular sub judice matter was not delivered, the centre should have waited before appointing the new Chief Election Commissioner. Now we'll have to wait and watch, Kriti, as to see if the government or somebody from the Bharatiya Janata Party reacts to it. But yes, Congress is making a big deal out of this appointment. Our sources also told us that Rahul Gandhi was pretty miffed yesterday and he left midway, did not participate properly in the entire process that has been stitched newly by the new government. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire controversy snowballs, if the Congress is going to augment their protest in this connection or not.
All right, well, indeed, we will look out for that, Madhurima, but thanks for joining us on the phone for now and sharing that with us. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus. Now, viewers, a third-year BTech student from Nepal who was studying at Kalinga University or the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology in Bhubaneswar was found dead in a hostel room. This has led to a massive uproar and mass protests on the university campus. While there are allegations that the KIIT management tried to suppress the matter, the issue has now attracted the attention of Nepali Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and the Indian Embassy in Nepal. Take a look at our report first.
A Nepali student studying at KIIT in Odisha was mysteriously found dead in a hostel room on Sunday. Following the mysterious death, dozens of Nepali students gathered on the campus on Sunday night for a protest, demanding justice for the victim and arrest of the accused responsible for her death. The protesting students, including Nepal nationals, accused the authorities of high-handedness and cover-up of the case. As tensions grew, KIIT authorities declared a temporary sign-dine and compelled the students to vacate the premises. Hundreds of students evacuated the university campus, with reports claiming students headed to railway stations. Responding to the incident, KP Sharma Oli said that this government has taken cognizance of the death of student, and he also informed the 2 officers from New Delhi have been sent to counsel the students from Nepal in KIIT. This prompted the Nepal embassy to intervene. Police in Bhubaneswar arrested a third-year student in connection with the suicide of a 20-year-old batchmate.
There was allegation that this girl who belonged to Nepal was harassed by one student of KT University in third year mechanical engineering. We investigated the matter and we got prima facie evidences that there are some sort of harassment which could have prompted the girl for suicide. So we arrested the accused person, we examined him, and today he has been forwarded to the judicial custody.
However, after the Nepal embassy weighed in on the development and Nepal's PM expressed concern, the university withdrew its decision and allowed students to remain on campus.
Viewers, we've cut across to visuals of the Qatar Amir being accorded a ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The ceremonial welcome is being accorded at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan to the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, who arrived in Delhi on Monday for a 2-day state visit to India. Now, after this ceremonial welcome, he will be meeting Prime Minister Modi at the Hyderabad House, and an exchange of memoranda of understanding is scheduled this afternoon, after which the Emir of Qatar will meet the President Draupadi Murmu, according to the advisory. Remember, viewers, just yesterday the Prime Minister extended a rare gesture of hospitality as he went to the airport to receive the Emir of Qatar himself, who arrived late evening yesterday. Now, as the Qatar Emir is in India, the Prime Minister and him are slated to have a bilateral in which a And the senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the phone line. Abhishek, a very good morning to you. Now, we saw how yesterday the Prime Minister broke a protocol to welcome Emir of Qatar at the airport, whom he calls his brother. Now, a key bilateral is expected today with a slew of memoranda of understandings to be signed. What can we expect from this meeting?
Well, remember, Qatar is India's, across the Arab Sea, India's very strong and stable energy partner. And there is a strong diaspora connect. About 25% of Qatari population consists of Indian expats. About 800,000, about a million in the pictures now. Prime Minister introducing his cabinet, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri, among others, we can see. And remember, Prime Minister, you rightly mentioned, received the Qatari Emir at the airport, and that really, and with that warm hug, gives an idea or really underscores the significance that India attaches to its relationship with Qatar. So coming back to the Indian expat community constituting about 25% of the Qatari population, contributing immensely to the Qatari economy, and these are like very high-end, includes high-end workers who effectively sustain the engineering and tech part of the Qatari oil economy. And then, of course, for India, repatriating about $4 or $5 billion annually, and that's a significant contributor to India's foreign remittances. And then, of course, the energy supply. Remember, just last year, Prime Minister was in Qatar and signed a long-term, 20-year-long deal for supply of Qatari LNG. And then there are, of course, the geopolitical dynamics, the Qatari geography, part of the Gulf Cooperation Council. In fact, it's a little understated, but enduring success of the Modi foreign policy, the manner in which he has personally led and engaged with the larger Gulf region and all the nations there. And Qatar happens to be a very influential voice. Remember, be it the Doha process through which Taliban came back to power in Afghanistan, be it the ongoing talks between Hamas and Israel. Qatar has been effectively the linchpin of all these very important developments, geopolitical developments in the West Asia region in the last few years. And if you look at the geopolitical dynamics of the Gulf Cooperation Council, Qatar happens to be a very important player in it. And so maintaining a very strong and yet a nuanced relationship with Qatar has been a key driver of the Modi government, and that really explains the manner in which Prime Minister really received the Emir at
Palam Airport last evening. And of course, he would then now be engaging with him at in the delegation level talks at the Hyderabad House in a bit. So while the diaspora connect is there is the economic aspect of it, there is the geopolitical aspect of it. And remember, just because Prime Minister had one conversation with the Qatari Emir last year, the issue of the Indian naval veterans who were stuck in a very difficult case in Qatar, they were all released. So Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani there really honoring the word of the Prime Minister when they engaged on the sidelines of a BRICS summit, I believe, last year in Russia, and then the release of the Indian Navy veterans happened. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of personal push that the Prime Minister gives, the fact that almost half a dozen odd countries in the Gulf region have bestowed their highest civilian award on the Prime Minister. And now, just last year, Prime Minister was there in Qatar, and now at his invitation, the Emir is in New Delhi. Really gives you an idea of the kind of engagement, top-level engagement that's really happening with a very important nation in the Gulf by the Modi government. On the sidelines, there is already a Qatar-India business summit going on where Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is participating, and of course his counterpart from Qatar. But the pictures clearly show the kind of bonhomie that has been struck between Prime Minister Modi and Emir Thani of Qatar. And then, of course, this is going to go into the bilateral talks that will take place at 12 noon in Hyderabad House. And then there is a ceremonial dinner. Remember, this is a state visit, and that's why you are seeing all the trappings of the state visit panning out at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where he has been given a ceremonial guard of honor, a tri-services guard of honor, and a ceremonial welcome there, introduced to the cabinet. And remember, as Prime Minister received the Emir at the airport, immediately after that, External Affairs Minister made a call on him in the evening itself. And so India effectively rolling out the red carpet, a very key partner in the Gulf of India, in the Gulf for India, and be it the diaspora connect, be it the foreign remittances, be it the people-to-people connect, a very historical relationship. And then on the economy, energy security, trade, geopolitics of the region, including from Afghanistan to Israel, everywhere, Qatar, with the kind of heft it has, it's a highest level engagement that's really happening, and India really underscoring with this visit that it is one of the key interlocutors when it comes to the geopolitics of the region.
Right, Abhishek, you really summed it up very well for our viewers. Thanks for joining us for now. We will come back to you when the bilateral takes place between the Emir of Qatar and Prime Minister Modi, and delegation level talks are held. Live visuals there from the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, viewers. And with that, let's move on and take a look at some of the top stories from across the nation in Bharat in 2 minutes. In a terrifying incident, a massive blast happened outside the residence of a policeman in Punjab's Gurdaspur district. Though no casualties were reported, a team of forensic experts rushed to the spot as further investigation is underway.
ये 8 बजे के करीब थाने कोटली सूरत मली एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आई कि धमाके की आवाज़ आई है रायमल पिंड दे विच सुखदेव सिंह दे घर दे विच। उत्थे पुलिस टीम पहुंची, उत्थे सारी एरिए का सारे मौके का जायजा लिया, जिथे कोई भी नुकसान नहीं होया सी, कुछ शीशे वगैरह टुटे सी, जिहदी कि जिहड़ी धमाके क्यों होया इहदे संबंधी जिहड़ी अगली जांच की जा रही है। उहदे संबंध दे विच FSL टीमां मौके ते ने, जो भी उहदे विच फोरेंसिक ते साइंटिफिक जांच दे विच सामने आऊगा उस हिसाब नाल अगली कार्रवाई अमल च लिआंदी जाऊगी।
12 people, including 8 students, were injured after a private school bus reportedly fell into a canal. The incident occurred when the driver lost control of the bus. All the passengers were rushed to the hospital for the treatment. Further probe is underway.
एक स्कूल बस नहर में गिर गई है नौच गांव के पास। यहाँ के देखे तो गुरु नानक देव एकेडमी की बस थी जिसमें 8 बच्चे सवार थे और 2 कंडक्टर ड्राइवर और 2 लेडीज़ थी। इसमें टोटल 12 थे जिनको सुरक्षित निकाल लिया गया था और इलाज के लिए शाह हॉस्पिटल कतर भेजा गया है।
West Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari and several BJP MPs, including Agnimitra Paul, were suspended from the state assembly following reports of misconduct by the leaders to the chair of the speaker. Slipping into a quick break, viewers, but tension has erupted in Bhubaneswar after a Nepalese student was found dead at a private engineering institute. Stay tuned, we bring you more.
استهداف سيارة. سيارة استهداف سيارة. سيارة استهداف سيارة.
Ganesh Kumar named as the new Chief Election Commissioner. Congress opposes appointment, passes dissent note. Government shoots it down. President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed the Emir of Qatar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. A third-year Nepalese student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly commits suicide. 2 Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga. Supreme Court expected to hear Ranveer Alabadia's petition regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him. Karnataka Congress faces Khatakhat blowback. Payments pending for Gruha Lakshmi and Anna Bhagya schemes delayed. Delta Airlines plane crashes at Toronto's Pearson airport. 18 people, including a child, said to be critical. All right, and we are cutting across to a breaking news coming in. This is over the Defense Secretary's clarification on US F-35 jets offer in response to Trump's mention of providing F-35 fighter jets to India. Defense Secretary Rajesh Kumar Singh has clarified that it was not a formal offer. He stated that the US is considering a plan to make the jets available and that India will review the offer once it is firm. Singh emphasized that India's procurement process follows specific protocols and service requirements, and the option of acquiring such jets is significant and will be considered with an open mind. Let's listen in.
It's not an offer as yet. What he said is that they will look at a roadmap for making that available. So we look at that offer when it becomes a firm offer. In any case, our procurements are done through a process, which was the requirements are raised by the services, and thereafter a process of taking interest from other competing players is done. So let's see how it goes. But obviously, creating an option of this type is important for us, and we'll certainly look at it with an open mind.
All right, viewers, let's remind you that this statement of the Defense Secretary is coming at a time when opposition parties have criticized Trump's offer to sell the F-35 fighters to India. And they have, of course, cited the high costs. This even as Russia has discussed producing its most advanced jets locally in line with Prime Minister Modi's goals. Let's go across to Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. Abhishek, a very good morning to you once again. Now, the Defense Secretary has issued a statement after opposition has criticized Trump's offer to India because of Russia, who has already discussed producing most advanced jets for India. But crucially here is to note that Air Force squadron's strength of the jets has already fallen to 31 from 42. How do you see the developments shaping? All right, viewers, I'm told that we've lost that connection with my colleague Abhishek Kapoor, but let's tell you once again that the offer from both the US and Russia, which in fact happens to be India's long-time defense partner, is coming at a time when the Indian Air Force's squadrons have fallen to 31 from 42, which is the approved strength. And India continues to seek to acquire more jets to counter China. All right, Abhishek now joins us back on the phone line. Abhishek, how do you see the developments shaping up? Defense Secretary has issued a clarification on acquiring the F-35 jets after opposition criticized Trump's offer.
Well, I believe, Kruti, the Union Defense Secretary had to come out with a statement because the kind of controversy that arose after that joint statement in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump announced that India is going to buy F-35. Now, almost everyone thought that we have actually done a deal, and that during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington, D.C., India has decided to buy F-35s, which is obviously not the case. Donald Trump, as he often does, was playing to the gallery and to the MAGA constituency. He was sort of making a statement that Prime Minister Modi came, he's my great friend, and then we have cut a deal. He fancies himself as the best deal maker in the world, and every meeting has to end with a deal. The fact of the matter is that this is only an offer, and that too, just a suggestion, offer at the level of suggestion, where America says that they are ready to offer F-35 to India. There is no specific offer, and that's what Defense Secretary is underscoring. Also, from the time that you start negotiations to the time that you end into a deal making where you make the payments and you get the stuff, is years-long process, takes sometimes 5, 6, 7 years, maybe more sometimes. And in this case, and also before the negotiations even began, the forces have to raise a demand. So there is no demand as yet coming in from the Air Force for an F-35 specifically. Of course, the Air Force is angling for a fifth generation fighter, for which even India has its own program, which is AMCA, which is having a timeline of its own. So obviously, from here till the time that Indian Air Force actually gets a fifth generation fighter jet is going to be a long drawn process. And if at all F-35s get considered, it would be based on what the Americans offer. So I think the Defense Secretary really came out and has busted this myth, or an attempt that was being made to create a myth that, India has, agreed for F-35. They are very expensive fighter jets. They come with a life cycle cost, which is unsustainable, that the Americans would control a lot of aspects of Indian Air Force functioning if they get into this. Obviously not. Over the last decade and more, India has more of Chinooks, more of Apaches, more of MQ-9B, more of C-17s, more of C-133, 130Js. But obviously, if at all a fighter jet of the fifth generation has to come, Indian Air Force has to raise the demand. It goes to the Defense Acquisition Council meeting. It goes to the CNC, which is the Cost Negotiating Committee. It's an years-long process. Obviously, the political opposition just missing the nuance, and that's why I think Defense Secretary has come out and made this statement.
Right. All right. So that much-needed statement clarifying all the doubts by the Defense Secretary. India, of course, continues to be prudent when it comes to acquiring the fighter jets that the Air Force needs. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us. Viewers, we will now move on. All right, viewers, and let's move on to some news coming in from the national capital, where the BJP MLA, the newly elected BJP MLA, has made some big allegations on Manish Sisodia. The BJP MLA from Jangpura, Ravinder Negi, who defeated Sisodia, claims that ACs, fans and other items were stolen from government's Vidhan Sabha office. And these, he says, were used by Sisodia and his team. He says that they took everything with them while vacating the office. Now, my colleague Vivek has filed a report. Let's take a look.
देखिए, यही वो दफ्तर कैंप कार्यालय का है और यहाँ पर कैंप ऑफिस भी लिखा हुआ है। आप देख रहे हैं, हालांकि ये पोस्टर बदल गया है और यहाँ कैंप ऑफिस लिखा है और साथ में ये मनीष सिसोदिया यहाँ पर एक पोस्टर लगा हुआ था, लेकिन आज जो ये पोस्टर है वो अब बदल सा गया है। और यहाँ पर आप देख पा रहे हैं कि ये मनीष सिसोदिया कभी इस कार्यालय में हुआ करते थे और ये तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं। और इन तस्वीरों में जब आप देखेंगे तो ये अभी जो भी शील्ड, जब वो डिप्टी सीएम थे तब बस मनीष सिसोदिया को ये सारी चीज़ें मिली हुई थी, अभी तक उसी तरीके से रखी हुई हैं सारी चीज़ें। लेकिन ये कहा गया है कि इसमें जो भी सामान, कुर्सियां रखी हुई थी वो गायब हैं और कई गंभीर आरोप लगाए गए हैं, जिसमें जो रविंद्र नेगी हैं उन्होंने इसे एक्स पर पोस्ट भी किया। हालांकि यहाँ पर एसी लगा हुआ यहाँ पर नजर आता है, लेकिन ये कहा गया कि सरकारी संपत्ति गायब कर दी गई। एसी, टीवी, टेबल, जो टीवी लगे हुए थे, कुर्सियां लगी हुई थी, सभी चीजें गायब हो गई। तो ये मनीष सिसोदिया का दफ्तर हुआ करता था, कार्यालय था और ये कहा जा रहा है कि आम जनता के लिए यहाँ पर व्यवस्थाएं की गई थी। यही वो जगह है जहाँ पर कल तक मनीष सिसोदिया का जो ये नेम प्लेट लगा हुआ था, ये अभी वहाँ से हटा दिया गया है। लेकिन हम आपको कैंप ऑफिस के अंदर भी लिए चलते हैं और कैंप ऑफिस के जब अंदर आप चलेंगे तो ये तस्वीरें हैं और कई गंभीर आरोप लगाए गए हैं। हालांकि भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप लगाए गए यहाँ पर। और ये तस्वीरें हैं जहाँ पर रेनोवेशन की चीज़ें चल रही हैं। अभी फिलहाल रेनोवेशन का काम चल रहा है और यहाँ पर देख पा रहे हैं पुट्टी प्लास्टिंग का काम चल रहा है। क्या क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर अभी?
सर, अभी पेंट का काम यहाँ चल रहा है सर।
पेंट का काम
जी जी।
तो यहाँ पर पंखे, टीवी, जो भी चीजें थी वो बिल्कुल क्लियर थी, यहाँ कुछ नहीं था?
सर वो उसके पता तो नहीं है, सिर्फ पहले का यहाँ आए तो हम लोग खाली था, हॉल खाली मिला था यहाँ पे।
खाली मिला
जी जी खाली।
तो ये आरोप लगा जा रहा है और यहाँ पर रविंद्र नेगी ने जो कहा उसकी पड़ताल करने के लिए हम आए हैं। और यहाँ भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ भी पुट्टी प्लास्टर का काम यहाँ पर हुआ है। हालांकि पंखे यहाँ पर नजर आते हैं, एसी वेंट यहाँ पर नहीं है इस कमरे में। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि करके कि जो यहाँ पर ऑफिस बनाया गया। हाँ, यहाँ पर एक कमरा और है और इस कमरे में भी उसी तरीके की सफाई चल रही है, क्योंकि अब ये यहाँ पर रविंद्र नेगी बैठेंगे तो ये एसी जो है ये यहाँ से गायब है। कुर्सियां तो बिल्कुल हमें नहीं मिली। जो आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं ये देखना होगा कि इन आरोपों के में क्या सच्चाई है, दावे क्या हैं। तो फिलहाल ये अभी हम कैंप कार्यालय से बता रहे थे कि जो अभी आरोप लगाए गए हैं अब देखना है कि उस पर क्या राजनीति होती है।
नमस्कार, रविंद्र सिंह नेगी, रवि नेगी, विधायक पटपड़गंज। आज मैं अपने जो हमारा ये कैंप कार्यालय था, जो पहले वाले विधायक आम आदमी पार्टी के सिसोदिया जी थे, यहाँ से डिप्टी सीएम भी थे, उनका ये कार्यालय है। और ये कार्यालय अब विधायक के तौर पर मुझे मिल गया ये कार्यालय। पर मैं दिखाऊं, ये लोग जो ईमानदारी का ढोंग रचते थे, जो कहते थे हम ईमानदार हैं, हम भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करते, इस कार्यालय में जितना सामान पीडब्ल्यूडी का था, जो सरकार का था, वो सारा सामान ये लोग लेकर चले गए और बिल्कुल गायब कर दिया। एक भी सामान इस कार्यालय में नहीं है, खाली ढांचा खड़ा है, सामान सारा गायब है, कुछ नहीं है। देख सकते हैं ये कार्यालय जनता के लिए बनाया था और जनता इसमें बैठे, इसमें जो भी सामान था, कुर्सियां, टेबल, सब गायब कर दिए इन्होंने। ये देखिए, पहले ये मनीष सिसोदिया का दिखाता हूं मैं। ये देखिए मनीष सिसोदिया उप मुख्यमंत्री, ये देखिए कार्यालय खाली, सब कुर्सी टेबल सब ले गए। ये चोर लोग हैं, चोर। इन्होंने इतनी शर्म नहीं है लोगों को कि जो दूसरा विधायक बैठेगा वो कहां बैठेगा, पर ये नहीं। ये देखो, ये इतने भ्रष्टाचारी है, सारी कुर्सी सारी टेबल गायब कर दी, कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे, खाली पड़ा हुआ है। और दूसरा मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा, और ये देखिए, ये सारे सामान लेके चले गई, सब गायब कर दिया। ये हॉल है, इस हॉल में 200-250 कुर्सियां थी, 300 कुर्सियां थी, ये सारी कुर्सियां गायब कर दी, कुर्सी टेबल सब गायब, कुछ नहीं है, खाली हॉल पड़ा हुआ है। इसमें एसी लगे हुए थे, एसी भी उखाड़ के ले गए जगह जगह से। और मैं आपको दिखाता हूं, ये पूरा खाली। यहाँ एक टीवी लगा था 2-3 लाख रुपए का, वो टीवी भी उखाड़ के ले गए, उसका फ्रेम लगा हुआ है टीवी का, ये देख सकते हैं, ये टीवी का फ्रेम लगा हुआ है और टीवी उखाड़ के ले गए। यहाँ एक साउंड सिस्टम था जिसमें कुछ कार्यक्रम करते थे, वो 12 लाख का साउंड था आऊजा का, वो भी उखाड़ के ले गए। मतलब सरकारी संपत्ति सब उखाड़ के ले गए। ये कमरे हैं, ये कमरे में तो सब गायब है, कुछ नहीं है, कुर्सी उससे गायब है। एसी लगा हुआ था, एसी भी निकाल के ले गए, ये ले गए। ये सिसोदिया के हाल है, ये शर्म नहीं आती इस भ्रष्टाचारी को, तभी हारे हैं चुनाव। ये सारी सब गायब, कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं। ये कमरा है, इस कमरे में भी कुर्सी टेबल गायब। ये एसी लगा हुआ था, एसी भी गायब, ये भी चोरी कर लिया, चोरी करके ले गई। सरकारी संपत्ति को चोरी, शर्म नहीं आती केजरीवाल जी और सिसोदिया जी, तुम्हें शर्म नहीं है बिल्कुल भी, जो सरकारी संपत्ति को लेकर चले गए तुम चोर के, सब इन्होंने सब गायब कर दिया, कहीं कुछ नहीं है।
And viewers, we're cutting across the news coming in from Odisha over the KIIT student suicide row. Now we're learning that two officers from Nepal are en route the KIIT. This is after Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli intervened in the suicide case. Two officers of Nepal Embassy are en route the Kalinga Institute in Bhubaneswar. The officers are also expected to meet a group of students from the Himalayan kingdom Nepal who were allegedly evicted from their hostel. This is as tension continues to escalate. The deceased was identified as one Prakriti Lamsal, who was a third-year BTech student studying at the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology. And in fact, let's also remind you viewers that tension had erupted after the suicide of the third-year student at the university campus. She was found dead. Now her family has claimed that she was being blackmailed by another student of the university. Police have arrested the accused, who's been sent to custody. Male friends of the victim was arrested. Let's take a look at this report.
मैं इस बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन हमें जो रिपोर्ट दी गई है वो जो छात्रा है उनकी कजिन ने ही दिया है, और हमारी रिपोर्ट में उनके लिए उसके सुसाइड के लिए एक जिम्मेदार एक लड़के को बताया गया। और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ओपन है, इसमें जो भी तथ्य आएगा, जो भी आदमी दोषी होगा, एक अभियुक्त के खिलाफ आया उसको राउंड अप किया गया। अगर कोई भी आदमी दोषी पाया जाता है तो उसके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर स्थिति क्या है अभी?
शांति।
तो पुलिस तैनात किया गया है?
पुलिस कल थी, आज भी पुलिस है वहाँ पर।
One of our third year BTech student from Nepal, she attempted suicide yesterday, and immediately when we informed, we sent her to medical, and then we informed the police, and police is doing the investigation and all those things. And all her few friends, Nepali friends, when they listen, they do some agitations, and then the university authorities informed them, and university authority discussed with them. After discussion, it's normalized, and they also understand the situation, and then they have gone back to their home.
And in fact, we are cutting to some big breaking news coming in connection to the 1984 Sikh riots. Now, the Delhi police have demanded death penalty for former Congress MP Sajjan Kumar, who was convicted by a lower court in Delhi for murdering 2 Sikhs. In fact, they were burnt alive, and Sajjan Kumar was convicted for instigating the mob that burnt Jaswant Singh and his son Tarundeep Singh on November 1 in 1984. The hearing on the sentencing of Sajjan Kumar is scheduled for February 20th. Both the Delhi police and the victims' families have requested death penalty. The Delhi police have submitted a written argument regarding the sentence, to which Sajjan Kumar's lawyer has stated that they will respond. However, the debate could not take place due to a strike by the lawyer. We'll try to get you more details on this, but it's a big update now, viewers. Both the families of the deceased and the Delhi police have sought death penalty for Sajjan Kumar, who is the former Congress MP. He was, of course, convicted for instigating the mob that burnt 2 Sikhs alive during the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. And back-to-back breaking news coming in, viewers. Now, National Conference MP has gone rebel, bringing you news from Jammu and Kashmir, where NC MP goes rebel against his own party and says that National Conference did miss the opportunity multiple times to turn the situation. This is over the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir. However, National Conference has advised its MP to wait. Let's listen in.
असेंबली इलेक्शंस आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि उसको बनाएंगे, एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। हम सभी ये जो जुड़ रहे हैं 90 कैंडिडेट्स, ये इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को सीट पे बैठने के लिए एक इलेक्शन नहीं देखेंगे। दे विल सी दिस एज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू बिगिन अ मोमेंटम। तो वो अपॉर्चुनिटी भी हमने खो दी। उसके बाद जो गवर्नमेंट बनी, मैंने यही कहा था कि आज भी कह रहा हूं, दिस गवर्नमेंट इज फॉर रेजिस्टेंस। ये आम गवर्नमेंट नहीं है। आम हालात में बनाई हुई पूरी गवर्नमेंट नहीं है। ये सारा प्रोसेस हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज थी मूवमेंट बनाने के लिए, बट वी मिस दैट। आई एम सॉरी फॉर दैट। इंडिविजुअली मैं अभी भी कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस डिड मिस द अपॉर्चुनिटीज मल्टीपल टाइम्स टू टर्न द सिचुएशन आफ्टर ऑल द सेंटिमेंट आफ्टर 2019 into movement.
And now Gursimran, my colleague, is joining us live to get us more on this. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. The NCMP has gone rebel against his own party. The point here is that Omar Abdullah has already held meetings with the BJP top brass in the centre over the statehood, and it is work in progress. Why has the Congress MP rebelled at this point in time, even as the party continues to tell him to wait and be patient?
See, it's very clear that the National Conference Member of Parliament from the Srinagar parliamentary constituency is not happy with the functioning or is not happy either with the party leadership, because time and again we have seen Aga Rahula coming out with these kind of a statement. First, it all started with the row of reservation in Jammu and Kashmir, wherein Aga Rahula went outside the residence of Chief Minister Omar Abdullah to stage a protest against his own party's Chief Minister. And now it is coming into force that he, in an open platform, is saying that the National Conference has failed to grab momentum by missing the opportunities. They have missed all the opportunities after 2019. This is what Aga Rahula is saying. This means he is clearly raising a question on the leadership of the National Conference and also on the entire party, that the party has failed to live up to the expectations of the people, and he is the lone warrior, what he is trying to portray, that is trying to live up to the cause that the people are looking for. But the National Conference has said that it is not an individual's party, and Aga Rahula should wait and should not lend his own opinions.
All right. Thank you, Gursimran, for joining us for now and sharing that update with us. We move on now.
Viewers, much more coming up. After a Nepalese student was found dead at a private engineering institute in Odisha, the probe has picked up pace. We'll get you minute-by-minute updates. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
The Pakistan Cricket Board have chosen to not display the Indian flag in Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium ahead of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. There are 8 teams participating in the upcoming Champions Trophy 2025, including the Indian cricket team. Hence, it was expected that their flag, like the flag of the other 7 countries, would be on display. But this is the case not just in the Gaddafi Stadium, but even at the National Stadium in Karachi, the Indian flag was nowhere to be seen. This is just the latest issue that has cropped up in the build-up to the marquee ICC event. The tournament was shifted to the hybrid model on India's insistence, as the BCCI did not want to send the Indian players to the nation over security concerns. Pakistan's continuous delays in getting the stadiums ready for the event and the subsequent cancellation of the opening ceremony also did not help their public image. And even on the cricket field, there have been a number of issues that have shown the spotlight on Pakistan's poor preparations. Firstly, New Zealand cricketer Rachin Ravindra suffered a nasty head injury while attempting a catch during an ODI Tri-Series game against Pakistan in Lahore. Many
The gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will, if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. everyone who's now listening to us, President Trump and I are working in full cooperation and coordination between us. We have a common strategy, and we can't always share the details of this strategy with the public, including when the gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Israel is determined to achieve all the war objectives we set after the horrific attack on October 7th, the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. We will eliminate Hamas's military capability and its political rule in Gaza. We will bring all our hostages home, and we will ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. The unequivocal support of the United States on Gaza will help us achieve these objectives faster and set us on a path for a different future. We also discussed the situation in Syria after the collapse of Assad's regime, a collapse that was made possible by Israel's weakening of Iran's terror axis, especially the weakening of Hezbollah and the removal of Nasrallah. For over a decade before October 7th, Israel acted to prevent Iran from developing new terror fronts against us in Syria, right opposite the Golan Heights and deeper in Syria. And we conducted hundreds of airstrikes, perhaps 1,000, in order to prevent it, and we did. Now, if any other force in Syria today believes that Israel will permit other hostile forces to use Syria as a base of operations against us, they are gravely mistaken. Israel will act to prevent any threat from emerging near our border in southwest Syria.
The Pakistan Cricket Board have chosen to not display the Indian flag in Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium ahead of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. There are 8 teams participating in the upcoming Champions Trophy 2025, including the Indian cricket team. Hence, it was expected that their flag, like the flag of the other 7 countries, would be on display. But this is the case not just in the Gaddafi Stadium, but even at the National Stadium in Karachi, the Indian flag was nowhere to be seen. This is just the latest issue that has cropped up in the build-up to the marquee ICC event. The tournament was shifted to the hybrid model on India's insistence, as the BCCI did not want to send the Indian players to the nation over security concerns. Pakistan's continuous delays in getting the stadiums ready for the event and the subsequent cancellation of the opening ceremony also did not help their public image. And even on the cricket field, there have been a number of issues that have shown the spotlight on Pakistan's poor preparations. Firstly, New Zealand cricketer Rachin Ravindra suffered a nasty head injury while attempting a catch during an ODI Tri-Series game against Pakistan in Lahore. Many felt the stadium's faulty floodlights played a part in the injury, as Ravindra seemed unaware of the ball's trajectory before he was struck on the head. Then a video went viral where a number of fans were seen looking to illegally enter the National Stadium in Karachi, which is a serious breach of security. To then make things worse, another incident took place at Karachi that saw a man arrested for trying to enter the stadium using a fake accreditation card. He was posing as a
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headlines. Ganesh Kumar named as the new Chief Election Commissioner. Congress opposes appointment, passes dissent note, government shoots it down. President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Modi welcomed the Emir of Qatar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. A third-year Nepalese student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly committed suicide. Two Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. Supreme Court expected to hear Ranveer Labadia's petition regarding the multiple FIRs filed against him in connection with the India's Got Latent controversy. Karnataka Congress faces Khat blowback. Payments pending for the Griha Lakshmi and other schemes. Delta Airlines plane crashes at Toronto's Pearson Airport. 18 people, including a child, are said to be injured in the crash. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you latest coming in. New Delhi railway station, initial report by the RPF on the stampede is out. And I'll tell our viewers exactly what is happening in that. The Railway Protection Force admits that there was heavy crowding and excessive sale of tickets that resulted in overcrowding in platforms 12, 14, 15 and 15 along with foot over bridge 2 and 3. Railway Protection Force in its report admits that the stampede took place around 8:48 p.m. and in this 20 died. So this is the RPF. I repeat, the RPF report. RPF meaning Railway Police Force report, it's a detailed report on the tragic stampede at the New Delhi railway station. In its report, Railway Police said that there were a couple of details that they have talked about. And for more on this, let's go straight across to my colleague who's going to go ahead and take our viewers through the key points of that RPF report. Akhil is joining us live. Yes, Akhil, a very important key highlights there. If you could take our viewers through what the report says.
Well, Shivangi, if you see at this point in time, the initial report has come forward in that direction. Earlier, what we have seen that on Saturday evening, when that incident took place around 8:48 p.m., when there was a stampede which broke out on railway platform number 14 and footbridge next to that platform over there. So at that point in time, initially the reports which we have got from Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital and Lady Harding Hospital and LNJP Hospital, because they were the three close by nearby hospitals where those persons who have got injured were hospitalized. So at that point in time, we have got the information that 18 people have died. Now, the RPF Railway Protection Force has basically come out with the initial investigation report, and they have said that the death tally has risen to 20. So as of now, we have a complete information in that regard from the railway side that 20 people have died in that incident. And talking about the time, the incident took place at around 8:48 p.m. when there was Sampark Kranti Express, which was a station at platform number 15, and Magadh Express at platform number 14. And there was an announcement on platform number 12 when people started rushing towards platform number 14, and near the footbridge 2nd and footbridge 3rd, the incident took place in which 20 people have died. So as of now, what we have learned from our sources that if you see earlier when that incident took place on Saturday night, Railway Ministry has formed a two-panel committee. So two-member panel committee has basically restored all those CCTV cameras that was installed on platform number 12 to 16. So those DVRs have already been saved. And while I spoke to the senior official and security commissioner in that regard, who's also the part of that committee, he said that they are basically taking data and information from those eyewitnesses who were present at that point in time itself. So the investigation is on. The initial report which has come forward from the railway side has confirmed that 20 people have died in that incident. Back
All
to
right,
you,
Akhil. Yes, Akhil, I'll come back to you on this. We'll be tracking the story very closely. I want to move ahead with the other big story that we are getting for our viewers right now. Tensions erupted on the Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology campus in Odisha. Our third-year student from Nepal was found dead in a hostel room. The B.Tech student died by suicide. Her family claims that she was being blackmailed by another student of the university. The probe has picked up pace, viewers, in the story, and the police have arrested the prime suspect. The accused, now this accused is the male friend of the victim, was arrested. Info City Police Station took the accused Advik Srivastav to court. Court has sent the prime suspect Advik Srivastav to judicial custody. in this case. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, and the key pointers of the story are on your screen right now. We will also play out what the police is saying. Let's go ahead and play out those reactions.
मैं इस बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन हमें जो रिपोर्ट दी गई है वो जो छात्रा है उनकी कजिन ने ही दिया है, और हमारी रिपोर्ट में उनके लिए उसके सुसाइड के लिए एक जिम्मेदार एक लड़के को बताया गया। और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ओपन है, इसमें जो भी तथ्य आएगा, जो भी आदमी दोषी होगा, एक अभियुक्त के खिलाफ आया उसको राउंड अप किया गया, अगर कोई भी आदमी दोषी पाया जाता है तो उसके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर स्थिति क्या है अभी?
शांति है।
तो पुलिस तैनात किया गया है?
पुलिस कल थी, आज भी पुलिस है वहाँ पर।
And a professor there, Professor Mohanty, who is a registrar of the KIIT University, has also reacted to this incident. Let's listen in.
One of our third year BTech student from Nepal, she attempted suicide yesterday, and immediately when we informed, we sent her to medical, and then we informed the police, and police is doing the investigation and all those things. And all her few friends, Nepali friends, when they listen, they do some agitations, and then the university authorities inform them, and university authority discussed with them. After discussion, it's normalized, and they also understand the situation, and then they have gone back to their home.
All right, meanwhile, they're getting some political reactions over the incident. Let's listen into those reactions.
This thing was supposed to be the last thing to happen to government of Odisha. The law and order situation of the state is deteriorating since last 4 months. And now the incident you are talking about, which has happened, is very sad, that an international student, a student from Nepal, who was staying in Bhubaneswar, she committed suicide. Now it has to be seen by the police and investigated why she committed suicide, or was it something else?
देखिए, वो जो गर्ल स्टूडेंट है उसका सुसाइड होने के बाद तुरंत ही हमने उसको अरेस्ट करवाया। जो एक्यूज्ड है उसको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया, और गर्ल स्टूडेंट का जो भी अपनी निजी सामान है, लैपटॉप से लेकर नोटबुक तक और मोबाइल से लेकर और दूसरा सामान को पुलिस सीज करके उसके ऊपर इंक्वायरी कर रहा है। और जितने भी ये जो यूनिवर्सिटी वाले जो साइन डाई का नोटिस किए थे सिर्फ नेपाली बच्चों के लिए, ये सही नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट इंटरवीन करके उसको हम रिटर्न किए हैं। उसके बाद यूनिवर्सिटी एक अपील किया है, जो बच्चे बाहर हैं, जो बच्चे कैंपस के बाहर हैं, उन लोगों को अपील किए हैं और रिटर्न आने के लिए। और गवर्नमेंट भी रेगुलर इस मामले पर कॉलेज अथॉरिटी, यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी के साथ बात कर रहा है।
Viewers, we move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment. Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started. Starting with the top story that we're tracking for you right now here in Bharat in 5 minutes. We're starting with the top story coming in. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Bageshwar Dham on Feb 23rd to lay the foundation stone for a cancer hospital ahead of PM Modi's visit. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav suspected the preparations at the Maharaja Chhatrasal Convention Center.
मन में विश्वास का केंद्र तो है ही, लेकिन लौकिक दुनिया में भौतिक रूप से बीमारों का अगर आश्रय स्थल बनता और कैंसर जैसी गंभीर बीमारी के लिए यहाँ अगर इलाज मिलता तो ये बहुत पुण्य का काम होगा। मेरी अपनी ओर से बधाई, मैं उस व्यवस्था के देखने आया।
A 3-member committee headed by Prime Minister Modi elected Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar as the Chief Election Commissioner. The committee also included Home Minister Amit Shah, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi. Kumar is set to assume office on February 19th. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to conduct a review meeting ahead of the implementation of the new criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha will also be present. The new laws will replace a colonial Indian penal code and similar acts. some big breaking up is coming in right now, viewers. Hearing in Allahabad case begins in Apex Court. Big update coming in, viewers. Big update, because this is what we were expecting today. Supreme Court is hearing the controversial YouTuber Ranveer Allahbadia's plea against the FIRs today, and the hearing has now begun in the Apex Court. Now, this is the hearing on the pleas that challenging the FIRs against him for alleged offensive comments made during a YouTube show. And according to the cause list, a bench of Justices Surya Kant and N. Koteshwar Singh are supposed to take up this case. Now the hearing has begun, viewers, and this is coming in as back-to-back updates are coming in on the matter. Remember that on Friday, Allahbadia's lawyer had requested the urgent listing of this matter. So these are the back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And let's go to Riyanka, who is joining us live, and the deliberations have begun. Riyanka, we're getting the deliberation has begun. The hearing has begun already. We see a lot of arguments in the courthouse. Go ahead, Riyanka. What is happening?
Yes, the hearing in the case of Ranveer Allahabadia has already begun at the Supreme Court, and two-judge bench is taking note, and the deliberations are underway. Now, as far as the counsel appearing for Ranveer Allahabadia, Abhinav Chandrachud, who is the son of former CJI D.Y. Chandrachud, he is putting forward several issues that are coming up, especially with regards to the death threat that these YouTubers, especially Ranveer Allahabadia, who is the center of the entire case, is receiving. So that is what the advocate is, of course, giving information to the bench. On the other hand, there are also deliberations happening. On the other hand, that these FIRs have been filed in several other areas, including in Assam, in Maharashtra. So this particular hearing is in order to club all those FIRs. Let us get you more details. Justice Surya Kant goes ahead and said, are you defending the kind of language that has been used? We know that the language, the derogatory and the obscene language which was used during, the India's Got Latent show, that was something that built in a lot of fire amongst people. On the other hand, let me also read out what's happening in the court. Abhinav Chandrachud responds, as an officer of the court, I'm disgusted at the language that is used. The Supreme Court also goes ahead and responds to him and says that, so what are the parameters of the obscenity and the vulgarity in the society which has some self-evolved values, and when we behave within those parameters, we want to know what are the parameters of Indian society according to the petitioner. Abhinav Chandrachud in response says Ranveer Allahabadia has got death threats. Like I mentioned, this point is being put forward in front of the justice, and a 5 lakh reward for cutting his tongue is something that has been making a lot of round. A former wrestler says he should not be spared in any party we meet him. So right now what we are getting to understand that all the death threats, all of the issues pertaining to the safety of Ranveer Allahabadia as well as other YouTubers including Samay Raina who are receiving these death threats are being currently put forward in front of the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court right now is picking up the fact that what is the parameters in our society as far as how much of vulgarity and obscenity a person can use in their words, especially something that is being being on air and is available to all walks of people. On the other hand, we are getting more information that currently the discussions are on in the Supreme Court. As and when more developments come in, we'll continue to update this to our viewers.
Riyanka, there are many more observations that are coming in. I just want to take our viewers through some of the pointers we're getting. And you're right outside the Supreme Court. You will be able to tell us better. And the Supreme Court's words, I'll read them out. Tell us anyone on earth who will like this, something very dirty in his mind. Why should we give relief to this person? So this is the question that's being posed by the justices there. Why should we give relief to this person? There's also talk of the FIRs which have been filed against Ranveer Allahabadia. Riyanka.
Of course, the Supreme Court is picking up the fact that very, very vulgar language was used by Allahabadia, and why should the court consider, to give him any sort of a relief? On the other hand, the Supreme Court is also questioning on the fact the language that was used during this particular show, and how there was a behavior from the side of the YouTubers that they were not serious about it. They kept on laughing about it, something that drawn a lot of flack from various levels of the society. So all of this is being discussed by the Supreme Court at the moment. Supreme Court also says that if you're popular, it doesn't mean you can make statements or say anything to people. That is what the Supreme Court is observing, and Supreme Court is coming down very, very heavily on the statements that was made by Allahabadia. He says that it says that no matter how popular you are, you cannot come out and make such vulgar statements. On the other hand, the court has also said when you make such statements, it is an insult to the society, especially an insult to your parents. These are the words of the Supreme Court at the moment, is what we are learning. The Supreme Court also says that because such statements have been made by Allahabadia, it seems that there's something dirty going on in his mind. So very, very crucial observations that are taken by the Supreme Court at the moment.
That is right. I want to read out one more point, Riyanka, where Justice Suryakant is asking Allahabadia's counsel, are you defending the language which was used? Then Abhinav Chandrachud, representing Ranveer, Allahabadia says, as an officer of the court, I am disgusted at the language which is being used. So the apex court is pulling up Ranveer and Allahabadia for the vulgar language which was used. Riyanka, that's a big update we put for our viewers as well. Apex Court has pulled up Ranveer and Allahabadia over the vulgar use of language and asked why should relief be given to Ranveer and Allahabadia. Riyanka.
Absolutely. Justice Suryakant says if this is not vulgarity in this country, then what is it? If this is something, there are, justifications given for what Allahabadia had to state that day, on the particular show, India's Got Latent. If that is not vulgar, then what is it, is what the Supreme Court is questioning. It also says, see the language you are using, you have got license to speak all of this kind. So Supreme Court is heavily pulling up Allahabadia's statements and of course making it very, very difficult for the counsel to argue. Justice Suryakant also says he is insulting his parents. There's something dirty in the person's mind that has been spread through this program. Why should the court give a favor to him? This hearing particularly focuses on providing security to Allahabadia, given that he is receiving several death threats and it is a very, very tense situation for him. Safety concerns have been made. But the Supreme Court on its part pulling up and making very strong observations about, these statements that have been put forward by Allahabadia as something that insults the society, insults his parents. It is that something vulgar is going on in the mind of the person. That is what they are propagating through their words. So yes, we can see that the Supreme Court is making very, very strict observations in this case.
That is right. That is right. And Justice Kant is saying such behavior has to be condemned. Just because you're popular, you cannot take the society for granted. This is a very, very important point coming in. Very, very important point. And what is very, very important to note and highlight here, Riyanka, is that Ranveer Allahabadia's counsel, Abhinav Chandrachud, himself is saying, I cannot defend on the grounds of morality. I'm also disgusted with the words.
That's right. The counsel appearing for Allahabadia himself, Abhinav Chandrachud himself is saying that he is disgusted by the statements, the language that has been used. But he, on the other hand, is also asking that, what kind of offense or a level of criminal offense is the another question. The question that is being put forward by the counsel is the fact that, but whether it rises to the level of criminal offense, there is a thin line which has been drawn between a statement of vulgarity versus a criminal offence is what the discussions are currently being made on. So we have to wait and see what happens next. For now, what we can understand, the Supreme Court is making very strong observations, calling the fact that, these statements create a very bad impression on the society. It said that if a person is popular, that doesn't mean they'll go ahead and insult the society and their parents, doesn't mean that they have the right to make vulgar statements. So we have to wait and see what happens next in this case, Shivangi, given very, very, stringent observations coming in from the side of the Supreme Court.
That is right. Riyanka getting us all the top updates coming in, and very, very important statements. And one more statement has come out. I want to read it out for our viewers. Supreme Court is saying if you get cheap popularity by using such words, someone else also wants popularity by filing cases against you. One more word of the Supreme Court. Now, remember that Abhinav Chandrachud, the counsel for Ranveer Allahabadiya, has said that there are 3 FIRs currently against Ranveer Allahabadiya. They want these FIRs to be quashed. Yes, go ahead, Riyanka. Very important words coming in.
At the moment, the Supreme Court is constantly once again bringing up the fact that how such words are of demeaning the society. Justice Suryakant says somebody thinks that because I have become so and so popular, I can speak any kind of words and take the entire society for granted. The Supreme Court also asks the counsel, you tell us anyone in the world would like to use such words. So we have to wait and see exactly what comes as a conclusion, whether or not all these FIRs that have been filed against Allahabadiya be quashed, because he wants them to be clubbed together and wants a sense of security. We will be bringing in all the details from the Supreme Court. The hearing is continuing in the case of Ranveer Allahabadiya and the statements, the vulgar statements that he'd made. Stay tuned. We will be back after this short break.
बज के 35 मिनट पर मुझे ऐसा आवाज़ हुआ कि जैसे किसी ने कोई पूरी बिल्डिंग जोर से हिल गई हो। जब मैं उठ करके बेड पर बैठा तो मैंने देखा कि ऊपर का पंखा हिल रहा था और मुझे फिर मैं कमरे से बाहर आया। मैंने देखा कि झूमर जो बाहर वाला हॉल वाला झूमर था वो हिल रहा था।
ऐसे हिला के निकल गया, ऐसे हिला के निकल गया। हमारे ट्रेमर्स तो रहते हैं ना, जब 5 बजे उल्टी की कितना बचा है?
कितना बचा है?
बहुत तेज भूकंप आया था। ये लग रहा था कि नीचे जो मेट्रो चलती शायद मेट्रो आपस में टकरा गई। मेरे तो पैर कपने लगे थे, ये सब कपने लगा था, काउंटर भी हिलने लगा था।
जमीन से हिल गए थे, मतलब ये काउंटर वाउंटर सब हिल रहा था। एकदम दो सेकंड का होगा एकदम से। ये हमारे सामने कस्टमर भी खड़े थे, वो भी लेडीज वगैरह वो भी चिल्लाने लगी थी।
तगड़ा झटका था। हमें ऐसा लगा जैसे ट्रेन चल रही हो ना, धरती ऐसे हिल रही बहुत तेज, धड़ाधड़, मतलब कि जैसे कुछ धरती फटने वाली है। बहुत तगड़ा झटका था।
इससे पहले इतना तगड़ा झटका महसूस किया गया कभी आपने?
ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, आज पहली बार ऐसी 4:30 5:30 बजे करीब की बात है। बहुत तेज ऐसी पूरी बिल्डिंग हिली, पूरा घर हिल गई। ऐसा लग रहा है घर से बाहर निकलो।
सर अभी भूकंप आया था तो किस तरीके से आप लोगों को लगा और कितना डर लगा?
डर काफी हॉरेबल था और वो काफी देर तक झटके आने लगे। अभी मैं सोते हुए एकदम से उठा, एकदम बाहर की तरफ भागा और देखा बहुत तेज झटका खा रहा है।
आज से पहले कभी इतना को महसूस
नहीं, कभी महसूस ही नहीं हुआ। एकदम से लगा कि पता नहीं क्या हो गया, एकदम सोते आंख खुल गई, भाग छूटा एकदम बाहर की तरफ।
सर भूकंप आया है, सेंटर गाजियाबाद ही बताया जा रहा है। कितना तेज झटका?
बहुत तेज झटका महसूस हुआ। अभी दूध लेने गए थे तो उस कुर्सी में बैठे हुए थे, पूरी तरीके से हिली थी कुर्सियां और एकदम झटके से खड़े भी हुए हम लोग, लेकिन था बहुत कम टाइम का।
लेकिन पहली बार इतना तेज झटका महसूस हुआ आप लोगों को?
बिल्कुल हुआ, तो पहली बार हुआ है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। बहुत ज्यादा तेज झटका था और कुर्सियां बिल्कुल हिल गई थी।
All right, viewers, hearing is underway in the Ravi Lavadia's case in the Apex Court. Those are the big highlights we're getting for you. Supreme Court calls out Lavadia's behavior and also saying that why on earth would anyone like this language? Why should we grant relief to this person? A very, very big update coming in right now. Parents and daughters ashamed of your words. Very, very important. These are the new updates we're getting for you right now, viewers. The words you have chosen, Justice Khan says, parents will feel ashamed. Daughters and sisters will feel ashamed. The entire society will be ashamed. These are the level of depravity you and your henchmen have used. Rule of law and system has to be followed. Very important statement coming there, viewers. Supreme Court is saying that we should be ashamed of the kind of language that he has used, and you can see that Supreme Court has pulled up Ranveer Allahabadiya, called out the behavior, the language which was used in this case, also has said very clearly. Okay, we're getting some more updates. Supreme Court grants protection from arrest. Another update has come in. All right, one more big update is coming in, viewers, on the story. I want to go to Riyanka. Riyanka, we're getting a big update coming in. I was reading out what the Supreme Court said, but there is a new update we can get for our viewers where we're learning that Supreme Court has granted protection from arrest. Supreme Court grants interim protection to controversial YouTuber Ranveer Allahabadiya from arrest in connection with the multiple FIRs lodged against him across India over his recent inappropriate comments during his guest appearance. India's got laid in. I want to go back to Riyanka. Riyanka, big update coming in.
Well, absolutely. It is a big relief for YouTuber Ranveer Allahabadiya as the Supreme Court has put a ban on arrest on Allahabadiya regarding the FIRs that have been filed in Assam as well as in Mumbai. Now, this means that there have been a condition that has been put on by the Supreme Court on Allahabadiya to put a ban on his arrest. Now, the condition goes as such that Ranveer Allahabadiya has to cooperate during the investigation, as when the police calls him for a questioning, he has to be present there during the questioning. On the other hand, what we are getting to know that the court has given in more conditions to Allahabadiya, that he needs to give his passport, and on the other hand, he cannot travel anywhere outside the country unless the permission is granted from the court. On the other hand, what we are getting to know more developments, the court said that the lawyer will not be allowed to stay inside the police station during the interrogation. We had seen during the initial of the hearing, the Supreme Court was in fact pulling out Ranveer Allahabadiya and making very, very strong observations against the statements, the vulgar statements that he had made. The Supreme Court had also said that this kind of statement shows that the mentality these people have, and that is an insult to their parents as well as the society. But on the other hand, as per the latest update, the Supreme Court has given a relief to Allahabadiya from being arrested. It is an interim relief given by the Supreme Court, and the FIRs that have been filed against Allahabadiya in Mumbai, in Assam, the FIRs, there will be no arrest for Allahabadiya, although he has to cooperate with the investigation. He has to be present when there will be calls from the police in order for questioning, and he cannot travel outside the country. His lawyer cannot be present during the police investigation.
That is right. Very big update coming in right now. And I'll just tell our viewers what has happened. Supreme Court says no further FIR shall be registered against him on the basis of the episode aired on the show India's Got Latent. Supreme Court asks him to deposit his passport with the police, and he cannot leave the country without permission from the court. That means Ranveer Allahabadiya cannot leave this country, cannot leave India without any permission from the court. These are very, very big updates coming in. So these are conditions that have been put on Ranveer Allahabadiya. Even though he has got interim relief, Riyanka, he has to follow these instructions.
Absolutely. Ranveer Allahabadiya and his friends, the other YouTubers, including Ashish Chanchalani, Samay Raina, they cannot also be part of or taking part in India's Got Latent show any further. That is also direction coming in from the Supreme Court. That is one condition also that needs to be taken into consideration. On the other hand, major conditions that have been put on Allahabadiya from being barred to be arrested is one, that he needs to cooperate with the investigation that is going to be taking place there further. No more FIRs will be lodged in this case hereafter, and from there he has to deposit his passport with the police, and also he cannot leave the country without the permission granted by the court. But he needs to cooperate with the investigation. We know that Labadia has also, and his colleagues have also been summoned by the NCW, so there also they need to be present. On the other hand, what we're getting to know, a notice has been issued to the state governments, Mumbai, Assam, as well as to the central government in order to this very case. On the other hand, the Supreme Court also, picked up a very important point when, the counsel for Allahabad had asked for providing safety. The Supreme Court had said that if the police is calling him for questioning, that means the police will in fact provide him with the protection. So this is what that happened. These are the discussions and deliberations and strict observations made in the Supreme Court. On the other hand, an interim relief for Ranveer Allahabad from being arrested.
Yes, Priyanka getting us all the top updates coming in right now. Viewers, Supreme Court slams Allahabadia's words. And Priyanka, very, very important update which had come in where the Apex Court is saying being popular does not mean you can comment on anything. You are insulting people's parents. It seems you have some dirt in your mind. And has clearly said if this is not obscene, then what is? You can show your vulgarity anytime and show the depravity. This is very, very strong words coming in from the Apex Court. This is very important given the fact, the kind of comment that he had made on that show, India's Got Talent, the controversy which has snowballed. Take our viewers through once more the strong words which the Apex Court has used and said that, we live in a society. Very, very important words were being used there.
That's right. For once again rounding up to the very strong observations and very strong statements that came in from the Supreme Court, the court said that the words that have been chosen by Ranveer Allahabad and his friends is, of course, something that is going to be leading their parents to be ashamed. Their sisters will be ashamed. The entire society will feel ashamed. This is what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court also said it's a perverted mind and the perversion you and your henchmen have exhibited. We have judicial system bound by rule of law. If there are threats, law will take its course. The Supreme Court has somewhere hinted that there is law to take in consideration if there are threats that have been given to Allahabadia, but it also picks up the fact that how perverted a mind could be to make such statements against others' parents, and it makes a society and people feel ashamed, sisters feel ashamed. On the other hand, the Supreme Court also said that if you can seek cheap publicity by using abusive language, this person extending threat is also looking for cheap publicity. On the other hand, the Supreme Court, as you rightly mentioned earlier, Shivangi, had also brought up the fact that if a person is popular, that doesn't mean they have the license to make any sort of statements there out in the public. They do not have license to make any vulgar statements, any obscene statements. This is something that has been picked up by the Supreme Court. I can speak any kind of words and take entire society for granted. This cannot be done, is what the Supreme Court is telling. Justice Suryakant also mentioned one more point. What embarrassment he has caused to his parents. We know from where he has copied the question. There are certain societies where they warn who are not supposed to watch the program. They maintain precautions. Yes, there should have been given a tag for an adult, a program if such a word was used, but that was also not being done. On the other hand, the word you have chosen, parents will be ashamed, the entire society is ashamed. These were the strong observations that was made by the Supreme Court, but eventually the Supreme Court granted an interim relief to Allahabadia by putting a stay on the arrest or the probable arrest that would have been made for him for the FIRs that have been filed in Mumbai and in Assam.
That is right. Big update coming in right now. Viewers, Supreme Court grants interim protection from coercive action to influencer Ranveer Allahabad, to the controversial YouTuber Ranveer Allahabad in FIRs lodged against his comments on YouTube show. But, also, speaking about what the Supreme Court has said, Supreme Court has also said that even though he has got interim protection, Priyanka, he still has to cooperate with the investigation agencies. He has to cooperate with the probe, which has been launched right now. He's yet to appear in front of some agencies, by the way, to record his statements, Priyanka.
Absolutely. Alabadia is yet to present himself for questioning. As I mentioned earlier, that the NCW had taken cognizance of the matter and they had summoned Alabadia and his colleagues yesterday. But Alabadia had cited reasons of safety concerns, after which that hearing was postponed to 6th of March. Which is why, as we know, that there are other investigating agencies that are taking, note of the entire case, in front of which Alabadia has not yet presented himself. So this is one of the very important conditions that have been put by the Supreme Court as it gives an interim relief to Alabadia. The Supreme Court has very clearly mentioned that he needs to cooperate with the investigation. He needs to cooperate with the police as and when they call him for questioning, to record his statement. That is something that is the most important condition coming in this case by the Supreme Court.
More update for our viewers on the screen. More updates coming in. Supreme Court says stop your show business for time being. One more big update coming in right now, viewers. Stop your show business for the time being, viewers. And this is coming in, Riyanka, and if you could take our viewers through more on this. Even though interim protection has been given to Ranveer Alabadia, there is more update coming in right now where Supreme Court is saying stop this, stop your show business for the time being. These are back-to-back updates coming in right now. Now, we see that Supreme Court has restrained Alabadia and his associates on the controversial YouTube show from airing any other episode in further order. This is also a very big update coming in right now, viewers, here at Republic TV. Stop this show business for the time being. Very, very big update coming in. And this is coming in after Supreme Court did say that the Ranveer Alabadia has got interim protection. No further FIR shall be lodged against influencer for his comments during the YouTube show. But at the same time, stop your show business for the time being. Going back to you, Riyanka, what exactly does this mean in terms of the show? Yes, Riyanka, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Another important development coming in with the Supreme Court saying that Ranveer Alabadia along with his friends will not be a part of this show, and the show cannot continue. There will be no more episodes. Justice Suryakant says order further subject to condition that petitioner or his associates shall not air any other show till further orders. So that is, of course, a very important, very important development coming in. We already know all these YouTubers, Ashish Chanchalani, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, they come up with regular shows, regular series of podcasts and other influential videos, and that is something that they cannot do for the time being as far as the orders by the Supreme Court is concerned. Alabadia has been hosting several podcasts and he has been interviewing multiple levels of people from celebrities to top politicians, and he cannot continue to do his show until and unless there are orders given. So for now, these YouTubers who are involved in this very case, they cannot firstly take part in India's Got Talent show. The episodes will not be aired anymore, even if they have been recorded in the past. And on the other hand, they cannot come out and continue with doing their own personal shows or the content that create on social media. So there is a stop that has been put by the court until further orders.
That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now. So viewers, many key highlights. One is interim protection, but with a lot of conditions. Number two, the bigger update that we're telling you right now is that Supreme Court has restrained Alabadia and its associates from airing any other episode of the controversial show till further orders. Any other episode of the controversial show. Back-to-back update coming in right now with on Republic TV, and this is very big, Riyanka, because we already saw that Samay Raina had gone ahead and he had deleted those episodes from his channel earlier. He had apologized, but still, these controversial YouTubers are yet to appear, especially Samay Raina and Ranveer Alabadia, before the investigation agencies.
Well, absolutely. They are yet to appear before the investigating agencies, and their statements are something that needs to be recorded in order to spearhead the investigation. On the other hand, very, very strong observation and a very strong order coming in from the side of the Supreme Court that their show, India's Got Latent, cannot air any more episodes. And Alabadia, along with his colleagues who have been involved in the show, they cannot air any other episode of any other show that they have been a part of unless this investigation is underway. So, Shivangi, we have to wait and see what happens next. For now, it looks like an interim relief for Alabadia, but steps will be taken forward once his statements are recorded with the police. There are multiple FIRs that have been filed in Jaipur, in Assam, in Mumbai, but no more FIRs will be filed in this case hereafter, and he is not going to be arrested, but all he needs to do is cooperate with the police and give out his statements. But the Supreme Court, on the other hand, condemning all those vulgar and obscene statements made by Alabadia previously in the India's Got Latent show that has sparked the massive outrage and anger amongst the society.
That is right, Priyanka. You know, we'll of course, as the day progresses, we'll be getting many reactions on this story as the day progresses, because this is very, very important. The hearing has just ended, viewers, and we'll get more reactions on this story. But very, very important takeaway is that even though Ranveer Alabadia has got interim protection, that does not, he still has restrictions which have been imposed on him, including not leaving this country without prior permission. All these restrictions have been imposed on Ranveer Alabadia, and my colleague continues to stay with us. Priyanka, you know, if you could take our viewers through once more about the summons which have been sent to Ranveer and to Samay Raina, among others. Now, these summons are yet to be accepted, and they have to turn up. They have to turn up. They're missing dates. Ranveer Alabadia has missed multiple dates already. Was there any conversation, observation in the Supreme Court where we know why was he not turning up for these summons?
See, the main concern as posed by Alabadia as well as his counsel for not being able to, appear before the investigating agencies and appear when the summons were made is the fact that there have been death threats and there are several security concerns that currently looms over Alabadia. So that is one point that was raised. In fact, that is the same point which was put forward in front of the NCW that had summoned Alabadia yesterday, out of which that was considered and the date was shifted to 3 weeks later, that is 6th of March, on their request. And this is the reason, the prime reason because of which Alabadia was not able to be, present for the summons which was given by agencies for investigation and to question him. In fact, his friends also have been receiving several death threats. On the other hand, as far as the counsel of Alabadia is concerned, he raised up one point in front of the Supreme Court that Alabadia's mother is a doctor, and there are people posing as patients going into a chamber and giving threats to her. So that is something that needs to be considered to give a protection to the family as well as Alabadia, and which is why he has been missing several dates, which is why not just him, all of his colleagues have been missing several dates. But now the Supreme Court has made it very, very clear that Alabadia has to cooperate with the investigating agencies and the police. On the other hand, we will be getting you all the details from the ground as the Supreme Court has granted an interim relief to Ranveer Alabadia. For now, he needs to appear before the police and cooperate with the investigation, cannot leave the country without prior permission. Viewers, do stay tuned. We will come right back after this short break.
बहुत तेज भूकंप आया था। ये लग रहा था कि नीचे जो मेट्रो चलती, शायद मेट्रो आपस में टकरा गई। मेरे तो पैर कपने लगे थे, ये सब कपने लगा था, काउंटर भी हिलने लगा था।
जमीन से हिल गए थे, मतलब ये काउंटर वाउंटर सब हिल रहा था। एकदम दो सेकंड का होगा एकदम से। ये हमारे सामने कस्टमर भी खड़े थे, वो भी लेडीज वगैरह वो भी चिल्लाने लगे थे।
तगड़ा झटका था। हमें ऐसा लगा जैसे ट्रेन चल रही हो ना, धरती ऐसे हिल रही बहुत तेज, धड़ाधड़ धड़ाधड़, मतलब कि जैसे कुछ धरती फटने वाली है। बहुत तगड़ा झटका था।
इससे पहले इतना तगड़ा झटका महसूस किया गया कभी आपने?
ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, आज पहली बार ऐसी 4:30 5:30 बजे करीब की बात है। बहुत तेज ऐसी पूरी बिल्डिंग हिली, पूरा घर हिल गई। ऐसा लग रहा है घर से बाहर निकलो।
सर अभी भूकंप आया था तो किस तरीके से आप लोगों को लगा और कितना डर लगा?
डर काफी हॉरेबल था और वो काफी देर तक झटके आने लगे। अभी मैं सोते हुए एकदम से उठा, एकदम बाहर की तरफ भागा और देखा बहुत तेज झटका खा रहा है।
आज से पहले कभी इतना महसूस
नहीं, कभी महसूस ही नहीं हुआ। एकदम से लगा कि पता नहीं क्या हो गया, एकदम सोते आंख खुल गई, भाग छूटा एकदम बाहर की तरफ।
सर भूकंप आया है, सेंटर गाजियाबाद ही बताया जा रहा है, कितना तेज झटका?
बहुत तेज झटका महसूस हुआ। अभी दूध लेने गए थे तो उस कुर्सी पे बैठे हुए थे, पूरी तरीके से हिली थी कुर्सियां और एकदम झटके से खड़े भी हुए हम लोग, लेकिन था बहुत कम टाइम का।
लेकिन पहली बार इतना तेज झटका महसूस हुआ आप लोगों को?
बिल्कुल हुआ, तो पहली बार हुआ है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। बहुत ज्यादा तेज झटका था और कुर्सियां बिल्कुल हिल गई थी।
The Supreme Court has pulled up YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia in connection to his statements on India's got latent. We bring you more details on how the Supreme Court has wrapped after the break. Stay tuned to Republic Live and breaking at 12 noon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight I come to you with a major network announcement. And this is something that we have been all planning and working on at the Republic Media Network for a while now. On how we can use your beloved network and an influential platform like Republic to build a limitless India. As of now, 900 million of you worldwide are believers in the Republic Media Network. 900 million cumulatively, that is more than the population of 99% of the countries on this planet. So what can you and we at Republic do together, dear viewers? You who are the real strength of Republic. You are Republic and we are your...
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 9, AI and Machine Learning. If you're under 30 and have a visionary approach to optimize neural architectures, advance generative AI, or enhance reinforcement learning for real-world applications, this is your opportunity. Present your breakthrough innovation in AI-driven automation or self-learning algorithms, and you may earn the opportunity to showcase it before the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Application checklist, statement of purpose, an abstract, pitch deck video or presentation. Application deadline is the 28th of February, the Republic Plenary Summit on the 6th of March. Visit www.summit.republicworld.com or scan to pitch.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV live and breaking this Tuesday at noon with me, Kriti Mehta. Now, the Supreme Court has pulled up Ranveer Alabadia, the YouTuber, for his controversial and obscene statements on India's Got Latent, hosted by Samir Raina. The Supreme Court has wrapped Ranveer Alabadia and called out his perversion. We bring you more details on that after a quick check of the headlines. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Alabadia, asks if this is not vulgarity, then what is? Interim protection from arrest granted to Ranveer Alabadia on the premise that full cooperation has to be given without any lawyer inside police station. Gyanesh Kumar named as the new Chief Election Commissioner. Congress opposes appointment, passes dissent note. President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Modi welcomed the Emir of Qatar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Key bilaterals slated. A third-year Nepalese student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly commits suicide. 2 Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. And viewers, tracking the big story of the moment, the Supreme Court has called out Ranveer Alabadia's perversion, and Ranveer asked has been asked by the top court to submit his passport. Now, interim protection from arrest has been granted on the premise that full cooperation has to be given without any lawyer inside the police station. Let's go across to Rhythm, my colleague who's joining us on the phone line. Rhythm, the Supreme Court has clearly pulled up Ranveer Allabadia, wrapped him with the strongest of words. Talk to us about the details that you're picking up.
I think the most important thing is how the Supreme Court has berated Ranveer Allabadia for the comments he made. And the Supreme Court of India, when he questioned the Supreme Court, said this is obscene, there is something dirty in his mind which has been vomited on YouTube show. They expressed their displeasure on the remarks that he made. They also said it was extremely vulgar. The parameters of obscenity and vulgarity have been crossed. The Supreme Court also says such behavior has to be condemned. In fact, the words they used is, just because somebody thinks he has become so popular, can he speak any kind of words? Is there anyone on earth who will like this language? There is something dirty in his mind. His lawyer, Abhinav, tried to say that he's getting threats. The Supreme Court said if you can seek cheap publicity by using abusive language, then the person who's threatened you is extending the threat, also seeking publicity. They've said it's absolutely despicable what has been said. They've berated him. They've said his parents would also be ashamed of him. And the Supreme Court, as they stated this, has also clarified that subject to him appearing for the cases that have been filed in Assam and Mumbai, he will be getting the relief. That is no arrest, but this is only if he cooperates with the investigation. Let's make our viewers understand, therefore, this is conditional relief because his lawyer stated there are multiple FIRs being filed against him. The Supreme Court said as of now, the FIRs that have been filed, he will have to go and join the investigation. They were very angry with his lawyer when he said the lawyer had gone there and there was intimidation to the other accused. The court said, why had the lawyer gone? Because the process of law is when the police calls you to join an investigation, you don't send your lawyer. You're not that high and mighty. So the Supreme Court has called out the high and mightiness of Ranveer Allabadia moving the Supreme Court, refusing to join the summons and trying to say that he wants relief. The Supreme Court said only if he joins the investigation, then he will not be arrested as long as he's cooperating with the investigation. The words the Supreme Court today has used, and I've seen many court hearings, this is one of the strongest admonishments by the top court of the country, where they say the words he used and chose, parents will be ashamed, sisters will be ashamed, entire society is ashamed, the pervert mind, the perversion that you and your henchmen have exhibited. Very strong words. The Supreme Court also, however, keeping in mind, has said if there are threats, law will take its cost. However, the Supreme Court was so angry. I was in that court hearing and the Supreme Court spoke so much. Such observations were given out. They said that, what embarrassment you've caused to your parents. We got to know from where you've copied the questions. It was an international country. They said there are certain societies where they warn you, you're not supposed to watch these programs. They maintain precautions. However, the Supreme lawyer Abhinav tried to say there were subscribers. It was only a copy of a 10-second clip. But the Supreme Court did not hear that. Even as they said, all right, arrest of the petitioner in Maharashtra and Assam FIR is stayed, only subject to his direct investigation. They said he has to submit his passport and protection will be given to him, but orders are subject to him joining the probe.
Right, Rhythm. Now the Supreme Court, of course, has come down heavily on Allabadia, but there are other comedians also who now face FIRs. How do we see the investigation proceeding against them?
There will be an investigation by the Mumbai and the Assam police. Once they've come to clarity on what really transpired, they will be filing, after the FIR, a charge sheet in this case. The charge sheet will be filed after this. The case will go to trial. It will be a long-drawn process once it's at trial. But one thing is clear. If the Maharashtra police, the Maharashtra Cyber Cell, the Assam police that has also registered an FIR feel that this is a cogent case to file a charge sheet, and things are going to go spiraling down for the people who own the show as well as Ranveer Allabadia. Because please understand, this is not only them. These are comments that have shocked the very nerve of Indian society. The Supreme Court, in fact, described his comments as being condemnable, reprehensible, dirty. They've said in the name of free speech, no one has the license to speak. whatever they want against the norms of society. They asked him, do you have the license to say anything to give vent to your dirty mind? Why should you not go to Guwahati to defend yourself? They were extremely angry because he said, how can I go to Assam to face that FIR? The Supreme Court said, why can you not go to Guwahati if you can come to the Supreme Court? They also said the words chosen show a depraved mind. It will shame every parent, sister, mother. Let me also pause to Rahul Ishwar joining us on the phone line. Rahul, several times I have seen your words over the last few years when it comes to condemning such words like Allahabadiya has said. Today, even as the Supreme Court gives conditional relief to him, Rahul, what the Supreme Court has said is his words are reprehensible. They will shame every parent, sister and mother. They've condemned it, and they've also said that he should ensure in this case that people do not misuse free speech.
Absolutely. As a complainant, I'm very happy for what Supreme Court did. Supreme Court has struck the right balance by granting him reprieve, but at the same point of time has schooled and educated and used the most scathing remarks in the recent judicial history. Supreme Court very rarely use words like dirt, or very rarely use such strong words like your words have shamed every parent, sister, mother. So it's very positive step. See, nobody wants to throw these youngsters in jail, but at the same point of time, they should learn the hard lesson, because millions and millions of our youngsters are watching these shows and they should not get wrong ideas. See, there are some Lakshmana Rekhas that no one should cross, whether it is family or every faith. Every faith should be respected, every family should be respected, and such kind of perverted joke with parents is absolutely horrible, and that's a line that no one should cross. I hope Supreme Court has guided our youngsters in a really good manner, and all the content creators in the orange economy will take note of this, and in future they will keep in mind that if they are crossing a line, we have a judicial system that will address them in the severest of manner.
Absolutely. And Rahul, I also want to draw the attention of the viewers and ask you this. The Supreme Court even questioned Abhinav Chandrachud in this case, who was the petitioner's lawyer, and said, are you defending the language he used? Even the petitioner's lawyer, Rahul, said, I am disgusted with the language. The Supreme Court said, what are the parameters of obscenity and vulgarity that are being used by him? It shows deprivation.
Absolutely, yes. And even a prominent advocate who is the son of a former Chief Justice had to face the wrath, because we all understand that is disgusting. There are no two ways about it. So there is no grey area in it. It is absolutely black. And we should take care that our youngsters don't follow model. And those who are also doing some kind of a cyberbullying and issuing death threat against Ranveer Allahabadiya is doing the same mistake that he's doing. We should not bring his parents into this debate, because his parents are as sacred as anybody else's parents. So we should not bring them. No death threat. We should go the judicial way, teach them a lesson so that they will never follow this path. I hope they bounce back. They bounce back and do good content. But they should always remember their mind. There are some rekhas and some lines that nobody should cross. That is essential for the ethics, law and order of our society.
Okay. All right. So, Rahul, I thank you for being with us and joining us on this story. It is something that we'll continue coming back to you to get a sense of what happened, as you're also a complainant in the case. I'm also going to go across to Brinda Arige, activist joining us on the phone line. Brinda, this is very, very clear. This is something that has to be seen extremely seriously, because the court has now been telling him that such condemnable words have to be stopped.
Absolutely right. I'm in complete agreement with the court. Some people might think that this is very harsh. Let us keep in mind the kind of statements and sentences made by him in a public space with somebody as young as that contestant who had come there. Unacceptable. I am not going to be, on a moral policing or a morality ground. But there is a certain decorum, a certain dignity, a certain respect that must be upheld and taken care of by people who are influencers. When they are told that they are influencers, there should be a line and an ambit within which they function, because they are influencing the young nation called India. Everybody knows we have a huge number of young people, the youth who are also his followers. So would he not want to be responsible? He cannot talk of it as dark comedy. I can do whatever I want. This is what poetic justice, what is that? Prose and poet allow me all of those kind of leeways and spaces where I can speak whatever I want. I'm very happy with the Supreme Court's observation. I'm glad that his passport has been impounded and he has to be reporting to the said authorities. This would not only be an example that is set, but a precedent for others who might want to follow his footsteps. Keep a limit.
Absolutely. In fact, I also wanted to ask you, as we are speaking, Brinda, the court has said in the next hearing they're going to try and see what is stated in this case by the Solicitor General when such people make freedom of speech comments.
That is another area which has always seems to be grey with these kind of people and these kind of shows. I'm happy that they are looking into it a little more, where they will be able to put down certain guidelines that they must responsibly follow. And I'm happy that the Solicitor General is also going to be studying this issue on freedom of expression. Because at the end of the day, freedom of expression has to be respected, but not at the cost of anybody else's rights and dignity.
I also wanted to ask you, see the language the court used, when Abhinav Chandrachud, the lawyer who's representing him, said that he's facing multiple death threats. The Supreme Court was extremely clear. They said just like cheap publicity was sought by him, there is someone seeking cheap publicity. They questioned why he's not joined the investigation. In fact, they said you've come to the Supreme Court, but why are you not going to Guwahati? What stops you from going to Guwahati in this case and facing the law? Keeping that in mind, the court has given him only conditional relief, where they say, if you want, go before the court, join the investigation, answer the summons, don't send your lawyers, only then do we give you this conditional relief.
Absolutely. He has not respected the procedures that are being followed by the various police stations, because FIR has been registered on him. An FIR is registered, which means he has to go in for investigation. Otherwise, how are the police going to take the case forward? He has also not respected the summons and the call from the National Commission for Women, which also is sending a message that he need not go for these investigations, but he can continue to make claims that he has death threats, and that is why he is not going. When he goes for investigation, the police will extend the protection to him. With cooperation from his side is how the police will be able to bring a logical conclusion to this case. So I'm sure what the Supreme Court has said is something that this guy must adhere to the law and fear the law. If there is no fear of the law, he cannot simply go on sending his lawyers and saying, go and talk to them like this, go and talk to them like that. No matter what kind of a figure he is, he must go to Guwahati, he must go present himself before the National Commission of Women and let them get his statements firsthand.
In fact, the Supreme Court, Brinda Arige also said, Justice Khan said, just because you are popular, you cannot take the society for granted. Is there anyone on earth who will like this language? There is something very dirty in the mind which has been vomited. They questioned Abhinav, why should we protect him? In fact, they said, you say you're entangled in so many FIRs, but only because the litigant can afford an approach to Supreme Court, you are stating this. Why? I would like to know why you're not going and joining the investigation in Guwahati. The Supreme Court was also then said, and viewers, I want to quote this as I go back to Brinda Arige. We were joined by Rahul Ishwar earlier. Justice Khan said, the words you've chosen, parents are going to be ashamed. Daughters and sisters will feel ashamed. The entire society will be ashamed. These are the levels of depravity you and your henchmen have gone to. The rule of law and the system has to be followed. In fact, they even questioned Abhinav and whether his lawyer actually was not disgusted with the words. And the lawyer admitted in the courtroom, yes, I am disgusted with the words. Justice Khan said he should be ashamed as to what he's done to his parents. We are not in ivory towers. We know he copied it from an Australian show content. And very, very clearly, Once this case came before court, three viewers, it's clear they knew what was happening. They'd heard the comments. They'd even gone to ascertain that this had been earlier stated in another international show. And then they said, don't tell us that this is just content for which you need a credit card. YouTube and other places will leak the clip. Finally, conditional relief has been given to Ranveer Alabadia. In fact, I'm going to see if Brinda continues to be with us. Brinda, again, I want to come back to you as an activist and who's... Yes. So, Brinda, I think one of the most pertinent points that the court made is we're not living in ivory towers. We know this content has been taken from somewhere. This clearly shows, Brinda, they are clear that there was an application of mind, knowing that this could cause some sort of a controversy. Ranveer Alabadia made these comments.
Absolutely. So is he going to, first and foremost, like the court has pointed out, because they have also pointed out, he said that it was on the spur of the moment, it was not intentional, it was not motivated. Now he comes to the court and says he has taken the content from an Australian TV serial, and so should the court now file something on the Australian TV serial? What rubbish is he talking? He and the people who have promoted that show must be held accountable. They have to be responsible for what they speak. And if they want to say that I took it from here, I took it from there, they cannot absolve themselves of their responsibility. And that is exactly what the court is saying, that you have to have had that responsibility in your head. He is also someone who was awarded by the Prime Minister, making these kind of comments. Is he not casting this kind of a shame on all of us, where my Prime Minister has given him an award and he speaks in such filthy, obnoxious language? Yes, he has to be held accountable. Because the award was given in good faith because he's influencing people. And if that award cannot be respected by this man, he should not be absolved of the crime that he has committed. Let him face the music as per the law of the land, and let him and others who have supported him or are supporting him remember that this case will be setting a precedent in our country, and we need to be responsible citizens, but more than that, responsible influencers, upholding not only constitutional rights but also constitutional duties.
I completely agree with you, Brinda Arigi. And I also want to tell our viewers, Justice Kant also said that why did you utter such words? Was it for popularity? And now threats are being issued. Why did your lawyer go and join the investigation and not you? He also said he should be ashamed of this language. He said there was dirt in his mind, and he questioned his motive in not only giving out these words, but also as he disapproved them, he said statements have been made just for cheap popularity by you. As the Supreme Court condemned his words, they were disgusted by it. It said, it shows your vulgarity, it shows your depravity. There are only 2 FIRs right now. His lawyer tried to say there are hundreds of FIRs being filed. The court said there is one in Mumbai, one in Assam. Abhinav later said there's one that's going to crop up in Jaipur. He said liberty is a separate issue. It is not that every case is targeting you and you're entangled. And therefore, however, the court said conditionally we're going to give you the relief of no arrest. But the biggest question that the Supreme Court raised as they echo the voice of the common person who's been asking the same questions, viewers, what are the perimeters of obscenity and vulgarity? The Supreme Court said in the society which has some self-evolved values, and when we behave within those parameters, we want to know what are the parameters of Indian society. I think the most important thing that the Supreme Court has also done is they've asked the Solicitor General to also be a part of this case later, Brinda, and the Attorney General to give a sense on the reasonable restrictions on freedom of speech. Hello? Yes. Brinda, one of the important things that the court... Okay, I also want to go across as I thank Brinda Arigi for being touched to Cindy Chando, Bollywood expert who's now patched with us. Cindy, you've been a part of this debate. We've seen you, giving your experienced understanding of how Bollywood looks at this. But today the Supreme Court, Simi, comes down extremely strongly on the words, the vulgarity, the obscenity, the deprivation with which Ranveer Alabadia spoke. How do you look at this case? How do you look at their words? And don't you think it is time now for Bollywood to answer, for him to also Ranveer Alabadia to join the investigation?
I think Ranveer Alabadia has already learnt his lesson, because the entire media, the entire country stood united against him, that they were upset and they let him know that he has learnt his lesson. Coming back to the Supreme Court verdict today, it's very welcome decision, the order that the Supreme Court has passed. First of all, they have been very fair to Ranveer Alabadia, not at all judgmental when they have slammed him for his obscenity, snotty comments that he had made on that show that caused the outrage. Secondly, it also tells us that all the other YouTubers do not need to worry. Our faith in our Supreme Court stays intact, because they did slam him, but they're also fair. All they have done is they have taken away his passport, and they're not letting him travel abroad. And Ranveer Alabadia may have become the king of filth, the king of kink today, but he is definitely not a physical threat to anybody. He's not going to go around on a shooting stampede or something. So yes, creatively and mentally and psychologically, he is a threat, which I think he may learn his lesson. This is going to reach out to people in Bollywood too, who talk about losing their virginity at 12 years of age and 14 years of age, and how they had 300 girlfriends, and how they did their first cigarette when they were 9 years old. All those Bollywood people bragging about such rubbish on national television where 10-year-old kids are watching them, they better watch out, because we have not asked them these questions. They go and give these answers and these statements to their own people who are doing podcasts with them. Do not blame the media. We do not bring out this filth from Bollywood.
I think I want you to elaborate a little bit, Simi, on that, because you're absolutely right. The Supreme Court calls out the filth that has been stated by Ranveer Alabadia. In fact, they said it's reprehensible. They asked him what sort of dirt is there in his mind. Said he should be ashamed of what he said. His parents are going to be ashamed. His brothers and sisters are going to be ashamed. It's reprehensible and condemnable words, he said. I think he will have to join the investigation as he gets conditional relief from the court that was not very happy with giving it. They also said there are no 100 FIRs. There are 2 FIRs, and he better join the investigation. So, Sibi, when you speak about what is also stated in Bollywood, this is also a wake-up call for them, because the Supreme Court said we want to understand from the central government lawyers what are the restrictions on freedom of speech, how much is too much.
I mean, I think Karan Johar already, his last season with Coffee with Karan Johar did not do well, in spite of ruining other relationships and talking about such vulgar topics and subjects. You know, I think the most affected person in Bollywood is going to be Karan Johar, because he used to only manage to get TRPs on his vulgar and adulterated content and very smutty and pun kind of statements. So he's going to be the one who will get most affected. But here we cannot forget whether it was Neha Dhupia, who at the height of the Me Too movement had vowed to stand up for every woman who will go through this. But then what was she serving out when she was doing her show and calling other Bollywood celebrities and heroines on her show? What kind of questions was she asking them? You know, they call Big Boss dirty. Big Boss is not even half as close to the dirty statements that are made on Big Boss when Hardik Pandya comes and says that, you know, okay, he's been initiated and this is the first time he's done it with somebody and he's got intimate, and he comes and tells his parents that. The Cricket Board of India, the Cricket Board banned him for a short term and he was fined. But here, there are no rules and regulations in Bollywood. I think this is where the stars need to realize that when they get together, for one star to be questioning them and for one star to be answering, they do not stop at any limit for their filth, and they keep blaming the media. We are not your watchdogs. Our job is to report. It's you people who give out this filth and these dirty, obscene, and vulgar statements.
Yes, absolutely. I think when you're saying this extremely candidly, Simi, I would say you're absolutely right. My final question to you, the Supreme Court said there should not be a misuse of free speech. I think often the Bollywood has come out and not apologized when they need to, not supported the people they need to, not spoken on cases of suicide when they need to. But when it comes to one of their own, they should take a call whether they want to condemn or support. I think the absolute blanket silence of the Bollywood also on this case speaks a lot. They're choosing to be silent, and is that silence going to be taken as acquiescence has to be seen? Because the Supreme Court said when it comes to free speech, it should not be misused.
You know, the topmost heroes, the topmost heroines, they have taken up the mudda, the subject of depression, and they opened a depression ki dukaan, literally. They are making money out of that, representing so many NGOs and so many other associations. And this has really become a dukaan for them. Anytime they need to promote a film with a similar subject, they start bringing up the topic about depression and everything. I mean, y'all are using all these things, and then when somebody commits suicide, what is that? Isn't there depression? Isn't depression a part of something that may have led a person to suicide? Y'all talk about going through depression and surviving it and becoming a depression survivor, a suicide survivor. But what about the person who has committed suicide and he's from Bollywood? But you all will stay quiet and won't open your mouth. This is double standards and hypocrisy at its peak.
I completely agree with you, Simi, and I think as much as Ranveer Alabadia and all the other people on this show need to be called out, this show has been stopped right now. It's the larger picture also of misuse of free speech by many, including many in Bollywood. Thank you for being with us. Well, we're going to see what happens in the case in the next hearing, but also the Solicitor General, the Attorney General are going to be a part of this hearing when the Supreme Court is going to see whether the misuse of free speech is happening. They condemn the reprehensible words of Ranveer Alabadia. They also question why the high and mighty choose to come to the Supreme Court rather than joining the investigation in Guwahati and Mumbai. And this is going to be a very, very strong condemnation of Ranveer Alabadia. It's not a relief, I would say. They've only said he better join the investigation and not go for the investigation with a lawyer or send his own lawyer.
True that. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Simi. Viewers, the Supreme Court, once again, I will say, has now stated that in this case, there is a lot of filth that has been said. What the Supreme Court has done is stayed the arrest in Maharashtra, Assam and Jaipur FIRs of Ranveer Alabadia. They've said no FIRs will be filed in the same set of allegations. However, they've said these directions are only being issued subject to him cooperating with the probe. They've also said his passport is impounded and deposited at Thane police station. He cannot leave the country without the court's permission. They've said he's at liberty to approach the local police, Maharashtra, Assam, and for protection of his life in case that's what his lawyer said. But viewers, like we've been saying since morning, the biggest picture that the Supreme Court has said is they've condemned the words that have been used on India's Got Latent show by Ranveer Alabadia, and they've said that there are statements that have been made by him. His lawyer, Abhinav Chandrachud, told the courtroom he's personally disgusted with the statements. The court and Justice Kant asked, what are the parameters of obscenity and vulgarity? Justice Kant asked, if this is not obscenity in this country, then what is? See the language he's used. He does not have a license to speak all kinds of words. Justice Kant said the contents in the FIR are different. The court has also said he's insulting his parents. There is something dirty in a person's mind that has been spread through this program. Why should the court favor him? They've also stated in this case, if he can use cheap publicity by using abusive language, then there are people who are threatening him only for cheap publicity. And finally, viewers, even as they give protection to him from arrest in this case, he has to join the investigation. The court says the words you've chosen, parents will be ashamed. sisters will be ashamed. The entire society is ashamed. The pervert mind, the perversion you and your henchmen have exhibited. We have judicial system bound by the rule of law. I think this case is not only going to be seen in this, for what Ranbir Alabadia has said, viewers, but also future. When misuse of free speech is there, it's the court that comes down heavily on it. Let me also go across to a reaction also now coming in from lawyer Ashish Rai, who is joining us on this case. Ashish, I want to get a sense from you about the court that has come down very heavily, condemned the reprehensible words of Ranbir Alabadia. The court has also said that they're going to have the Attorney General and the Solicitor General be a part of this discussion in the next hearings. They told ASG Bhatti that on whether there is misuse of free speech and how to avoid it. I'll go across to in just a short while, but viewers, the big breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking, the Supreme Court has made a significant intervention in India's got latent case. The court has asked the central government if it plans to take any action regarding the obscene content also on YouTube and social media, which was the larger picture that had been raised by Republic TV. They've asked Justice Bhatti, they've asked Additional Solicitor General Aishwarya Bhatti, I beg your pardon, that this is a serious issue. They've asked for the lawyers of the Attorney General and Solicitor General to be present in the next hearing. I think this is an extremely relevant thing that the court is doing, because this is exactly what the court, Republic TV also said, how much can Twitter and YouTube continue to put out obscene content without Shivangi, back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Rhythm, our Executive Editor Legal, for getting us all those updates. We will continue on to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. The student wing of the Nepali Congress staged protest in Kathmandu over the death of a Nepali student in KIIT University in Odisha. A Nepalese engineering student committed suicide in the hostel campus of KIIT. Cuttack police have arrested one student in connection with the death. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah met with Home Minister Amit Shah in the North Block this morning. The meeting was on implementation of new criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir. The Home Minister is set to review the implementation of the criminal law along with the Chief Minister and LG Manoj Sinha. Amidst cases of sexual harassment coming up one after the other in the state, opposition AIADMK has charged that the state school education department has become a hub of sexual abuse and harassment. The national spokesperson of the party has said that the sexual harassment is rampant in the state, while the ruling DMK is busy promoting CM MK Stalin and his son.
Sexual molestation is rampant. It is becoming a menace in the school education department in Tamil Nadu. Starting from 5-year-old child, a 13, 14, 15-year or 18-year girl children are being exposed to sexual molestation, not by the outsiders, but by their own professors and teachers.
Newly appointed President of Maharashtra Congress, Harshvardhan, has visited the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue at Gateway of India to pay homage to him. There he said that the whole nation is incomplete without Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. A suspicious object was found in Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. The security forces have cordoned off the area. Later, the bomb disposal squad destroyed the suspicious object. Bollywood actor Juhi Chawla visited Mahakumbh and took a holy dip in the Sangam. Later, she said the experience is amazing and beautiful. She thanked the police and others for the arrangement.
मैं अभी सबसे कह रही थी कि आज मेरी सबसे ज़िंदगी की सबसे खूबसूरत सुबह आज थी। आज हम यहाँ पर प्रयागराज में महाकुंभ में आए। सुबह 7, साढ़े 7 बजे सूरज उग रहा था, ठंडी ठंडी धूप थी, सुंदर पानी और इतने लोग और इतनी श्रद्धा के साथ ये सब जो स्नान हो रहा है। फिर हम भी स्नान करने गए शीतल पानी, इतना मजा आया वहाँ से हटने का मन नहीं हो रहा था, मैं चाह रही थी वहीं रह जाऊं।
Much coming up, Ganesh Kumar named as a new Chief Election Commissioner. Congress opposes appointment, passes dissent note. Government shoots it down. Stay tuned. All right, getting you back to our coverage coming in right now on Republic TV. And this is the bilateral talks which are happening between PM Modi and the Emir of Qatar. A short while back, remember, Emir of Qatar had arrived for a 2-day state visit to India. And after that, we see all these pictures coming in. We saw that PM Modi had taken to the social media platform X and said that went to the airport to welcome my brother, Emir of Qatar, wishing him a fruitful stay in India and looking forward to a meeting as well. So those are the pictures coming in. High-level talks have already begun there. And the MEA has said that the Emir of Qatar's visit will provide further momentum to our growing multifaceted partnership. That's what the MEA is saying. Back to our updates coming in. The Emir of Qatar is also accompanied by, as you can see in those pictures on the screen, by a high-level delegation, including ministers and senior officials and business leaders. Let's go to Krithart, who's joining us. Krithart, if you could take our viewers through what would be the main highlights of this bilateral meet. What will they talk about? What bilateral relations will they discuss, Krithart?
Indeed, and this is a very important bilateral meeting that is taking place between the Emir of Qatar and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, this is a special visit by the Emir of Qatar on the special invitation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And we also saw visuals from yesterday where Prime Minister Modi, breaking protocol and rank and file, personally went to receive the Emir of Qatar at the airport in Delhi and to invite him. Earlier this morning, we also saw scenes from the Rashtrapati Bhavan where he was given the customary state welcome. And now we have high-level bilateral talks possibly happening at the Hyderabad House in the national capital between Qatar and India. The MEA had earlier mentioned that this meet is going to further momentum to our growing multifaceted partnership. So indeed, it is a huge meet. You can see a multi-party delegation that is being led by the Emir of Qatar, who has now come to India on a special invitation by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And there is going to be a full-fledged bilateral relations talks for discussing the deep-rooted historical ties and friendship and mutual trust between the two nations. And there are also going to be very high-level discussions on areas of trade, investment, energy, technology, culture and people-to-people ties. This is the information that is what we have received from the Ministry of External Affairs.
संकट काल में रामचरित मानस ही तुलसीदास जी का अवधी भाषा में रचा गया। रामचरित मानस ही उनका सहारा बना था और आज जब उसको सम्मान मिल रहा है तो आप उसका विरोध कर रहे हैं। बड़ी विचित्र सी स्थिति है। आप हर अच्छे कार्य का समाज आज के यही ढोंग है आप लोगों का, यही ढोंग है। हर अच्छे कार्य का आप विरोध करेंगे, हर अच्छे कार्य का आप विरोध करेंगे। हर अच्छा कार्य जो प्रदेश के हित में है, देश के हित में है, आप उसका विरोध करेंगे। और मुझे लगता है इस प्रकार के विरोध की निंदा होनी चाहिए और हम इसका समर्थन करते हैं जो उत्तर प्रदेश के बोलियों को सम्मान मिल रहा है। मैं आपका धन्यवाद करूंगा, विधानसभा सचिवालय को इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद दूंगा। कल हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे इसका शुभारंभ किया, समाजवादी पार्टी ने उसका विरोध किया और मुझे लगता है कि प्रोसीडिंग का हिस्सा होना चाहिए। इनको समाज के सामने एक्सपोज करना चाहिए। अपने बच्चों को ये लोग पढ़ाएंगे इंग्लिश स्कूलों में और दूसरे के बच्चे के लिए अगर सुविधा सरकार देना चाहती है तो कह देनी उर्दू पढ़ाओ इसको, यानी उसको मौलवी बनाना चाहते हैं, कठबुल्ला पर जोड़ के इसको ले जाना चाहते हैं। ये नहीं चल सकता। उर्दू भी इस प्रदेश की बोली है, उर्दू में क्यों नहीं यहाँ विधानसभा में कहा गया? उर्दू भी उत्तर प्रदेश में बड़ी संख्या में बोली जाती है, तो उर्दू को मेरा केवल विरोध अंग्रेजी का, क्योंकि अंग्रेजी से अंग्रेजी कौन गांव में जानता है? आप बोला जाएगा तो अंग्रेजी में कौन समझेगा? कितने लोग हैं? इसलिए इस विधानसभा को कुलीन तंत्र की विधानसभा न बनाइए, यही मेरा अनुरोध।
इसमें मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पूरा विषय रख दिया है, अब उसमें कोई कहने की गुंजाइश नहीं है। जिस समय देखिए बहुत सारे समय पर बहुत, एक मिनट प्लीज, नहीं आपको अलाउड नहीं है प्लीज। बहुत सारे अवसर के ऊपर हमारे माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेताओं ने भी आज बेसिक के शिक्षा के ऊपर भी अंग्रेजी स्कूल खोलो आपने डिमांड करी और सरकार कर रही है, उस बारे में भी काम नहीं कर रही है। बहुत बार किया, सारे प्रश्न आए विधानसभा में, मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
जैसा कि हमें डायरेक्शन हाईएस्ट लेवल से मिला है, यमुना को हम 3 साल में साफ करेंगे। 2027 से पहले साफ करने की कोशिश करेंगे। उसमें कोई भी लैक्सिटी नहीं होगी और ना ही कोई टाइमलाइन ब्रीच होगा। 3 साल के अंदर अंदर यमुना को हम साफ करेंगे। हमें 3-4 काम करने होंगे इसके लिए। एक तो जो आप अभी देख रहे हैं 7 बड़ी मशीनें लगी हुई हैं, जो यमुना में जितना भी सॉलिड वेस्ट है, कचरा हो गया, लकड़ी के सामान हो गए, पूजा सामग्रियां हो गई, वीड्स निकल आए हैं, जंगल निकल आए हैं, जलकुंभियां हैं, उनको निकाल रही हैं, बाहर कर रही हैं। ये कुछ हफ्ते और महीने तक चलेगा ये काम। पैरेलली जो है हमारे सारे STP जो रुके पड़े थे या किसी वजह से वो अच्छे ढंग से काम नहीं कर रहे थे, उनको रिबूट करके और जितने भी नए STP हैं उनको 2026 के अंत तक कंप्लीट करने का हमारा टारगेट है। साथ ही साथ जो इंडस्ट्रियल एफ्लुएंट यमुना में बढ़ के आता है उसको रोकने के लिए ठोस कदम उठाए जाएंगे। दिल्ली पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड, इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट और MCD मिलकर काम करेंगे और जहां भी इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट्स ने ये नहीं लगाए हैं और उसके साथ केमिकल्स वो नालियों में फेंक रहे हैं जो अल्टीमेटली बह के यमुना में आ रहा है, उसको रोकने की उचित प्रबंध किए जाएंगे। अन्यथा उस इंडस्ट्री को बंद होना पड़ेगा। जहां भी इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट हैं उनके CETP ठीक ढंग से काम करें, उसको भी सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा। तो कई ठोस कदम उठाए जाएंगे।
Hi there, we are proud to announce Republic Plenary 2025, a gigantic thought leadership summit for the youth. The theme this year is Limitless India, and you, the youngsters, have an opportunity to be part of the initiative. All you have to do is scan the barcode on your screen and send in your ideas on Limitless India. We will showcase the best pitch decks to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who is going to be the chief guest on March 6th at the Bharat Mandap. Scan the code on your screen or visit summit.republicworld.com and send in your pitch deck videos of under 5 minutes. The clock is ticking.
बहुत तेज भूकंप आया था, ये लग रहा था कि नीचे जो मेट्रो चलती शायद मेट्रो आपस में टकरा गई। मेरे तो पैर कपने लगे थे, ये सब कपने लगा था, काउंटर भी हिलने लगा था,
जमीन से हिल गए थे, मतलब ये काउंटर वाउंटर सब हिल रहा था, एकदम दो सेकंड का होगा एकदम से। ये हमारे सामने कस्टमर
जो उत्तर प्रदेश खादी तथा ग्रामोद्योग बोर्ड का 2017-18 एवं 2018-19 का संकलित प्रमाणित आर्थिक चिट्ठा उत्तर प्रदेश खादी तथा ग्रामोद्योग बोर्ड अधिनियम 1960 की धारा 30 की उपधारा 5 के अधीन सदन के पटल पर रखता हूँ।
बच्चों के साथ यानी परिवहन राज्य मान्यवर मैं आपकी अनुज्ञा से उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य सड़क परिवहन निगम के वर्ष 2018-19
हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे इसका शुभारंभ किया, समाजवादी पार्टी ने उसका विरोध किया और मुझे लगता है कि प्रोसीडिंग का हिस्सा होना चाहिए, इनको समाज के सामने एक्सपोज करना चाहिए। अपने बच्चों को ये लोग पढ़ाएंगे इंग्लिश स्कूलों में और दूसरे के बच्चे के लिए अगर वो सुविधा सरकार देना चाहती है, कह देनी उर्दू पढ़ाओ इसको, यानी उसको मौलवी बनाना चाहते हैं।
So getting you more updates coming in. UP Assembly budget session. Yogi Adityanath hits out the opposition in the Assembly. Stay tuned.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
سيارة استهداف سيارة سيارة استهداف سيارة سيارة استهداف سيارة.
The Pakistan Cricket Board have chosen to not display the Indian flag in Lahore's Gaddafi Stadium ahead of the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. There are 8 teams participating in the upcoming Champions Trophy 2025, including the Indian cricket team. Hence, it was expected that their flag, like the flag of the other 7 countries, would be on display. But this is the case not just in the Gaddafi Stadium, but even at the National Stadium in Karachi, the Indian flag was nowhere to be seen. This is just the latest issue that has cropped up in the build-up to the marquee ICC event. The tournament was shifted to the hybrid model on India's insistence, as the BCCI did not want to send the Indian players to the nation over security concerns. Pakistan's continuous delays in getting the stadiums ready for the event and the subsequent cancellation of the opening ceremony also did not help their public image. And even on the cricket field, there have been a number of issues that have shown the spotlight on Pakistan's poor preparations. Firstly, New Zealand cricketer Rachin Ravindra suffered a nasty head injury while attempting a catch during an ODI Tri-Series game against Pakistan in Lahore. Many felt the stadium's faulty floodlights played a part in the injury, as Ravindra seemed unaware of the ball's trajectory before he was struck on the head. Then a video went viral where a number of fans were seen looking to illegally enter the National Stadium in Karachi, which is a serious breach of security. To then make things worse, another incident took place at Karachi that saw a man arrested for trying to enter the stadium using a fake accreditation card. He was posing as a media person and had fake ICC and PCB accreditation cards. He has been arrested and is being questioned at the area police station to find out where he got the fake cards made and why he was using them, an official told PTI. There was also speculation over whether or not Indian captain Rohit Sharma would travel to Pakistan for the opening ceremony and the captain's photo op, but both events were subsequently called off. An opening ceremony was never announced either by the ICC or the PCB, a source close to the developments was quoted as saying in media reports. The onus is now on the Pakistan Cricket Board to deliver a well-managed ICC tournament to become an emerging spot for such events in the future. The tournament will get underway on February 19 when Pakistan face New Zealand, but the controversies in the build-up have been never-ending for the hosts and should lead to major questions being raised for such events even being held in Pakistan in the future.
A big shout out to all young Indians. You have the opportunity to be a part of the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. All you have to do is send us a pitch deck with less than 5 minutes and upload it on summit.republicworld.com or simply scan the barcode on your screen and follow the steps. This year, there are 9 categories you can choose from, ranging from digital economy to artificial intelligence, and the best ideas will be chosen and showcased in front of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who has agreed to be the chief guest at the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. So go ahead and send us that pitch deck.
The gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will if all our hostages are not released.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gisu Bharadwaj, and two Nepalese officials from the embassy have been sent to Odisha after an alleged suicide of a Nepali student. Tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Allahabadiya, asks if this is not vulgarity, then what is it? Supreme Court calls out Allahabadiya's perversion and says that there is dirt in his mind. Gyanish Kumar named as the new Chief Election Commissioner. Congress opposes appointment, passes dissent note. Government shoots it down. President Draupadi Murmu and Prime Minister Modi welcome the Emir of Qatar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. A third-year Nepali student at a private engineering institute in Odisha allegedly committed suicide. Two Nepalese embassy officials sent to Kalinga University. Viewers, a big breaking news that we're tracking at this hour. KIIT has expressed regret over the suspicious death of a student in her hostel room. In the latest, at least two security guards have been sacked immediately after investigation. Two senior hostel officials, along with an administrative officer of International Relations Office, have also been suspended. Now, this comes after a 20-year-old Nepali girl committed an alleged suicide in her hostel room in KIIT in Odisha, following which there were massive protests that gripped the college campus. At least 500 Nepali students of Nepali origin, came out in protest demanding a robust probe and investigation into the case. And now KIIT has expressed regret over the suspicious death of a student in her hostel room. In the latest, the university has taken action and suspended two security guards. Post-investigation, in fact, two senior hostel officials have also been suspended, along with an administrative officer of the International Relations Office. Viewers, in fact, moving on to more breaking news that we're getting in this regard. The KIIT University's Vice Chancellor has also now issued an apology over the incident. Now, this comes after the Nepali students were asked to walk out of the campus. The Vice Chancellor of KIIT DU has now released a letter of apology. He stated that KIIT has always been a home to students from across the world, fostering a culture of inclusivity, respect and care. He said that, and I'm quoting it here, "We deeply regret the recent incident and reaffirm our commitment to the safety, dignity and even well-being of all our students, including our dear Nepali students." Now, viewers, I want you to remember that this comes after all of these Nepali students who came out protesting the matter were asked to walk out of the campus immediately on the 17th, which is just yesterday. They were left stranded at the railway station. In fact, female Nepali students were also left stranded with no tickets to go back home. Viewers, for now, cutting across to some more breaking news that we're getting at this hour. The BCCI has mellowed down a bit and has been mulling over allowing the family members of the Indian cricket stars to watch at least one game of the Champions Trophy 2025. The latest that has come in from the BCCI's side when it comes to families of cricketers attending events, sporting events. The BCCI has now mellowed down a bit. It has said that the family members of Indian cricket stars can watch at least one game of Champions Trophy 2025. Joining me live is Shane, my colleague, live from the newsroom to get us more updates. Shane, tell us more about the BCCI's mulling down. They have recently mellowed down on their previous agitation where they said that families cannot accompany cricketers beyond a point.
Absolutely, Gesu, and it's worth noting that this U-turn has come at the first instance of these guidelines that were meant to be actually imposed, because lest we forget, it was put in place after the tour of Australia where India suffered a rather embarrassing 3-1 test series loss in the Border Gavaskar Trophy series. After that, the guidelines were put in place which said that for a tour of 45 days, players would only be allowed 2 weeks of family time, and that if the tour was under a month or 30 days, then there would be no family time whatsoever. Given the Champions Trophy was set to last a little over 3 weeks, there was no expectation that the players would be accompanied by their families. But the BCCI have rather surprisingly chosen to do a U-turn on their own guidelines and say that no, for one match, the players will be allowed to bring their families. It's a match of their choosing. So it is a little surprising, but I'm sure the players will be very relieved at this particular news. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Shane, thanks for joining us on the broadcast. We'll keep tracking the story as and when there are more updates. For now, viewers, it's time to take a look off news from across Bharat in just 5 minutes. Take a look. The student wing of the Nepali Congress staged protest in Kathmandu over the death of a Nepali student in KIIT University in Odisha. A Nepali engineering student committed suicide in the hostel campus of KIIT. Cuttack police has arrested one student in connection with the suicide. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah met with Home Minister Amit Shah in the North Block this morning. The meeting was on implementation of new criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir. The Home Minister is to review the implementation of the criminal laws along with the Chief Minister and Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. Amid cases of sexual harassment coming up one after another in the state, opposition AIADMK has charged that the state school education department has become a hub of sexual abuse and harassment. The national spokesperson of the party, Kowai Satyan, has said that sexual harassment is rampant in the state, while the ruling DMK is busy promoting Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and his son.
Sexual molestation is rampant. It is becoming a menace in the school education department in Tamil Nadu. Starting from 5-year-old child, a 13, 14, 15-year or 18-year girl children are being exposed to sexual molestation, not by the outsiders, but by their own professors and teachers.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and visiting Qatar Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani held bilateral talks today. The delegation-level talks were held at the Hyderabad House. Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking news from Tamil Nadu. AIADMK workers are now holding a protest in Chennai against the DMK government, alleging an increase in sexual offences in the state. Kowai Satyan says, and I'm quoting it, sexual harassment is rampant. It is becoming a menace in the school education department of Tamil Nadu. Children are facing sexual harassment not by outsiders, but by their own professors and teachers. Big claims being made by the AIADMK workers who are holding a protest in Chennai against MK Stalin's DMK government. Kovai Sathyan is also alleging that the school education department has become a hub of sexual abuse and harassment in Tamil Nadu. In fact, Sathyan further said that the DMK is now only interested in promoting Chief Minister MK Stalin and his son and are paying no heed to the rise in sexual harassment and sexual crimes which have become rampant. This protest is to draw their attention while demanding justice for sexual harassment victims in the state. Take a listen in.
Molestation is rampant. It is becoming a menace in the school education department in Tamil Nadu. Starting from 5-year-old child, a 13, 14, 15-year or 18-year girl children. Sexual molestation is rampant. It is becoming a menace in the school education department in Tamil Nadu. Starting from 5-year-old child, a 13, 14, 15-year or 18-year girl children are being exposed to sexual molestation not by the outsiders but by their own professors and teachers. School education department has become the hub of sexual exploitation and molestation. And who has to act to safeguard these victims and deliver justice is the elected government DMK. And what are they doing? They are only interested to promote MK Stalin and his son Udayanidhi. And they are sleeping. To wake up MK Stalin from his sleep and to wake up the education minister from his sleep, this protest is being held to draw their attention seeking justice on the sexual molestation victims.
Joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Sharda. Sharda, big claims and allegations by the AIADMK over there, where they're alleging that the DMK government is not interested in addressing cases of sexual harassment and violence, especially in state schools. Tell us more about this, Sharda.
Over the past 100 days, 63 POCSO cases have been filed in Tamil Nadu. And the statistics show that there has been a 60% raise in the sexual harassment cases in the state in the last 1 year. However, the DMK government is not taking any action apart from making the arrest on the teachers. Only CSRs have been filed in multiple cases and there's no FIRs that have been filed. The AIADMK held a huge protest today, and the student wing leader also mentioned that the DMK has not been taking action against any of the sexual harassment cases, and the social issue has been taken lightly by the government here. However, the sexual harassment case is not just happening in schools but also in public transports, where recently in the Chennai bus stand, a person from West Bengal was kidnapped and was sexually molested. And following over this Krishnagiri case where a pregnant woman was pushed off the train while she, resisted sexual harassment in the city. However, the DMK has not taken any action still today, and the AIDMK has been asking them constantly to provide safety for women in the state.
Thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those details. We'll keep circling back to you as and when there are more details and developments in the story. For now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news that we're getting at this hour. Union Home Minister Amit Shah on Tuesday reviewed the status of the implementation of the new criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir in the presence of state's Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. Omar Abdullah attended the meeting, though law and order is directly handled by the central government since the erstwhile state was bifurcated into the union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh in 2019. Besides Omar Abdullah and Sinha, top officials of the central government and Jammu and Kashmir government also attended the meeting. Being joined by my colleague Gursimran live on the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more about this crucial meeting that took place in Delhi's North Block today.
See, today morning, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has reviewed the implementation of 3 criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir. The meeting was attended by Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. From the Jammu and Kashmir Police side, which is a law enforcement agency of these 3 criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir, it was DGP Nalini Prabhat and ADGP headquarters MK Sinha who presented before the Union Home Minister the status of the ongoing implementation of the 3 criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir. It's worth mentioning that many of the cases that includes the unlawful Activities Prevention Act and also those linked to the terror cases, they have also been presented before the Union Home Minister that how Jammu and Kashmir Police is going ahead with the terror-linked cases in the new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, that is the 3 new criminal laws that have been implemented across the country and in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. It's important to mention that this is the first meeting by the Union Home Minister with regards to the situation or the review of the criminal laws in Jammu and Kashmir that has been attended by the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, because the Home Department under which the police comes, under which the law and order comes, is directly under the control of the Union Home Ministry and is being in Jammu and Kashmir governed by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir. He takes the decisions pertaining to law and order and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. But in today's meeting, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was also invited, in which he was also part of the presentation that was given by the DGP Nalini Prabhat along with the ADG Jammu and Kashmir headquarters, police headquarters, Manish Kumar Sinha.
Right, Gursimran. Thanks for joining in with those details. Viewers, it's time to cut across to some fresh breaking news that we're getting at this hour, especially related to the India's Got Latent controversy. YouTuber Ashish Chanchalani has been given interim bail by the Guwahati High Court. Ashish has been granted bail till the 7th of March. In fact, Chanchalani has been directed by the High Court to appear before a sample list within the next 7 days. The next date of hearing for Ashish Chanchalani has been moved to the 7th of March. We're also being joined by my colleague Aniruddha live to get us more updates. Aniruddha, High Court's ruling on Ashish Chanchalani and interim bail has been pronounced. Tell us more about this.
Yes, Gesu, right now we are outside the Guwahati High Court, and in a short while from now we are expecting the soundbite of the advocate who appeared in the High Court on behalf of Ashish Chanchalani. Meanwhile, we are getting to know that he has been granted interim relief by the Guwahati High Court, who has granted him interim bail till the 7th of March, and the case has been kept to further hearing on 7th of March. Meanwhile, as we speak, it has been learned that Ashish Chanchalani will have to appear before the Assam Police, and he has been given 7 days time by the Guwahati High Court to appear before the investigating officer of the Assam Police.
Right, Anuruddha, thanks for getting us those details.
Where we shall witness on establishment of strategic partnership between the Government of Republic of India and the Government of State of Qatar. These will be exchanged on the Qatar side by His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Jabbar Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs for the State of Qatar, and on the Indian side by Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister. Thank you, Ministers. Next, we have the exchange of the revised agreement for avoidance of double taxation and prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income between the Government of Republic of India and the Government of State of Qatar. These will be exchanged again on the Qatari side by His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim bin Jabbar Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs for the State of Qatar, and on the Indian side by Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, Minister of Finance. Thank you, Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the exchange ceremony. This concludes the...
Viewers, these are the live visuals where Emir of Qatar has just met with Prime Minister Modi for his official visit to India. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. After this short break, the Supreme Court has called out the perverted comments made by YouTuber Ranveer Alabadia, aka Biceps, after he moved to the top court to present his case. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
The gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will, if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Everyone who's now listening to us, President Trump and I are working in full cooperation and coordination between us. We have a common strategy, and we can't always share the details of this strategy with the public, including when the gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them. Israel is determined to achieve all the war objectives we set after the horrific attack on October 7th, the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. We will eliminate Hamas's military capability and its political rule in Gaza. We will bring all our hostages home, and we will ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. The unequivocal support of the United States on Gaza will help us achieve these objectives faster and set us on a path for a different future. We also discussed the situation in Syria after the collapse of Assad's regime, a collapse that was made possible by Israel's weakening of Iran's terror axis, especially the weakening of Hezbollah and the removal of Nasrallah. For over a decade before October 7th, Israel acted to prevent Iran from
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and in the latest in a series of cases of reckless driving and hit-and-run incidents, two students rammed their luxury car into a scooty, causing critical injuries to those aboard the two-wheeler. Take a look at this report.
A speeding luxury car rammed into a scooty in Delhi's Lodhi Road area late last night. Republic landed exclusive CCTV footage of the hit and run. The CCTV grab showed the luxury sedan in a mangled state after the hit and run incident. The two persons traveling on the scooty were critically injured in the incident.
ये लोधी गार्डन की रेड लाइट है ना, जो इधर से वो लड़के आ रहे थे, दोनों बच्चे जो हैं वो स्कूटी से रोड पे इस रोड क्रॉस कर रहे थे, उनकी रेड लाइट हुई हुई थी। वो लड़के ओडी वाले बहुत तेज आ रहे थे, उन्होंने एकदम से उनको टक्कर मार के वो कर दिया। एक की तो बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस है, बाकी नैतिक का कुछ कह नहीं सकते, अभी उसको देखा भी नहीं है, उसके पैर में ज़्यादा चोट आई हुई है। ऑडी की हालत तो बहुत बुरी थी, तो पेड़ में घुसी पड़ी थी, इतनी जोर से टक्कर मारी उसने।
इनको टक्कर मारने के बाद
पेड़ में घुसी, उससे कंट्रोल नहीं हुई गाड़ी, तो पेड़ में घुसा दी उसने।
12 बजे जोरबाग पोस्ट ऑफिस के सामने एक एक्सीडेंट की पीसीआर कॉल मिलती है, जिसके अंदर एक रेड कार और एक स्कूटी, इन दोनों का एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। इसमें जो गाड़ी के अंदर 2 लोग हैं, जिनकी एक की उम्र 19 साल और एक की उम्र 20 साल, और जो विक्टिम हैं जो स्कूटी पे थे, उनकी उम्र एक की 20 साल और एक की 14 साल थी। तो दोनों को चारों को इमीडिएटली हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया है, और एक की जो कंडीशन है वो थोड़ी क्रिटिकल है और एक अभी थोड़े स्टेबल है।
Police detained the accused motorists and further investigation is currently underway.
Yanesh Kumar has been appointed as the new Chief Election Officer. Rahul Gandhi says his dissent note over the matter was ignored. We're tracking this closely and a lot more for you. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
बज के 35 मिनट पर मुझे ऐसा आभास हुआ कि जैसे किसी ने कोई पूरी बिल्डिंग जोर से हिल गई हो। जब मैं उठ करके बेड पर बैठा तो मैंने देखा कि ऊपर का पंखा हिल रहा था, और मुझे फिर मैं कमरे से बाहर आया। मैंने देखा कि झूमर जो बाहर वाला हॉल वाला झूमर था वो हिल रहा था।
ऐसे हिला के निकल गया वो, ऐसे हिला के निकल गया। अब पता नहीं ट्रेमर्स तो रहते हैं ना जब 5 बजे उल्टी की।
कितना बचा है? कितना बचा है?
Top court blasts Ranveer Allahabadia for filthy comments on India's Got Latin show. Says even mothers and daughters are ashamed. Supreme Court slams Ranveer Allahabadia, says there is something very dirty in his mind. Odisha College apologizes, suspends 3 staffers amid Nepali students' suicide row. Gyanesh Kumar appointed as the Chief Election Commissioner. Rahul Gandhi says his dissent note was ignored. And Tesla begins hiring in India after Prime Minister Modi Elon Musk meet in the United States. All right, viewers, we have news coming in. Russian delegation headed by Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, has just landed at the venue for negotiations with the United States, for talks with the representatives of the United States of America. So Russia has begun its negotiations with America in Riyadh, and that's a big update we are getting in right now. Riyadh is the venue, and the US, Russia are beginning the talks. Remember, there was Donald Trump had spoken about speaking to the Russian President Vladimir Putin, engaging with Russia over the war in Ukraine. And you have visuals coming in, viewers, from Saudi Arabia, US delegation headed by Sergei Lavrov, and you can see the US delegation as well in Saudi Arabia. That's the big breaking news we are getting right now. Officials meeting in Saudi Arabia for peace talks. Of course, Kiev not yet representative there, but European officials are also not part of the discussions. But remember, Volodymyr Zelensky has also warned that his country will not recognize peace deals that will be, if at all, they are made without Ukrainian participation. But there you have the Russian and the US delegation meeting. And this is the room where it's happening in Riyadh. And Mark Rubio, the US State Secretary, also there. Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Saudi National Security Advisor, also there. US National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, US Middle East Envoy, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Russian President Putin's Foreign Policy Advisor Yuri Ushakov, also there. Kurtat, my colleague, is joining us for more on this. Kurtat, well, the meeting is now underway, and we see that there has been, as Donald Trump just days ago had announced, there should be an engagement. We see the talks happening, but the Ukrainian participation is not there.
Indeed, and this is the biggest high-level delegation-level talks between US and Russia that we have seen in the last 3 years since the start of the Ukraine war. We see Sergei Lavrov, who is leading the Russian delegation. He's the he's the foreign minister of Russia. Along with him, we also see Dmitry Peskov, who's the official spokesperson of Vladimir Putin. So literally, his number 1 and number 2 standing in for Putin in this meeting. We also see US's Secretary of State Marco Rubio leading the delegation, along with the special envoy Steve Witkoff. So all the top leaders of US and Russia, barring Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, on the negotiation table in Saudi Arabia, showing that US is very, very keen on ending this war. We have heard multiple times Donald Trump say that if he was in power during the last term, this war would have never happened to begin with. And the biggest aspect of this is that Zelensky is not invited to this meeting. Russia says this is a strictly bilateral meeting between the US and Russia to restore the full state of bilateral relations between the two. But there is counterbalancing on this as well. There is a special delegation also sent to Kyiv, which will be arriving late on Monday evening and has arrived already perhaps in Kyiv from the United States to hold parallel talks with Zelensky. So Zelensky may not be present at the table directly, but US is in touch with Kyiv. They have not completely isolated. But this is a massive takeaway from the original policy of the Biden era under the United States, under the Biden era, in which they said that they will go for complete isolation of Russia. But clearly we can see United States shoulder to shoulder sitting on the negotiations table across from their Russian counterparts, engaging for peace talks in the war in Ukraine, with Zelensky not even at the table.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Krutal, for joining us with those details coming in on that big development coming in. Viewers, Riyadh is the venue where we see this important meeting on the Ukraine war happening. We'll get more updates on that. But right now, we shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking. Viewers, now the NIA team from Bengaluru. In August 2024, in fact, what we know that NIA team from Hyderabad and Bengaluru visited the Karwar in connection with a naval base information leak case. And now what we are understanding is that two have been detained after meeting the naval officials in connection with the naval data leak. And Pakistani agent honey-trapped the suspects to gather information. Pak agents posed as marine officers and they honey-trapped these suspects who have been arrested to gather more information. And naval-based data has been leaked. And this investigation has been going on since the past year, in 2024, and two detained after meeting naval officials in connection with naval data leak, and Pakistani agent had honey-trapped suspects to gather information. Smita joins us live on the broadcast. Smita, tell us more details about this case, please.
Actually, this case dates back to 2023 when Deepak was arrested. One of the naval officer was arrested by NIA in Hyderabad. After his interrogation, he gave the leads to another two persons who were working in the Karwar naval base, that they both were sharing informations which were tactically, very important details of the Navy base of Karwar to a Pakistani agent. With the information which was shared by the arrested Deepak, NIA officers has conducted a raid on Karwar naval base in 2024, and a thorough investigation was taken over. And now NIA officers have gathered the information that a Pakistani agent in a name of a marine, disguised as herself as a marine officer, had in contact with these two who are being detained now. The names have been what we are getting as Sunil and Akshay. That Pakistani agent was in contact with these two through Facebook. She had sent a Facebook request in the year 2023. From then, constant information, including the movements of the warship and also a few very important and secret details of the naval base, were constantly exchanged between these two and the Pakistani agent. With this information, now Sunil and Akshay have been detained by the NIA officers, and now they are being produced in front of the Karwar local court. So further information yet to be gained regarding what exactly was the role of these two and what all information was shared to the Pakistani agent, and who exactly is this Pakistani agent and why was the Pakistani agent behind these two. But as we are getting the information, we are also tracking down the details that the accounts of these two detained Navy officials are also being thoroughly investigated, and there has been the tracks of the money exchanged between this Pakistani agent and also these two detained personnel. So further investigation is on the way as of now. As I'm speaking, these two are being produced to the court, and now we have to wait and see what will happen. Will these two will be taken to the custody for the further investigation, or will they be given to the judicial custody? Is yet to be watched and seen.
Thank you so much, Smita, for joining us with those details coming in on that very important story. Viewers, we shift our focus quickly to the other big story of the day that we're tracking. Well, this is the row over the suspicious death of a student at the KIIT in Odisha. The university has expressed regret. KIIT has expressed a regret over the suspicious death of a Nepalese student. And what we know is that two security guards have been sacked immediately after investigation. Two senior hostel officials, along with an administrative officer of the International Relations Office, has also been suspended. In fact, Nepalese Prime Minister has also stepped in, and the diplomats have also been dispatched to Bhubaneswar. That is the latest update we have coming in right now. I'll take a listen to what the police has to say.
मैं इस बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन हमें जो रिपोर्ट दी गई है वो जो छात्रा है उनके कजिन ने ही दिया है, और हमारी रिपोर्ट में उनके लिए उसके सुसाइड के लिए एक जिम्मेदार एक लड़के को बताया गया। और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन ओपन है, इसमें जो भी तथ्य आएगा, जो भी आदमी दोषी होगा एक अभियुक्त के खिलाफ आया, उसको राउंड अप किया गया। अगर कोई भी आदमी दोषी पाया जाता है तो उसके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर स्थिति क्या है अभी?
शांति।
तो पुलिस तैनात किया गया है?
पुलिस कल थी, आज भी पुलिस है वहाँ पर।
One of our third year BTech student from Nepal, she attempted suicide yesterday, and immediately when we informed, we sent her to medical, and then we informed the police, and police is doing the investigation and all those things. And her few friends, Nepali friends, when they listen, they do some agitations, and then the university authorities inform them, and university authority discussed with them. After discussion, it's normalized, and they also understand the situation, and then they have gone back to their home.
This thing was supposed to be the last thing to happen to government of Odisha. The law and order situation of the state is deteriorating since last 4 months. And now the incident you are talking about, which has happened, is very sad, that an international student, a student from Nepal, who was staying in Bhubaneswar, she committed suicide. Now it has to be seen by the police and investigated why she committed suicide. Or was it something else?
All right, viewers, so there is a lot of politics also that is unfolding over this matter. Take a listen into the reactions coming in.
देखिए, वो जो गर्ल स्टूडेंट है उसका सुसाइड होने के बाद तुरंत ही हमने उसको अरेस्ट करवाया। जो एक्यूज्ड है उसको कोर्ट फॉरवर्ड किया गया, और गर्ल स्टूडेंट का जो भी अपनी निजी सामान है, लैपटॉप से लेकर नोटबुक तक और मोबाइल से लेकर और दूसरा सामान को पुलिस सीज करके उसके ऊपर इंक्वायरी कर रहा है। और जितने भी ये जो यूनिवर्सिटी वाले जो साइन डाई का नोटिस किए थे सिर्फ नेपाली बच्चों के लिए, ये सही नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट इंटरवीन करके उसको हम रिटर्न किए हैं। उसके बाद यूनिवर्सिटी एक अपील किया है, जो बच्चे बाहर हैं, जो बच्चे कैंपस के बाहर हैं, उन लोगों को अपील किए हैं और रिटर्न आने के लिए। और गवर्नमेंट भी रेगुलर इस मामले पर कॉलेज अथॉरिटी, यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी के साथ बात कर रहा है।
In fact, viewers, there's massive outrage over the suspicious death of the Nepalese BTech student. The accused has been sent to judicial custody. He was arrested outside the airport, as it's alleged that he was trying to flee the country. Also, the Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has also stepped in, and he's in fact claimed that there's forced eviction of the Nepalese students as well. He has activated all the diplomatic channels on this matter, and officials also have been dispatched to the KIIT. We'll get you more updates on that developing story. Right now, shift our focus to other stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Two people who were travelling on a scooty got injured after speeding Audi car hit in Delhi's Jorbagh area. The two BBA students were travelling the car recklessly. Both the injured were rushed to a trauma centre where one is stable while the other is critical. Delhi police has registered a case under the BNS sections. Both accused have been detained by the police.
इन लोधी गार्डन की रेड लाइट है ना, जो इधर से वो लड़के आ रहे थे, दोनों बच्चे जो हैं वो स्कूटी से रोड पे इस रोड क्रॉस कर रहे थे। उनकी रेड लाइट हुई हुई थी। वो लड़के ऑडी वाले बहुत तेज आ रहे थे, उन्होंने एकदम से उनको टक्कर मार के वो कर दिया। ऑडी की हालत तो बहुत बुरी थी, वो तो पेड़ में घुसी पड़ी थी, इतनी ज़ोर से टक्कर मारी उसने।
इनको टक्कर मारने के बाद
पेड़ में घुसी, उससे कंट्रोल नहीं हुई गाड़ी, तो पेड़ में घुसा दी उसने।
Two MOUs have been signed between India and Qatar in presence of Union Minister Piyush Goyal and Sheikh Faisal bin Thani, Minister of Commerce and Industry in the state of Qatar. Qatari Emir, remember, is on a 2-day visit to India. Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly budget session will start from today. The opposition is looking to corner the state government over several issues ranging from Mahakumbh stampede to price rise and law and order situation.
राज्यपाल के भाषण होगा, उसके बाद हाउस खत्म हो जाएगा और कल जो है
वो हम लोग प्रमुखता के साथ महाकुंभ के जो घटनाएं हुई हैं उसको उठाने का काम करेंगे। जो सरकार रोज बता रही है कि कितने करोड़ लोगों ने स्नान किया, वो सरकार बता नहीं पा रही है कि महाकुंभ में जो भगदड़ हुई उसमें कितने लोगों की मौत हुई और कितने लोग घायल हुए।
In a terrifying incident, a massive blast happened outside the residence of a policeman in Punjab's Gurdaspur district. Though no casualties were reported, a team of forensic experts rushed to the spot as further investigation is underway. Well, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking Viewers, but we have much more lined up for you on this action-packed Tuesday. We will be stepping into a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. The latest coming in from the Supreme Court. The bench has ripped into Allahabadia's obscenity, pulling him up, and also at the same time what we know is that the top court has said that even the mothers and daughters will be ashamed of what Ranveer Allahabadia has said in the show. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
डायरेक्टर द टेस्ट ऑफ सक्सेस।
बहुत तेज भूकंप आया था, ये लग रहा था कि नीचे जो मेट्रो चलती शायद मेट्रो आपस में टकरा गई। मेरे तो पैर कपने लगे थे, ये सब कपने लगा था, काउंटर भी हिलने लगा था।
जमीन से हिल गए थे, मतलब ये काउंटर वाउंटर सब हिल रहा था। एकदम दो सेकंड का होगा एकदम से। ये हमारे सामने कस्टमर भी खड़े थे, वो भी लेडीज वगैरह वो भी चिल्लाने लगी थी।